Hey, what's going on everyone? My name is Dan, and in today's video, I'll be showing you how to build a successful and profitable business selling on Amazon FBA from scratch for complete beginners. Now, if you just found out about Amazon FBA, maybe you've seen people talking about it online, how much money they're making, maybe you've been interested in starting something like this for a while, starting an online business, then this video is for you. First off, I want to start off this video by saying that there has never been a better time to start a successful Amazon FBA business ever than now. Even though a lot of people talk about how competitive Amazon is or how oversaturated it is, or maybe you've seen videos about people losing money on Amazon, in fact, there's never been a better time to start than today. And all you have to do to see this is just to look at the statistics. First of all, if we look at the defining company of our generation, it's definitely Amazon. Amazon is like a tidal force on our entire economy, and it has changed the lives of millions of people, especially with the world situation going on that has, that started in 2020 and continues as I make this video today. E-commerce has been the one industry that has absolutely blown up, and the key company that has benefited from all of that is Amazon. Currently, over 50% of all e-commerce sales in the United States happen on Amazon, with Amazon processing 14% of all e-commerce sales worldwide. Right, so 50%, over 50% just in the United States, and 14% of all e-commerce sales worldwide happen on Amazon. Every month, over 2.5 billion people log on to Amazon. That's literally 1 in every 3 people alive today on Earth. If we look at the number of Amazon Prime accounts in the world, that's Amazon's 2 to 3 day monthly subscription for 2 to 3 day or same day shipping, there are currently over 150 million Amazon Prime accounts. That's people who are logging on to Amazon every single day with their credit cards plugged in and ready to buy. And in the United States alone, over half of all households in the US currently have an active Amazon Prime membership, and that number is rising exponentially. And by the way, this video that you're about to watch here, this complete tutorial, I'm really going to put my all into this. Like, I'm really going to share the absolute best strategy, all of the steps so that you're able to actually start selling on Amazon and start making sales and change your life. You really have the ability right now to start something that will completely transform the rest of your life and will allow you to achieve financial freedom, will allow you to start a real business where you're selling a real product and you're building up something that actually has intrinsic value, as opposed to other businesses out there, as opposed to stocks and crypto and things like that, where you really just don't have control. If we talk in terms of business, e-commerce is the absolute best business that you can start today, simply because of the fact that you have total control. You can start off with a small amount of money and grow it into a 6- and 7-figure income for yourself, just as I've done for myself in the past few years. And all you have to do to make this happen is to watch this video. Now, if we look at Amazon stock, it has literally doubled in the last 12 months. Amazon, it's obvious it's not going anywhere. And even though there are lots of people out there that are talking about the fact that it's too competitive and it's oversaturated, is it even worth it? If you look at the number of new Amazon Prime memberships compared to the number of new Amazon sellers, which are third-party sellers, people like you and me, you can see that the number of new signups for Amazon Prime just vastly outpaces the number of new sellers. So in fact, selling on Amazon actually becomes easier every single day because there are more customers every single day that join the website for every new seller. Meaning that right now, as you're watching this video, there has never been a better time to start. And it gets really confusing because there are so many gurus online. There are so many people online that talk about how it's too late or too competitive or, money lost. If you literally type in Amazon FBA on YouTube, you can see all these videos that try to scare you, when in fact, if I was starting an online business fresh today from zero, from scratch, not having a lot of money, having no experience, I would start Amazon FBA because there's just no other business. There's no other way of making money online that even compares. And the fact that there are so many people online talking about Amazon FBA, talking about passive income, online business, e-commerce, everybody wants you to buy their course, but how do you make out the truth from the noise? Right? It's a big problem nowadays. You don't know who's legit and who's not legit. You don't know who to trust and who not to trust. And it seems that all the videos that you watch about Amazon either try to scare you or are trying to show you how much money that guru made, and they're posing next to the Lamborghini or their supercar. So that's why it's so easy to get overwhelmed with not knowing who to follow, who's actually giving the right no BS information about how to start a successful, profitable Amazon FBA business. Now, a little bit about me. If you're brand new to my channel, welcome. Super happy to have you here. My name is Dan Vass, and if we look at my journey, I literally tried everything. Okay, so if we just go back several years now, when I was about 20 or 21 years old, I wanted to start an online business. I was, the typical college kid story where I was just hating my life in college. I was studying business. I was actually working at the bank, and I just absolutely hated my life. I didn't see any kind of future where I would work 9 to 5 the rest of my life. I would barely get by, paycheck to paycheck. I would maybe get some kind of a house in the suburbs where I'd have like $1 million mortgage, because that's how much houses are where I'm from. I grew up in Canada. right? And, crazy real estate bubble. And so I just said, you know what? This is not for me. I don't want to live a life of scarcity. I want to live a life just like I'm seeing all these people online living. And at the time, I was seeing all these influencers online. They were traveling the world. They were making money online. They were posing next to supercars. And I just couldn't help but wonder, how are these people doing it? And so that's what led me onto this journey of trying everything. I tried affiliate marketing. I tried stocks. I tried cryptocurrency. I tried social media marketing. And none of it worked until I actually found out about Amazon FBA. And when I found out about Amazon FBA, that's when I completely committed to Amazon. I saw the potential. I started watching nonstop videos, like 8 hours a day. This was in 2017. In the span of the following 3 months, I went from zero, literally just making no money. I was $40,000 in college debt. I went from that to making $32,000 in a single month in revenue. And I had made more money in a single month than anyone has ever made in my entire family up until that day. And I know that so many people talk about how much money they make and all of this, but the truth is that I am no different than you. If you look at my channel, there are no supercars. There are no, luxurious mansions or, anything super flashy. I might maybe show off my traveling and stuff like that because I love that, right? And, you want to show off the freedom lifestyle a little bit because it inspires people. But the truth is that I am no different than you. My mission in life is to become one of the greatest e-commerce entrepreneurs. And through that, part of my mission is to share the absolute best e-commerce content online on YouTube here on my channel and inspire the most amount of people to actually get into e-commerce and to live the lives of their dreams. And also to help you transform your life just like I did mine. So in this video, you're going to learn everything you need to start a successful Amazon FBA business for free. I'm going to put in as much as I can squish into this video. I think it's going to be a long one. So I hope that you're ready to learn. I hope that you have a notebook next to you and you're ready to start taking some notes because it's going to be detailed and it's going to be a lot to process. I'm going to be sharing with you my strategy that I've used to make millions online with e-commerce. And it is the absolute best strategy if you actually want to build a successful business, if you want to basically go from broke to rich, or you want to achieve financial freedom, you want to start living the freedom lifestyle, and you want to build a real business. And this strategy is called the e-commerce brand strategy. So that's what I'm going to be sharing with you in this video. I'm super excited. And by the end of this video, you'll already have a clear path to success for yourself, and you'll know exactly what you need to do to actually start making money on Amazon and to start making a 6 to 7 figure income down the road as you put in more effort into your business. I already know that the information in this video and everything that I'm going to share with you here is going to transform millions of people's lives. I actually made a very similar video just on my Shopify strategy, and that video at the time of me making this tutorial here has over 5 million views. To me, that's just absolutely insane, but it also shows that people appreciate transparency and they appreciate when somebody doesn't try to squeeze BS down their throat and they're actually sharing the truth, like they genuinely want to help, right? And that's exactly like I said, part of my mission is to just have the absolute best e-commerce content online to truly help people start successful businesses. Now, I want to remind you that this is not some kind of get-rich-quick scheme. And if you're looking for a way to make money instantly, right now, fast and quickly, honestly, you can just leave the video since you won't find it here. The reason for that is because to achieve any kind of long-term success, any kind of real success, you need to focus on the long term. You can't just, expect to make money today, tomorrow, next week. I know that a lot of people are in a difficult situation and you want to make money quickly. But the truth is, the more amount of time you spend trying to make money fast, the longer it's going to take for you to actually achieve any kind of real success, right? Let me tell you, this quote actually changed my life. In a society where standards are so low, where people just basically are lazy more or less, and on average, people just really have no discipline and they really can't focus, it really doesn't take that much more effort to succeed compared to everybody else. And it literally shows in my own journey from the time that I found out about Amazon FBA to the time where I succeeded and I made $32K in 1 month. It took me 3 months. And yes, I even had failures during that time, but I learned from those failures. I learned from the obstacles that I faced and I adapted to them and I succeeded. And the entire point of me sharing all this information with you here is so that you avoid all of these things, so that you can get to success in the fastest possible amount of time. All right, now that all the get-rich-quickers have gone over to other things like Bitcoin and stocks and cryptocurrency and stuff, let's learn how to build a real business selling on Amazon FBA. So before we actually get into all the steps of starting up a successful Amazon FBA business and scaling it to $100 a day, $200 a day, $500 and $1,000 a day, I want to answer some common questions that you likely may have. So the first question I know that a lot of people are asking themselves is, can I do this from anywhere in the world? And the answer is yes. And that's the beautiful part about starting a successful Amazon FBA business, the fact that you can actually start this from anywhere in the world. Amazon has marketplaces in a lot of countries. So it's not just Amazon USA. You also have Amazon Canada. You have several countries in Europe that have their own Amazon marketplaces like Germany, the UK, Amazon Italy, Amazon Spain, Spain. And then you also have Amazon Sweden, which is a more recent addition, which is also a great opportunity. So you can actually sell on any of these marketplaces, any marketplace that you choose. And the best part is that you can do this from anywhere in the world. Now, there are certain rules that apply to certain countries, and we're going to go over that later on here in this tutorial. And I'm basically going to show you every single step you need to take to successfully be able to sell no matter where you're from. So we're going to cover that. But the answer is yes, you can do this from anywhere in the world. And yes, you can build a successful business, and you can make 50K a year, 100K a year, even $1 million a year down the road. Now, how much money do I need to start? This is a very common question that I had as well when I was starting out. A lot of people are asking themselves this because obviously most people are probably starting off with not so much money, just a lower starting budget. So to answer this question, you can actually successfully start selling on Amazon FBA. You can start your business with as little as $1,000. Now, the more you have, obviously, the better. And the truth is that a lot of people don't talk about this, but on Amazon FBA, e-commerce is a cash intensive business. No one says this. No one talks about this in their YouTube videos because they just want you to buy their course and stuff. But the truth is, and I want you to succeed, so I have to tell you the truth, that with e-commerce, you need units to be able to sell. And to have the units to sell, obviously, you need to have cash to be able to purchase those units. And by units, I'm talking about the units of your product. So the actual inventory that you're going to order, because obviously you need inventory to actually sell. And I'm going to explain how exactly the entire process works and everything. So don't worry, we're going to go step by step here. But you can start off with as little as $1,000, but if you have a starting budget of $2,000, $3,000, even better. If you have a starting budget of $5,000 to $10,000, that's perfect, but you definitely don't need $5,000 or even $10,000 to start. Absolutely not. I actually started off with $1,800, so that's $1,800, and I was able to turn that into that $32K in a single month with one product. So it definitely is possible. It's just that with a lower starting budget, you will have to invest in a cheaper product, which is totally fine because there are tons of very cheap products that you can get that you can actually brand and you can sell for a very healthy profit margin, for something like $15, $20, $25 and higher. So the answer, at the absolute minimum, you need $1,000, and the higher you have, closer to 2, 3, 5, and 10, the better. But you definitely don't need 5 and 10, and you definitely don't even need 3. Honestly, I've had thousands of people change their lives and build successful businesses just from my free videos here on YouTube that I make. And I've seen people start with $1,000 and turn that into 6 figures and 7-figure incomes. I've seen people start off with $10,000 and they were only able to turn it into 5 figures. So it really depends on your product. It really depends on your own individual journey towards success. As I say a lot, we're all on our individual journeys, and no two journeys to success will be exactly the same. So even though I'm presenting to you a formula that you can follow, and that if you actually follow, you will be able to succeed, and there's a high chance that you will succeed, it doesn't mean that your journey will be exactly the same as mine, and likely it won't be. But because you have access to this video, and you have access to this strategy that I'm presenting to you here, which has never been presented before in any YouTube videos, or it's behind some kind of a paywall for $2,000 or $3,000 that basically other people sell in their courses, and I'm literally giving it away for free, you will be able to shortcut your time to success, and you'll be able to avoid making all those mistakes that you would make if you didn't have access to the steps that I'm giving you here in this video. Now, the next common question is, how much money can I actually make doing this, and how fast will it take me to succeed? So the truth about this is that you're actually entirely in control of your income. So with Amazon FBA, as opposed to investing in stocks or investing in Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, you actually have full and total control. So let's say you have your product up and running, and let's say today you make 10 sales. Well, awesome. But let's say tomorrow you make 5 sales, right? Well, your sales went down in half, and you can ask yourself, well, what happened? Why did our sales, go down in half? And you can start making changes to your product. You can make changes in your business to actually be able to boost your sales, as opposed to investing in something like a stock or a cryptocurrency, especially when you don't have a lot of money to start. It's almost foolish because you have no control over that, right? So if you put in $1,000 into Bitcoin or $1,000 into a stock, right, and it goes down in half or 75% the next day, well, there's nothing that you can do personally. You can't do extra work to actually increase that stock. There's nothing that you can do because you're not in control. But with starting an Amazon FBA business, you are in total control. So you can make as much money as you want with Amazon FBA. And I've seen thousands of people be able to make 5 figures and 6 figures with their first product per year just with their like first successful product, and then later on they're able to scale to 7 figures, which is, by the way, $1 million per year plus, which is honestly not that difficult with an e-commerce business. They're able to scale to that pretty easily just by adding more products to their product line as they build out their brand. If you remember, the strategy that I'm showing you here in this video is the e-commerce brand strategy. And so that's why it's so powerful, because of the fact that, if you follow the steps and if you actually respect all of the rules of the business and, you follow the strategy to the T, you follow it to the core, you will actually be able to make a substantial amount of money, and it's going to be monthly passive income, which will allow you to achieve financial freedom and live a location independent lifestyle. You'll be able to, live wherever you want, travel the world if you want to do that, which is what I've been doing for the past 3-4 years. And it's just been absolutely amazing. I've been able to visit over 25 countries, stay at the absolute best places, stay at the best hotels, and just have experiences that I never would have been able to have if I didn't start an Amazon FBA business. Now I'm going to answer the second part of that question. How fast can I make money doing this? So I would say a great goal to set is $10,000 a month in the next 3 to 6 months, and that's in sales. And there's a difference between sales and profit. Obviously, sales doesn't equal profit, meaning that if you make $10,000 in a month, well, the typical profit margin with e-commerce after your costs for your product and after your costs for advertising and everything like that, and Amazon's fees, because Amazon does charge fees, they're reasonable, but obviously they exist. After fees and after all of that, your typical profit margin you're going to look at is between 30% and 50%, and that's typical with any e-commerce business, any e-commerce product. So with $10,000 in sales, you can expect to make between $3,000 and $5,000 in profit. Now, the next question a lot of people ask is, how does it work? Do I have to store any inventory, and do I have to basically buy the inventory, pack it up in my garage, and send out anything myself? And the answer is no, you don't. Amazon will do everything for you. And in fact, I was actually able to make my first $32K per month with that product without ever seeing or touching the product. Now, do I recommend doing that? Probably not, and I'm going to talk about why in this video. But the reason that's possible is because when you order your product, you find a supplier, and you order the product, your supplier, you can actually get them to send the product directly to the Amazon warehouse, and using Fulfillment by Amazon, which is Amazon's FBA program, you can actually basically sell units on Amazon, sell products, and Amazon does everything for you. So you don't have to actually basically give yourself another, part-time or full-time job packing up and repacking products in your garage like they used to do in the old days when selling on eBay. That's before my time, but that's what they had to do. Before Amazon released their FBA program, you literally had to sit down in your garage and pack and repack things, and basically you've given yourself another part-time job that just sucked your time away. But with Amazon does everything for you. So all you have to do is just basically, you're on your computer and you find your product, you find the supplier, you brand it well, you make sure the product's high quality. And once you've done that, you launch the product on Amazon. There's a specific process that you're going to follow that I'm going to show you. And then later on, you just add on products. And with every single product you add, you just basically multiply your income. You can literally get to a point where, let's say you want to buy a new car, just as an example, right? And let's say that new car is going to cost you an extra $1,000 a month in a lease or a finance payment, right? So you can get to a point where you can just add on another product, right? And you calculate, obviously, with that, let's say 50% profit margin. And with that e-commerce profit margin, you can say, okay, well, to be able to afford this new car that I want, all I have to do is add another Amazon product to my product portfolio. And that product has to make me between $2,000 and $3,000 a month in sales for me to be able to afford this new car that I want. And by the way, for $1,000 a month, you can get a lot of very nice cars. And that is the beauty of entrepreneurship. You are entirely in control of your income, and nobody can tell you what you can do, what you can't do. You are the master and the captain of your destiny. And finally, the last question, and I kind of answered this already in the video, but honestly, it makes me laugh. Is Amazon FBA oversaturated? Did I miss the boat? And is it even worth it? Honestly, like I already said, there has never been a better time to start today. And all I have to say is that in 2040, in 2050, even in 10 years, right? People are going to be thinking about this time right now that we're living in today. And people are going to be saying, wow, imagine if you started an e-commerce business back then. Imagine how easy it would have been. And that's exactly how it is right now. We are living in the golden age of e-commerce, and there are people that are literally starting businesses, making millions of dollars, just like I've been able to do in the past few years. And they are completely changing their lives with absolutely no prior experience, no university degree, no college or formal training. All they're doing is they're finding the information that works, the proven steps, which you're going to see here in this video, and they're following it. They're trusting themselves. They're trusting the process. They're believing in themselves. They're making sure that they get through all the obstacles and they reach success. And that success lasts them for an entire life if they actually build a long-term business. So some important things: take a notebook and a pen and make sure that you take notes, because the information in this video will be a lot to process in one simple sitting. To make it easier for you, I'm going to put a timestamp below as well after each part here in the video, so that you can basically skip over to any other part that you want to see. I recommend giving this video a full and complete run through, and make sure that you're taking notes along the way. And then at the end of the video, you can skip back to any sections that you may have missed, or you just want more clarity on, and you want to make sure that you really have the information in detail in your head. And this information here, this is literally taken from courses that cost thousands of dollars. It's actually better than that. And I'm giving it to you 100% for free. And I'm not asking for anything in return. I just want you to build a successful business, just like the thousands of millions of people that will do it from this video. So now that you're fully ready to learn and you're fully ready to make this absolutely amazing transformation in your life, you're ready to build this business, let's dive deep into the e-commerce brand strategy. So what is the e-commerce brand strategy? Well, it's all based around private label. And let's talk about what private label is. So essentially, if you look at all the world's best brands, if you look at, for example, you walk into Walmart, right? And this is a big, big store. I'm sure that even if you're not from North America, you walk into Walmart, you look at the shelves and you see brands upon brands upon brands. So you see a lot of branded products. For example, you go to the camping section, the outdoor section, and you see Coleman selling a variety of products, right? You see Coleman sleeping bags, you see Coleman coolers, Coleman propane stoves, right? So just a lot of different items in the camping niche. However, you don't see Coleman selling makeup. You don't see Coleman selling food. You don't see Coleman selling things that are not related to the camping niche, right? Same with makeup. If you go to the makeup aisle, you see MAC, you see Revlon, right? So you see all these different brands. You go to the clothing section, specifically the sports section, you see Nike, right? So all these brands, you haven't been told, but they're actually private labeled products. And what that essentially means is they are sourcing their products from an overseas supplier. Some are sourcing from a supplier that's, for example, in the United States, but mostly, as you know, most products come from China or from Asia, right? So they come from overseas countries. And the reason why a lot of products come from China is because all of these brands can get it from there for so cheap. Right? You can literally get a product for like $1 and you can sell it for $20 or $25 on Amazon. And that's exactly what this business model is. Of course, there's a lot more to it. It's not just arbitrage. It's not just like buying for cheap and selling for more expensive. There's a lot more that goes to it to ensure that you're successful and you really build a successful brand. But that's essentially what it is. What we're doing here on Amazon is we are building a private label brand, but we are going one extra step further, and we're really making sure that we are, building a brand that will stand the test of time, that will be able to hit 6 figures, scale it to multiple 6 figures, and then hit 7 figures plus. If you go on Amazon.com and you type in any product, for example, barbecue gloves, right? If we type that in, you can see all these different barbecue glove listings. This is a listing. So any product that you see, if you click into it, you see that this is an Amazon listing. And if you look at this, it says Geek Hom, right? This Geek Hom is just the brand that some guy or some girl made up, and they just slapped it onto the product. They are probably sourcing this product from China. There's like a 99% chance, very, very likely. And they are probably sourcing this product for between $1 and $2 a pair, and they're selling it for $16.87. And obviously, at a 50% profit margin, if we just take a guess, an estimate, they are making probably about $7 to $8 profit per unit. If we open up Jungle Scout, which is a software that allows us to see how much money any product on Amazon is making, we can see that this person is making $81,000 a month in revenue from just selling these barbecue gloves. Like, it's that simple. $81,000 a month, right? And this is actually a very accurate estimate. Jungle Scout is a software that we're going to use here later in this video. And by the way, I don't promote any BS software. I don't promote anything that you don't need. Believe me, it's the last thing that I personally, would like to see if I was starting off today, just like tired of all the BS online, right? So, but this is a prime example of a private label product. Now in this video, I'm going to show you not only how to be able to do this for yourself and, find a profitable product and also make this kind of money and brand it well. I'm going to show you a way better version of even what you're seeing here, because this is honestly very basic. The logo is very basic, and just everything about this is very basic and is not really how you build a successful long-term brand. So let's take a look at the process. So you first start off by setting up your Seller Central account, which we're going to do here in this video. Then you're going to move on to doing product research, which is the most challenging part of Amazon FBA, because that's really where you're going to find your product. And some people, they find a product in one day. Some people, it takes them 2-3 days, others 1 week to 3 weeks, even a month. But honestly, you should be able to find tons of potentially profitable and successful products within like a few days, and you should be able to have a profitable product found within maximum 1 to 2 weeks of doing a few hours of product research every single day. After product research, you move on to finding suppliers. And this is where you really find a quality supplier that will sell a high quality version of your product. You're going to set up a partnership with them and a minimum order quantity for your first minimum order. Now, I'm using some terms here from e-commerce, and it's okay if you are a little bit maybe confused by the terms, or if you don't know them. Don't worry, by the end of this video, you're going to be honestly an expert on all these terms, and you're going to know so much more than when you started. So we'll go step by step. Don't worry about it. Everything will make sense to you, especially as you move on through this video. But after finding a supplier and after choosing the best one, then you place your first inventory order, and then you ship your units into the Amazon warehouse. So if you decide to sell on Amazon USA, you're going to ship it to the United States. If you decide to sell, for example, in Canada, it's going to go to Canada. And then obviously, if you decide to sell in Germany, it's going to go to Germany. Now, at that point, it's the waiting game. And you basically wait for a few weeks for your inventory to come in. Usually, it's between 2 to 4 weeks of shipping, depending on if you selected air or sea shipping, right? You can either ship it by plane or you can ship it by boat across the water. Obviously, the plane is much faster than the boat, and there are specific use cases for air shipping and for sea shipping, which we're going to cover here in this video as well, so you'll know exactly which one to choose for your product. Now, during this time that you're waiting for your product to ship, you are actually creating your listing, and this is essentially your product page on Amazon. So this is what all of your potential customers will see when they go onto your listing. They're going to see your pictures, your title, your bullet points. So I'm going to show you in this video how to create a beautiful listing. I've literally created tons of listings over the years, so I know exactly what goes into making a fully optimized and beautiful listing. Once your inventory arrives into the Amazon warehouse, now it's time to launch, and this is called a product launch. This is where you launch your product and you basically push it up to page 1 on Amazon using a variety of techniques, which I'm going to show you. There's an exact product launch method that I'm going to show you here, which you can just follow the steps, and then essentially your product goes on page 1 for your main keywords, and that's where you're going to start making what are called organic sales. And so at this point, you're making your first sales and you've made your first money, and then once you're on page 1 for your main keywords, which for example for the barbecue gloves, they were BBQ gloves, right? Those are the main keywords that your customers would be typing in on Amazon. Then you are basically making money. You have a successful business, and at that point, you could potentially be making $3,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month, even 20, 30 plus. So once your product is launched and you're making organic sales, at this point, you've got yourself a 5-figure, 6-figure business with that one product. And now you can basically continue growing your product line by continuing to add products, which can also make you anywhere between 1,000, 2,000, up to 5, 10, 20, even 30 plus K per month. So this is all possible. And one of the best parts about Amazon is the fact that you can literally predict how much money you're going to make with any product that you are going to launch, because everything is available in the data. If you looked at Jungle Scout, like I showed you that software, you can see exactly how much money any product on Amazon is currently making. And that's massive, because back in the day, if you think about when you were trying to start a business, you would try to sell a product, whether it was online or in person, you had no idea how much money your competitors were making. You could have had a general idea like, okay, maybe they're making some money or they're making no money, but it didn't have any precision. So you had no idea whether it was 2, 3, 5K, 10K, 20K a month or more. So with Amazon and with the strategy that I'm going to teach you here, you will know exactly how much potential and how much money you can make with any product that you're thinking of launching. Now, I want to take you back and give you a little flashback to when I started selling on Amazon in 2017 and how things have changed. So back then, when I started selling on Amazon, there was no such thing as like building an e-commerce brand. Nobody was really talking about that. The course creators at the time, and I had invested in several different courses at the time, they were all basically saying, oh, you could just throw up any product as long as it's selling well, just source it, slap on your logo on it, and beam, bam, boom, you're done. put it up, and it's going to sell. Nobody talked about building any kind of brand. Nobody talked about building out any kind of product line. And so I recognized that right away. I had this disconnect in my mind where I was like, well, why when I go to Walmart or when I go to any store, you see all these branded product lines, why does e-commerce have to be different? And so from the very beginning, I actually branded my products, and I always grew a product line. So one of my first product lines was actually a beauty roller brand. So I sold like derma rollers and jade rollers and several different kinds of rollers. So that was one of my first brands several years ago. So since then, I've sold tons of different products. And right now, my biggest venture is actually a food e-commerce product in the fitness industry, in the fitness niche, which I'm super excited to present. I can't really talk about it yet in this video, but all that experience has led me to this point where now, obviously, it's much more advanced than just selling regular kinds of products. Not to say that there's not money to be made there. Of course, that's how I made all my first initial money, but that's just a little bit of background. So today, the best thing to do on Amazon is to focus on the e-commerce brand strategy and to basically build out an actual brand with actual products. So let's say if you're in the camping niche, you would probably sell, like, for example, a sleeping bag or a camping stove or a flint and steel or a poncho, right? So all these kinds of things that you could actually sell in the camping niche that your target market, campers would be actually interested in. Now, as you're going through this video and as you're moving forward along this journey, along this very exciting journey, I want you to remember the following quote: "The $1 million brands of tomorrow are those that are starting to be built today." Recently, I read a statistic where it's predicted that over 90% of all physical product sales will actually be done through e-commerce by the year 2045, which is not that far away. Right? Over 90%. And honestly, that's not a figure that's even difficult to believe because of just the convenience of ordering online. The only things that people won't be ordering online are products where they would rather go into the store and see them in person. For example, like furniture, right? Furniture is a little bit more difficult to order online just because you would rather maybe see it, touch it, and feel it. But everything else, like for example, everyday products, sports and outdoors, camping products, everything like that, most things will be sold online and most things will be purchased online just because of the convenience factor. How, you can literally just order in one click off Amazon instead of having to get in your car or walk to the store, buy it, and come back. Time is everybody's most precious commodity. And as we all know the saying, time is money. And what better way is there to save time than to purchase on Amazon? So now I want to show you two different examples of what to do and what not to do. Okay. So we have two different storefronts open right now. As you can see, this one is called Ohuhu, and then this one is called CoffeeGator. So if we look at Ohuhu, this is actually a very, very big private labeler on Amazon. They've been selling for years, and I've basically been seeing their products since I started selling. So if we look at their storefront, you can see that they're selling literally everything. I mean, like art products, garden, and outdoor, home and kitchen, like literally everything. Now, if you look at CoffeeGator, it's very clear that this brand is specifically only in the coffee niche. And this is an example of what you want to do. You want to build a brand that is very specific to a certain niche. Nobody wants to buy products from a general store. And if you look at, like I said, if you go into Walmart or if you look at just any of the brands that you have in your house, other than, for example, Great Value or 365, like generic brands like that, most things, 90% of products in your house or that you use in your life, they are branded and they are brands that specialize in a specific niche. So if we look at like home and kitchen, I mean, they're literally selling everything. And what's crazy about it is that from all of these products, they are making a tremendous amount of money. So if we click on one of their listings, and we click on sold by Ohuhu, go to their storefront here, we can see all their products. If we open up Jungle Scout, which is the software that tells us how much money they're all making. And by the way, there's a link to Jungle Scout down below. You don't need it yet at this point in the video, but you will need it once we actually start doing product research because you will need to see exactly how much money all the products are making. But if you go down here, you can see how much revenue everything's making, like 200K, 136, 286, right? So obviously a very established seller. But if you look at the brand name, it's just Ohuhu. Does that sound good? No, to me, it does not sound good at all. It's just the name. And it's very obvious that this is very likely a Chinese manufacturer just selling their products directly online. And so you'll find that a lot of sellers on Amazon, they have random brand names at the beginning of their listing. Like the brand name is like Ohuhu or like Omimi or something similar like that. And if it's just like gibberish, then you know right away that it's the Chinese supplier. And the reason why that's important to detect is because, these Chinese suppliers are selling their products directly from the manufacturer, like directly from the warehouse, and they are making money. Imagine if you took those products, right? You took those products and you actually created a strong brand like a Coffee Gator. Imagine the potential. And that's really where you come in. And that's why Chinese manufacturers on Amazon, they never pose any threat, and they're not even any kind of competition to, you and me as sellers, because they just don't know marketing and they don't understand the strategies I'm talking about here in this video. They're only good at manufacturing. And so obviously they just put on some random gibberish name and they start selling the product online. So let's take a look at Coffee Gator. And I want to use this as an amazing example of exactly the kind of brand that you want to build. And believe it or not, as amazing as this looks and as high quality as this looks, this is something that you can build within the next 3 to 6 months, a brand just like this. And if we look at just this product right here, $25,000 a month, right? So if we click on their brand name, Coffee Gator, and if we look at the products that they're selling, you can see $25K a month, $12K a month, $40K a month, right? If you literally add up all these different products, this is a multi-million-dollar business right here. And likely this seller started this probably a few years ago. But imagine if you completely committed, fully 100% committed to building your own e-commerce business, and you did this for a year, 2 years. Where would you be in 2 years? Where would you be if you started your e-commerce brand even 1 year ago? Where would you be today? Imagine what your life would be like. And that should be all the motivation that you need. So the big difference between the random product strategy, which is basically what everybody teaches, and the e-commerce brand strategy, the big difference is that random products will make a little bit of money for a short period of time, but actual e-commerce brands can sell for millions of dollars and stand the test of time. Because with an e-commerce business, just like any other business, you're actually building something with intrinsic value. What does intrinsic value mean? Is that there's actually a value to your business. So let's say that you grow your business to 10K a month or 20K a month. Well, not only are you making that 10 or 20K a month in sales, and obviously, you're pocketing the profit from that, the profits between 30 and 50%, as I mentioned with e-commerce, that's standard. Not only are you making that profit, but also you can actually sell your brand for anywhere between 5 and 10 times revenue or profit. That's a typical, we call it multiplier in the e-commerce space in terms of selling e-commerce businesses. So, a business, an e-commerce business that does $250,000 a year, which is just over about 20K a month, that e-commerce business can sell for $1 million plus. A few examples of brands that grew extremely quickly and they're e-commerce brands and they followed the brand strategy, the e-commerce brand strategy. If you look at RX Bar, right? So that's actually a food product, sold for $600 million to Kellogg's in the span of 3 years. Dollar Shave Club sold for $1 billion, in the span of a few years as well. Kylie Cosmetics, of course, that was the Kardashian. And of course, she had a lot of fame, so she used that to push it up. But she sold it for over $1 billion, right? And so these are just a few examples. You don't have to be a Kardashian. You don't have to, have any kind of fame or anything like that at all. These are just examples of how scalable a physical product business really is. So the entire objective of the e-commerce brand strategy is to focus on looking for a product that you can sell and potentially improve over what is available on the market, and you can grow it into an actual branded product line of 3 to 5 products that are better versions of what's already available on Amazon. This is the key right here. This is the key to massive, massive profits on Amazon. And the number one key to remember with all of this is that you're selling to real people. So you're not just selling, let's say, for example, yoga mats. You're actually selling mats to people who do yoga. And why this is so important is because it completely changes the way that you view, customers that you're selling to on Amazon. Because now when you're thinking about people that are doing yoga, now you can actually break down, their pain points, their wants, their needs, their desires, and what we call the customer avatar. That's what we call it in internet marketing or marketing speak. Essentially, once you break down the customer avatar and you write down how the person is that you're selling to, your target market, at that point, it becomes very clear how you should present your product, what kind of wording you should use in your listings, and all that kind of stuff. It just makes it so much easier to sell profitably on Amazon. And so the best part about the strategy, even though it seems like there's so much knowledge to learn, and there is, but obviously this video is going to do an amazing job at I'm going to do my best job possible to help you along the way and to get you to where you want to go. So even though there is a lot of information, the one thing to remember is that anybody can sell on Amazon. Anybody can follow the strategy, source an amazing product, get whatever improvements you want to get for your product. The internet is wide open. The internet has opened up unlimited opportunities for anyone who wants to make something from scratch, who wants to change their life, who wants to, build a business without having any previous business experience. And so that's the best part. Towards the end of this video, we're going to talk about scaling and the things that you can do to actually defend your brand, because it's not only about actually launching, there's also a defense part of the strategy. It's just like sports, right? You want to make sure that you defend what you create, and you can do that with things like patents and trademarks, which I have a ton of experience with just like with all other things e-commerce, because this has been my life for the last several years, and every single day I wake up, live and breathe e-commerce. Now let's talk about setting goals. And the one thing that really defines successful people, millionaires and billionaires, is that they set goals. And this is something that I really started to do when I got into entrepreneurship. So I'm going to walk you through setting an appropriate goal for your Amazon FBA business. So the first things first, is that all millionaires, they break down their goals. So let's say if we want to build a six-figure business, that means a $100,000 per year business, and we'll just say $100,000 in sales. So break down the math, right? The math to a $100,000 per year business on Amazon is to have 1 to 2 products that sell each 10 to 15 units per day. So if we take the average price of a product, let's just say it's $19.99 because that's how most products are sold, with the 99 or 97, at the end of it. So the math to a $100,000 business per year is about 1 to 2 products, right? And that makes it sound so much simpler because now okay, I just need to find 1 or 2 products that all I have to do is just find a way to sell about 10 to 15 of them per day, to 10 to 15 customers each. And that's it. I have a $100,000 business. And at that point, you've already got freedom. You've already got much more independence, and your life is significantly better than where you're at right now. Now let's push it up a notch. What about $1 million business? I'm going to show you just how simple $1 million business really is with e-commerce. So if we break down the math to $1 million business, that's 3 to 5 products that sell 25 units per day each. And I'll show you that right now. Let's say that your average product price, let's say that every single one of your products is sold for about $20, right? So $20 times 25, okay, that's $500 a day in sales from each product. And then you do that times 5, okay, that's $2,500 a day in sales. And then you times that by 365 days in a year, boom, that's $912,500. So of course that's at $20. If it's at $25 for an average product price, then that number goes up to $25 times 25 units per day times 5 products in your product line. So that's $3,925 times 365, boom, that's $1.1 million per year in sales. And so, honestly, every single day, if you show up and you continue growing your business, there is absolutely zero reason why you can't do this for yourself. In fact, as much as $100,000 per year, as much as that sounds right now, that's actually an industry standard in e-commerce. It's just like a minimum standard. So, once you reach 100K in sales per year, you're like, okay, now you've got a business. Right? So that just shows you the potential here. So it's important to set a goal. And the goal that I set for myself that really helped me succeed quickly was to say, okay, I'm going to make $10,000 per month within the next 6 months. And what ended up happening, as with all my goals usually, I ended up going way above and beyond that goal. And I actually hit 32K a month in 3 months instead of that, 6 months. I gave myself 6 months to hit 10K. I hit 32K a month in 3 months. And that's usually what happens when you set a goal. You usually reach that goal much faster and you'll blow way past it. That's the law of attraction at work. It's something that I really believe in, and it's something that I think can really help you as well, where you really see it, believe it in your mind, you hold it in your mind, and it manifests in your life. And part of that is setting that appropriate goal. Now, the next part of setting a great goal is to really, really dial in your why. Figure out your why. Like, why are you doing this? Why am I starting an Amazon FBA business? Why do I even need to, do this work and watch this video and take these notes and set all this up, right? And invest my money. Why do I have to do this, right? And the truth is that everybody's why is different. My why was I wanted freedom. I wanted to be able to live the life of my dreams. I wanted to be able to live a life that was so good where I had complete abundance in my life. I had complete location independence. I could live in a warm place. In fact, it was one of the first things that I did when I reached success on Amazon. I actually set myself the goal that year in 2017 when I started to actually move to a warm place. And I actually ended up moving to Arizona, which I'm originally from Canada. And Arizona is like a dream. We have a few destinations like Florida, Arizona, which it's just absolutely beautiful. It's like sunny, it's warm in the winter, right? So amazing place to live in, especially for 8 months of the year. And so I actually was able to reach that goal. I moved into a beautiful apartment with a mountain view here in Arizona, and I've pretty much been here ever since. And it's just been absolutely amazing. It's something that I've been able to do through e-commerce. So that was it for me, freedom, freedom to live my life how I want to live it. And also another part of my why was to be able to help my family, help my parents, help them with retirement, help my sister pay for her college education. So all these things, they really drove me. So pause this video right now and think about your why. Think about, why am I doing this? Like, why? And there must be, you have to have a reason. We all have our own reasons. And, it's really setting a concrete why is going to drive you. It's going to help you through those tough moments that are inevitably going to happen when you are trying to build your business. So think about your why and use that to propel you forward every single day. So now that you've set your goal and you've got your goal very clearly marked, every single day you want to think about your why and you want to think about your goal. So what is your goal? All right. So now that you've got your goal set, you want to think about your why, combine it with your goal, and every single day visualize yourself having already achieved that goal. So if it's a $10,000 per month business, visualize yourself looking at your phone at your Amazon Seller Central app, which is an app that you'll get very familiar with very quickly as you are starting this business. Think about your business and how you're seeing that $10,000 a month number in your Amazon Seller Central app. And the best way to accelerate your success as fast as possible is to always think about the next step that will move you towards your goal. So instead of just always, picturing your business having already achieved the goal, like that's great, but also you want to visualize what the next step that you need to take is, and the next steps are just like what they are, what you need to do to actually reach your goal. And instead of always trying to figure out so many steps so far ahead, the best thing to do is to just look directly in front of you and to just take one step at a time. So now we're ready to set up our Amazon Seller Central account. And I'm going to show you how to set up an Amazon Seller Central US account, but the process is exactly the same for all other Amazon marketplaces. Now, if you don't know which country you want to sell in yet, except those in the United States, you will likely be selling in Amazon USA because that is the biggest market and you are already here. So if that's the case, then you can watch this and you can set up a Seller Central account because I'm going to show you how to do it for the US. The process is the same no matter which marketplace you're opening an account for. If you are in Europe or you're in Canada or you're just unsure where you want to sell, well, you can come back to this section later and the timestamps are below this video. So this is what Amazon Seller Central looks like. And essentially this is your main dashboard and your base for your business. So this is where you're going to be logging in every single day to view your sales, view the products that you're selling. You're going to be able to see your orders as well. Right now, I'm actually in the Seller Central account for one of our brands. So as you can see, if we go to manage orders, we're currently out of stock for this specific one, but we had 985 in the last 180 days for our Bro Day brand. So this is basically the main dashboard. You can also view your payments here, right? So as you can see, boom, 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 right? So it will tell you exactly how much money you are getting paid from Amazon after all fees and everything. So it breaks everything down for you. So to open your Seller Central account, you're going to want to go to sellercentral.amazon.com. And when you're on this website, you're going to want to click on sign up. Now there are two plans that you can sign up for on Amazon Seller Central. You can sign up for the individual plan, which is, it carries no monthly fee with it, but they will charge you for every single sale. Basically it's $1, a few bucks for every single sale. Or you can pay $39.99 a month, and then you will not have to pay for every single sale. And it's just like a monthly fee. Of course, you still have to pay your FBA fees. So all the fees that anybody has to pay when they sell on Amazon. So as you can see, if you go to learn more, you can actually see the different plans. You actually have two options here. You can start off as an individual seller. If you're really tight on money, you can just start off that way. And then later on, you can actually convert your account to a professional plan once your product is actually in Amazon. So I recommend doing that. That way you're not paying the $40 a month monthly fee right away, and you can just pay that later, or you can just sign up for that right now. And if you accidentally sign up for the professional plan at $4 a month, you can always just email Amazon and you can ask for that money back, just explaining to them that you still haven't gotten your product into Amazon and that you were paying the monthly fee, but you weren't able to sell. So we're gonna click on sign up here. So now it's gonna ask you to type in your Amazon account. Now there's a difference between Amazon buying accounts and Amazon selling accounts. So an Amazon buying account would just be your account when you are going on Amazon and you are purchasing things. That's your buying account. It can be the same as your seller account. So that's not an issue. You can actually use that and sign up with your buying account. If you already have one, you can just log into that. Or if you want to keep things separate, you can create a separate selling account. It's really up to you. There's really no difference. So I'm actually going to create a new account here. Click here. So here I'm just going to use a fictional name, and here I'm going to use a placeholder email. You want to make sure that you put in an email that you actually have access to. So if you want, you can create a separate Gmail account for your Amazon Seller Central. You can do that. This is actually one of my company emails, so we're just going to use that for now. For the password, just going to enter my password here and then click next. So now it's asking us to verify our email address, and so they've sent a one-time password to that email. So for that, we're just going to log into that email address, and we are going to type in the code that was sent to us by Amazon. If you're not getting the code, then make sure to check your spam or your junk, but it should arrive in your inbox. All right, so I just received the email from Amazon, so I'm just going to enter this code right in here. Okay, and then you want to click on create your Amazon account. And then once we do that, we can now start going through the process. So this process, I'm going to guide you through, and it's going to work no matter where you're from. However, there are a few different steps to take if you are not from a Group 3 or a Group 4 country. Now, before you go through this process of setting up your Seller Central account, you need to know what country your group is in. So all countries, we've actually split them into 4 different groups, and we've helped thousands of people start successful Amazon FBA businesses, specifically open their Seller Central accounts, which are obviously needed to make money on Amazon. So that's why I decided to put together the Ecom Freedom Amazon FBA Starter Pack, which is completely free. You can find the download link below, and this is information that's usually behind the paywall, and I'm giving it away for free here. So you can get the starter pack down below. The link is in the description of this video, so you can pause and make sure to download that. So once you open that, you're going to want to open the Amazon FBA Country Groups PDF, and then once you have that open, just scroll down here, and as you can see, all the countries in the world are split into 4 different groups. And so for that, you want to just find your country. So if you're from Canada, that means that you're a Group 1 country, and it says exactly what you need to do here for your group. So if I'm in Canada, that means that I can sign up for my Amazon Seller Central account with my local information, meaning that I can use my current country's bank account for my deposit method, credit card number, address, telephone number, etc. Now, let's say if I'm from Israel, that's a Group 2 country. That means that everything is fine, except if I want to get paid from Amazon, I will have to use a third-party service to receive payments, such as Payoneer or TransferWise. We actually have special partnerships with these companies because my company, Ecom Freedom, we've been in business for several years, and we are basically the biggest name in the e-learning e-commerce industry. And so that's why we have special partnerships. If you use these links to sign up, you'll also get perks like special support lines with them, like we have special techs. And also, I believe with Payoneer, you get like a $100 bonus as soon as you actually get your first paycheck from Amazon. I believe it's your first $1,000. So yeah, that's with these links, but that's for Group 2. For Group 3, as you can see, if you live in one of these countries, that means that you can use your own local information except for the deposit method. And for that, you can use Payoneer or TransferWise and just select USA as the location of the bank because with Payoneer and TransferWise, they allow you to set up a US location. So even if you're from, for example, Chile, Dominican, Haiti, Togo, Trinidad, Ukraine, you can still do this and really start this business successfully. And finally, Group 4, and these countries are the hardest to start selling on Amazon from, but still very, very possible and should not stop you whatsoever. We've actually found the best way of even if you're from North Korea, right, Democratic People's Republic of, or Democratic Republic of the Congo, or Laos, or the Ivory Coast, or Iraq, or any of these countries here, Fiji, you can still sell on Amazon, but you will need to have a friend or a relative create a Seller Central account for you in an accepted country, or you can create a US LLC and business bank account in the US. And there's actually a service for that called Atlas, which we've partnered up with. And to access that, it's www.ecomfreedom.com/Atlas. So this is Stripe Atlas. As you can see, it's actually Stripe's service, which is a very famous and big payment processor that I have a lot of experience with, and that is basically used by all online businesses except Amazon, because obviously Amazon pays you directly. So Stripe Atlas will allow you to get going in literally 10 minutes, as they say. You can form a legal entity. You can get a Stripe account so you can process payments. That's obviously not for Amazon. But as you can see, from New York to New Delhi, thousands of people have been able to start their businesses with Stripe Atlas. And then if you also want to create a US LLC, we also partnered up with Northwest Registered Agents, which is the best service that will get you a US LLC. So for that, you want to go to www.ecomfreedom.com/Northwest, and this will allow you to actually get an LLC in the United States so that you can actually open your Amazon Seller Central account in the US if you're from a Group 4 country. All right, so now I'm going to do this process. So for the business location, I'm going to select Canada, just as an example. It's very similar if you're from Canada or the US, or even Europe, basically any Group 1 to 3 country. Business type, I'm going to select the business type. Now, if you are starting off and you don't have an LLC, you don't have any kind of business yet, so you can actually start off as an individual, but I recommend as soon as you start making sales to get an LLC if you're in the States, or to get a corporation if you're in Canada. And there's going to be links down below in the description, as well as in the starter pack for the best services with the biggest discounts to help you set up your LLC, as well as your corporation if you're in Canada. So for now, you can actually start off as an individual. That's what I did when I started, and I am originally from Canada, but living in the US. So you can just put none, I'm an individual, and then you can basically just start off individually. Now, if you're in Europe, you will need to get what's called a sole trader license. So for that, you can just go on Google and type in get sole trader. And for example, let's say you are from France. So you can just type in get sole trader France. right? And then you can find out exactly how to get that in your country. You can obviously replace France with like Finland, with Norway, Switzerland, wherever you're from. As a rule of thumb, I recommend as soon as you make your first $1,000 in sales to actually set up your LLC or corporation. If you're from Europe and you want to sell on Amazon Europe, you will need to set up a sole trader to actually even be able to sell. You can't start off as an individual. Now, in Europe, a lot of people have problems because if you're European, there's a lot of cost with starting a business. For example, if we go to this Wikipedia page, list of legal entity types by country, if we go to, just as an example, let's take Norway, right? So we go to Norway, okay? Norway, you can see here that limited, which is basically like an LLC, private company limited, the minimum capital to start that is 30,000 Norwegian kroners, which is about $3,000, okay? And so in Europe, you'll find that in a lot of countries, you actually do need a minimum capital amount to start that. And so if that's the case, you can start off as a sole trader and then later upgrade once you have that capital, or you always have the option to start off a US LLC, which you can do. There's gonna be a link down below as well as in the starter pack, which you can access www.econfreedom.com/northwest or www.econfreedom.com/atlas. All right, so I'm going to fill this out, and I'm obviously going to use a fictional name. So now it asks me for my country of citizenship, so I'm going to put Canada. If you're from the US, obviously you want to put US. Country of birth, we're going to put Canada. For my date of birth, we're going to put like a fictional date of birth here, so September. Okay, we'll do like 1995. So here Amazon is asking us for an ID, and obviously Amazon is strict on verifying your identity to prevent identity theft or fraud. So you just want to provide them all the information they're asking for. So I'm going to provide my passport number. So once we've provided that, now we want to add our business address. So if you are just starting off as an individual, well, your business address would be your house. Now, one thing to remember is that Amazon actually publicly displays your business address when you're selling on Amazon. And if you put your house here, well then whenever somebody buys from you, they're going to see that it's being sold from your house. So if you want to prevent that, you can actually open up a PO box locally, which is like a post office box, or you can open a virtual office, which is going to have a monthly cost as well. You can open a virtual office with a local co-working space like Regis, for example, which is what I've done as well. And so that way, they're not going to have your real address, and the customers, they won't actually see your house. So we're going to put a fictional address here, and then we'll click I confirm my address is correct. Now it's going to ask us for a phone number. So you want to make sure that you provide a valid phone number because they're going to verify it by sending you a PIN. They're going to have to verify. You can either choose SMS or call. So I'm going to do that now. All right, so I got the PIN. I'm going to type it in. Click verify, and then once you verified your phone number, you're gonna move on to the next step. So now onto the next step, Amazon is telling us that we're gonna be charged a monthly professional selling fee of $39.99 for the first 6 months, and then after the 7th month, we're gonna be charged professional selling global subscriptions fees that will combine for all marketplaces not exceed a total equivalent of $39.99, no matter where we're selling. So basically, it's $40 a month, and then you want to type in a valid credit card number. This can be your personal credit card. Once you actually set up your LLC or your corporation or your business license, whichever one you're going to get, limited company. If you're in Europe, you can actually open up a credit card and a bank account, a business bank account and credit card, and you can put that credit card here. So you can either do that, you can open your account, once you have that set up, or you can put in your personal credit card now, and then later on, you can always update it. It's super easy to change it in your settings on Amazon. So now onto the next step, you want to enter a name for your store. And you can actually just, put in a temporary name here. You can always change your store name at any time on Amazon, and there are no limits or anything like that. So, and this is going to be actually like your storefront name. So when we went and we saw Coffee Gator, for example, if we go on to Coffee Gator, we click on their product. Okay, you can see sold by Coffee Gator. So that's what it's going to show. Not the brand, but the sold by. This is the storefront. So for now, you can just, enter in just any kind of name. So for example, we're going to type in like DV Essentials. All right. Now it's asking us, do you have universal product codes for all of your products? And you want to put yes. Are you the manufacturer or brand owner for any of the products you want to sell on Amazon? You want to put yes. Do you own a government registered trademark? No. And then you want to click next. A trademark is something that you can set up later. We're going to talk about that later on in the tutorial. So now at this point, it's asking to verify my identity. And obviously, since the name that I provided is a fictional name, I can't really get past this part, but it's super easy. You just upload a passport. And then after that, it's going to ask you for an additional document. So either a bank account statement or credit card statement. Now, it's incredibly, incredibly important. If you're from the US or Canada, your documents will likely be in English. So that's fine. So you can submit those and make sure that they're very legible, and make sure that it's just like obviously easy for the system to process, because it's not a real person that's looking at this. Amazon is entirely almost run by AIs, except like the customer service and the development, obviously. So for that, you just want to make sure your documents are legible and they're in English. A lot of people have had problems with getting their Seller Central account set up because their documents are not in English or an approved language. There's a few other approved languages. You can Google it. You can find it. There's like a page on Amazon, but it's always easiest to just get a translation for your documents. You can either translate it yourself, if you want to do that, but that's going to obviously not be the easiest thing, or you can hire a notarized translator to do it for you, as long as the documents are eligible. You can also probably ask your bank for an English version of your document, for your actual credit card statement, your bank account statement. For your identity document, that should be in its original form, but anything like a bank statement, a credit card statement, you should have that translated into English. That would always be easiest, or at least into an approved language. And once you get past this part, there's going to be what's called a tax interview. Basically, just going to answer a few questions, and it's super simple. So you answer a few tax questions, and then after the tax interview, what Amazon might do is they might arrange a phone call interview with you, just to call you and verify your identity and make sure that you are applying as a real person and not someone else. And it's super easy. There's nothing to stress about that. So you can just wait for that time and then answer the phone and speak to Amazon, and then you're all good. At that point, you should have a valid Seller Central account up and running. All right, now let's get started with product research. So in this section, I'm going to be showing you how to find profitable products to sell on Amazon. And of course, we want to start off with one product. You want to make sure that it fits all the criteria that I'm going to go over here in this section of the video. And I'm going to be showing you the best techniques, the best product research techniques that actually work. One of the things that I hate the most, just from watching videos and things like that, and that I especially hated when I was starting out before I started doing YouTube several years ago, I really didn't like watching product research videos where people were literally giving, techniques that like they didn't use themselves, or they were just kind of just trying to add fluff to the video. So believe me when I say this, I'm going to only show you the techniques that I personally use and would personally use if I was starting like from zero today. And I'm not going to give you any BS. I'm not going to give you anything that's just like, extra fluff for the video. Okay. It's all going to be real, and you will be able to come out of this section with a profitable product to sell that you have a great feeling about, and that, you're going to be proud to build a business from, and it's going to actually work and succeed. So before we begin, what are we looking for in a product? And we have to go over the criteria here just to know what we're looking for. So the first most important thing is that we're looking for a product that we can start a brand with. And you want to make sure that this product that you're looking for, you want to make sure that you have at least 2 to 3 other products that you can potentially add later on, just as part of your e-commerce brand and product line, preferably even 3 to 4 in the back of your head, just so you can expand your product line later on. And the reason we want to do this is because we don't want to get stuck just having to find random products to sell on Amazon, because, with every single new brand in a different niche, you have to basically create a new brand every single time. And that involves a whole lot of work. It's going to be a lot less work. It's going to be a lot easier. And you'll already have that momentum if you just start with a product that you can actually add other products later on to, that you already kind of had in the back of your mind. So I'm going to be showing you how to do product research, and also as you're doing product research, when you're looking at products, how to actually find products that you can potentially add on to your product line as your brand expands in the future. So that's a really important thing. So we're looking for a product that we can start a brand with. Now, the e-commerce brand method is the most reliable and the best way to build a successful and extremely profitable online business that will last you for years and even for life if that's what you want. This is something that will continue to grow throughout the years, and this is something that later on, once you've actually made a significant amount of money with it and you want to move on to your next business, for example, or something else, you can actually sell it. That's why this strategy is so powerful, and it's so important that you follow all the steps here in this video, because that will maximize your success. If you watch all the other product research videos on YouTube, all of them teach the same home run method, basically finding trending home run products. There's a lot of videos, especially for Amazon and also for Shopify, where the video titles are like, the best, hottest products to sell now. And those videos, they're not great at all, because first of all, they teach the wrong mindset. They don't teach the mindset that I'm teaching you here in this video, that I'm showing you, and that actually works to build, successful businesses, successful e-commerce businesses. So they're always talking about finding random products and this and that, and it's very short term. So not any kind of long-term success. And like I mentioned, with that home run product mindset, you're always having to constantly search for new products every month, in new niches, always having to build new brands from scratch, new logos, new product packaging, new design. It's just annoying. annoying, and you don't have to do that. Instead, just focus on, one brand, one thing, see how it goes. Of course, if your first product, if it doesn't succeed, which obviously, when you're going into business, there's no guarantee of success, but watching this video is your surest guarantee of success, the most that you can have, believe me, because like it's pretty obvious that the info here that I'm sharing is just the best on YouTube for this space, for this subject here. So I want to share with you some brands on Amazon that just did incredibly well. And the first one is Alpha Grillers. So if we type in Alpha Grillers on Amazon, we can see here that they offer a wide variety of products in the barbecue space. So if we look into their listing here, and then we click into their storefront, right, you can see they've got incredible seller feedback. That's what's called seller feedback. We're going to talk about that later. Not super important right now, but you can see that this is like the perfect example of a successful e-commerce brand following the e-commerce brand strategy. And so how Alpha Grillers started is they started off with their first product, which probably was the meat thermometer right here, I'm assuming because of the amount of reviews here. We can also check this using Jungle Scout, because Jungle Scout will tell us when the date was that they actually launched. So the first one was actually the garlic press. So it was the garlic press. If we sort by revenue here, they're making $180,000 a month just from their meat thermometer, $109,000 from their garlic press, and the list goes on and on. So this is a perfect example of a brand that followed the e-commerce brand strategy, and it's a great example for you to actually look at to also get inspiration for building your own brand in any niche. Another example of a brand that followed the e-commerce brand strategy as well is called RavPower. There's also one called Anchor too. So as you can see, RavPower sells a bunch of different electronics and devices. So if we go onto the store here, okay, you can see they've got tons and tons of products, but they only start off with one. You want to only start off with one. You don't want to start off with 10 million different products, because obviously it's going to be very expensive to source. You're going to have to pay a lot of money, and it's just going to be so much work. You really don't need to do that, because that's actually not how they did it either. All the most successful brands, they start off with either one or a few products if they have a larger starting budget and if it makes sense. But I do not recommend you start off with more than one, just for clarity and for the sake of focus, so that you can really focus and maximize your path to success. So we're really looking for a product that we can brand with our own logo and that also is high quality. So the product itself has to be very high quality, and I'm going to show you basically the best way to find the highest quality product, whether it's from China or whether it's from a factory anywhere else in the world, because I'm going to show you that as well, how not only to source from China, but also from anywhere else in the world. Most people don't really talk about that, but that's an option as well. And it's actually a better option for certain types of products. So also, when you are looking for a product, you also want to always think about what kind of potential improvements can we make to the product in terms of maybe the design or the material that it's made. So let me just give you an example. If I type in barbecue gloves, we'll use this classic example that I always love here. And we're going to take one that's not super high rated. So it looks like all of them have pretty good ratings. If you go to page 3, you'll probably find one that doesn't really have the best ratings. For example, let's click on this Rapica one. Even though the average rating is pretty high, there's still going to be critical reviews. Critical reviews on Amazon, that just means 1-star or 2-star reviews. Okay, so apparently someone is complaining about the fact that the gloves stink, they smell like chemicals, and they don't want to use them to handle their food. The installation is crap, it's not heat resistant. So right there, we just got 3 problems that we could potentially solve if we introduced this product. Now, does that mean that you actually have to go and create better gloves in your own house, with a different material? No, you don't have to learn any of that. The great part about this business is that your suppliers will be able to do all of that for you, obviously as long as you pay. But the goal is to find an improvement that will make a big difference, or at least a moderate difference in your product, and it's actually going to provide added value where it's also not too expensive. It's not going to cost you thousands and thousands of dollars to actually make that improvement with your supplier, and that's something that is really realistic to do. And I'm going to show you when we're going to talk about that in the supplier section of this video. All right, so now let's talk about the perfect criteria for finding a great product on Amazon. So there's actually 7 elements in this list of criteria. So the first thing that we're looking for is the bestseller rank. This is also abbreviated to the BSR. And so on Amazon, the BSR, basically what that is it's a way that products are ranked from lowest to highest. So the lower the BSR rank on Amazon, the more units a product is selling per day in that particular category, and the higher the BSR rank, the less units a product is selling per day in that category. So if we go back to Amazon here, if you scroll down, usually you'll scroll down all the way to product information. you can see here a section called the bestsellers rank. And you can see here, there's 2 different categories here. So it's number 1 in protective grilling mitts and pot holders. This is the subcategory. And then you have the top level category, which is patio, lawn, and garden. So that's ranked 299. This means that this glove is the 299th best-selling overall product in the patio, lawn, and garden category. And if you click on see top 100, right? So if you click on like this one right here, this one is literally number 1, which means that it is the top selling product in patio, lawn, and garden. For the purpose of this video, what's really important is to look at the top level category, which is this, not the subcategory. So usually the most general thing here, that's like the top level category. And then if you see a category that's much more specific, that's the subcategory. And for product research, we're looking at BSR ranges. It's very important because there's going to be like a BSR range sheet for every single Amazon marketplace that you also get provided in the Amazon FBA starter pack that you can download for free down below. You can grab that if you haven't yet, because you're going to need that here soon. So yeah, we're going to look at the top level category. If you're confused as to what the top level category is and what the sub category is, you can actually just click on this arrow at the top, and this works on all the Amazon country websites. And you can see all these categories here. All of these are the top level categories. So for example, movies and TV, pet supplies, industrial and scientific, which we just saw there, right here, home and kitchen. So all these things are top level categories. There's one exception. Kitchen and dining is actually like a subcategory in home and kitchen. So there's a few little differences, but if you are unsure of what the top level category is, you can also just look up here and you'll usually see, you know, the number, let's say in this case, number 1 bestseller in patio, lawn, and garden. This would be the top level category. So that's the first thing we look at. It's the bestseller rank, and there are ranges for each category that we're going to look at. So don't worry about that for now. We're going to look at that a little later here. The second element of our criteria that we're looking for products, for profitable products, is the number of reviews. So reviews are the second most important metric that we look at to judge whether a product opportunity is good or not. Every product on Amazon starts with 0 reviews, but over time, reviews come in as more and more customers buy the product. So the key is to basically find a product with a great BSR and a low number of reviews. A great BSR meaning like the lower the better, but also a low number of reviews. So essentially, you know, we don't want to basically find a product that, you know, where all the available listings, where all the competitors, they all have like thousands upon thousands of reviews, because, you know, the more reviews that your competitors have, the harder it will be to actually introduce your product into the market and capture those sales, right? It's just going to be more difficult. So that's basically what we're looking at. We're looking at the number of reviews, and there's also a specific way of looking at that, which I'm going to show you when we're doing product research. The next thing we want to look at is the price. And the price is important because we want to make sure that we have enough room to make a profit of at least 30% after all of our expenses, all of our cost of goods, so the cost of inventory, shipping fees, and Amazon FBA fees. So as a rule of thumb, you want to look for a product with an absolute minimum price of $15. So $14.99 or $14.97, that would be like the low end, and an absolute maximum price of $150. Most people, they're likely going to be investing in products that are between $15 and $70, just because the more expensive the product is on Amazon, likely the more expensive it's going to be to source from your supplier. Okay. Now, one note on this: if you are from Europe, you need to make sure that you are aware of the VAT tax. So this is just a quick note for those European viewers here. Basically, if you're selling in Europe, you're going to have to pay up to 25% of your total sales, your total revenue, to the government as VAT tax, value added tax. That's basically sales tax. And so that's why if you're a European seller, as a rule of thumb, just look for a product that has a minimum price of 19 euros and 99 cents or 20 euros. The next criteria we look at is the private label potential. And so what this is basically, we just want to make sure that the product that we're looking at, we can actually private label it, meaning that we can actually put our own logo and brand name on it. Now, there are many products on Amazon that are commodity products. And I want to really give you a note of caution here on commodity products. Basically, what are commodity products? Why are they dangerous? So if you look at this example here, you can see, you have cups on the left, and then you've got this iced coffee, cold brew coffee maker on the right. So commodity products are products where branding doesn't really make any difference in their sales or demand. For example, if I want to buy paper cups, well, I'm just going to go on Amazon. I'm going to type in, pack of paper cups, or like 100 pack of paper cups. And then I'm just going to buy the first one that I see that has the best price and the best reviews. The brand doesn't matter to me, and it's not going to make an impact on my buying decision. But meanwhile, if I'm going to buy a cold brew coffee maker, that actually, now, I want to make sure that I'm buying from a good brand that respects the quality of coffee, that is known to, or at least looks like they make high quality coffee equipment. And so that's where the brand would actually be a value add, and it would make a difference. So you can also view this example, It's the same when you're looking for gas to fill your car with. You don't care if you grab the gas from Shell or Chevron or Esso. If you're low on gas, you just need gas for your car to run. It's only at a certain point, if you have like a really fancy sports car, where at that point you really care about the brand of gas that you fill it with, because certain gas stations, they'll have like higher octane gas, for example, like ultra premium, low ethanol, for example. But that's only for a small niche market. So the main lesson here is just to avoid commodity type products at all costs, and to make sure that you're not, investing, and you're not basically having like paper cups or like, super basic products as your product that you're considering doing, just because sticking to the e-commerce brand strategy with it is going to be so difficult, and branding it won't really have any value add. So the next criteria we look at is the profit margin. This is obviously extremely important, and you must make sure that the product that you're looking at has enough of a profit for you to even consider selling it, and investing your time and effort into building a brand with it, because you're building a business. It's not going to be like a walk in the park. You're going to have to put in some real time and effort into this to really make it work. So a good profit margin that we're looking for is between 25 and 50%, with the vast majority of sellers on Amazon hitting, I would say, probably between 30 and 40% after all costs. Maybe on the lower end you got 20%, and then obviously there's sellers that don't make any money. But if you're gonna look for products that are between 25 and 50% to begin with, and you made sure to follow the steps in this video, then likely your profit margin is going to be between 30 and 40% at the end of it all. So this would mean that if you're selling a product for $30, that means that your profit on that $30 product on every sale would be between $9 and $12 after your inventory costs, after Amazon FBA fees and all that kind of stuff. So you want to look for something with a profit margin between 25 and 50%. If it's higher than that, awesome, but rarely you're going to find something that you're going to be able to sell for higher than a 50% profit margin, although it does happen, and I've sold products like that in the past. So for that, there's actually a tool that I'm going to show you. It's the Ecom Freedom Amazon FBA Calculator. It's completely free. Since I'm giving out a lot of information here for free, you'll be able to access that later on once we get to that point in the video. The next criteria we look at is the brand potential. So it's also important to consider if you can actually build out like a brand product line with your products of at least 3 to 5 products. So whenever you're looking at a product on Amazon, you want to ideally have 3 to 5 products in the back of your head that you can later expand and add on to your brand. Now, these products that you expand to don't necessarily have to meet all of this criteria that we're talking about, because it's going to be so much easier to launch new products once you have a successful product up and running. So that's, as a rule of thumb, just building up that momentum of your first product and starting your brand. Your customers and people on Amazon, they're not yet aware of your brand, they haven't really seen it, but once you have a product up and running and you have reviews and things like that, now you have more credibility, and your customers are talking about your brand, they're sharing your brand to their friends and family, and so then it just becomes so much easier to launch new products. And you also have something called a customer list, which is something that's super powerful as well. And finally, the last criteria that we look at is the improvement and differentiation potential. Now, I know that this sounds super fancy and super advanced, but all this means is that when we're looking at a product, we just want to ask ourselves if there is potential to improve or differentiate the product in any way. And as I showed you with the barbecue glove example, a great way of doing this would just to be, to look at like the negative reviews on your competitors' listings. And there's several different ways of improvement and differentiation. For example, you can find a better or higher quality version of the product from a supplier. You can just create much better branding and a design that's more relevant to your market. You can find a way to stand out in a noisy market of copycats. You can fix a problem that people are complaining about in the negative reviews, or you can add a new feature that your market is waiting for but nobody offers. And at the end of the day, with your Amazon product, the most important thing to realize that all comes down to creating an amazing offer. And what an offer is the combination of your product listing, your title, your bullet points, just the way that it's presented on Amazon, as well as the price. Now, I will say that the improvement and differentiation potential element of the criteria, it's less important than the other stuff that we mentioned. Like, the most important by far is definitely like the reviews and the price and the BSR ranges and things like that, just to make sure there's enough demand and that it's not too competitive, or there's actual sales. There's actual customers in the market to buy it, right? So all that stuff is much more important, but it's something that you should definitely think about when you are launching a new product, in terms of how do I make sure to really improve it so that I just increase my chances of capturing sales in this market and succeeding. So now I'm going to show you what's called the Ecom Freedom Product Opportunity Sheet. So this is a tool that I made, and basically we're going to be using this sheet here to actually keep track of our product opportunities that we find. Now, what is a product opportunity? Basically, it's just a product. So anytime you find a product that you're thinking of doing, that's called a product opportunity because it's a potential opportunity to launch a brand with and make money with. So this is the sheet. It's also going to be found in your Amazon FBA starter pack, which you can get. There's going to be a link to download it for free right down below. So on this sheet, if you look at the bottom left, you'll find two tabs here. You'll find the template, and then you'll find the product opportunities, like the non-template here. So never delete this one. You want to make sure that like you keep this the same and you never change anything on this because all the formulas are already pre-programmed here. So what you want to do is you want to right click, duplicate, and then once you duplicate it, you can just type in product opportunities, new or something like that, and then you're good. All right, so now let's talk about the recommended categories to find product opportunities in. So as you can see, we've got this list here, and this is the recommended categories list for the United States. So here is a list of all the categories. We've got arts, crafts, and sewing, automotive, baby, beauty, and the list goes on. So you only want to look at categories from this list. Now, if you're doing product research in, for example, Amazon UK or Amazon Germany, you can just look for the similar, the similar categories that are basically named like this. You don't want to look at categories that are not the categories on this list or similar, simply because they're either too competitive or it's just not, it doesn't fit our e-commerce brand strategy. Like it's going to be really, really difficult to make any money with that. So let's talk about the best product research methods that you're going to use to find a profitable product. And the first one is going to be the magic search method. The second one is the magic keyword method. The third one is the Jungle Scout product database. The fourth one is the rabbit hole method. And finally, the fifth one will be what I call the intuition method, or finding a product from your passions and interests. So these techniques are the absolute best techniques. And these are techniques that I've used as well as thousands of other people have used successfully to build their profitable e-commerce Amazon FBA businesses. So, if you actually spend time doing this, because it's all about time in, time out, right? So like the amount of time that you put into this, and doing product research, something that you're gonna have to be doing like consistent effort with, that is obviously going to be related to the result that you get out of this. Whatever you put in is what you're gonna get out, and don't expect to find a great product overnight. You can potentially find a product today, but obviously, it's probably gonna take you at least a few days to a few weeks to find that great product that you'll be able to start that profitable Amazon FBA business with. All right, so let's get started with the magic search method. The very first method I'm gonna show you here. This method is incredibly powerful, and you should be able to find a successful product that will actually become a success. You'll be able to grow your brand with that. You'll be able to hit 5-6 figures with it plus from any of the methods that I'm about to show you here. So for the magic search method, as well as for the other ones, you will need access to the recommended BSR range sheet, which you'll have one for the United States included with the Amazon FBA starter pack, which you can download for free down below. So this is what the recommended BSR range sheet looks like. As you can see, we've got all the different categories. So right away, you see all the categories that you want to be searching in. And then we have what's called a primary BSR range, as well as a competing BSR range. And so what the difference is between primary products and competing products is that for any product opportunity that we're looking for, we want to find a primary product, and then we want to find two of that product's competitors. So essentially, if we're looking at a product, right, and it can be any product on Amazon, that product should be, let's say if it's in arts and crafts, it should have a BSR between 100 and 4,000, and then we should find that product's two competitors, the top two competitors that are like, basically the same design or perform the same function as the product, same color, as similar as possible to that product. Those two competitors have to have a BSR range within the competing BSR range between 140 to 4,500, and obviously it's different for every category. So I know this might be a little bit challenging to wrap your head around the first time around, but you can just follow along as I do product research here, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to be building up my list as we go with product opportunities. All right, so the first step is to go on Amazon.com, and you want to make sure that you're signed out. And when you're signed out, you want to click here and to select your address, and you actually want to enter a US zip code. So the zip code that I recommend entering is 19901. So this is a US zip code. It'll actually work with any zip code, but the reason why I want to put in a US zip code is because Amazon will not show you all of the products available on the website if you don't put in a zip code, right? Because it's only going to show you products that are shipping Amazon Prime via the US, especially if you're from outside the US and you're searching for Amazon, on Amazon.com in the US, you want to make sure you got the zip code in there to see all the products. And it should say Dover. Just a quick note, if you are not searching in Amazon USA, and let's say you're searching in Amazon Germany, which is Amazon.de, or you're searching in the UK, you want to make sure that you enter in a zip code that's in Germany or in the UK, depending on which one you are searching in. So if I'm searching in Amazon Germany, I want to click here, and then I want to enter a postal code from Germany just to make sure I see all the available products. So how the magic search works is you're going to select the category, and you want to look at your BSR range sheet to select the category with. So I've got my recommended BSR range sheet here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to select beauty, and just because I'm feeling like searching in beauty today. So to do that, I'm going to select all and then beauty and personal care, and then I'm going to hit the search bar right here. Okay, and then once you've done that, what you want to do is you want to type in dash, so like this line, and then you want to enter a random sequence of letters that are minimum 8 characters. So I'm going to show you here. You want to do B, so dash B, and then it can just be like any letters as long as it's 8 characters. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's fine. Okay, and then we hit enter. So now one problem that some people may have is when they actually enter in this search string, this will actually show all, and then you're going to see a bunch of like random DVDs and books and stuff like that. So just make sure that when you go on Amazon, here I'm going to show you again, you select the category first, and then you put in the search string, or you select the category, you hit the search, the magnifying glass, and then you actually type in that magic search string after that. Okay, so like just like that. And then you hit enter again, and then you'll be able to find it, right? Sometimes it will switch it back to all. In that case, you can try opening a new incognito window, and you can try signing in and signing back out, and eventually it'll work. But don't worry if it doesn't, because I'm going to show you other techniques as well later on. But this is the first one because it is definitely the most powerful one. So anyway, I've got the entire list of products here pulled up. So what this does is this search string, for some reason, and nobody actually knows the Amazon algorithm. Anybody who says they know the Amazon algorithm, they're honestly BSing, because obviously it's secret, right? It's private, and even though some people might say, "Oh, I know the algo," they don't. So essentially, what this does is it basically like trips the Amazon system into pulling up a completely random list of products. And the reason why this is good is because no matter how many people watch this video, it's going to pull up an entirely different random list of products for every person searching this. So, and that will allow you obviously to find products that nobody else is finding. So once you see the products here, you're going to want to pull up Jungle Scout. And basically Jungle Scout is the most essential tool, the most important tool for actually being able to do effective product research on Amazon, for being able to find a profitable product to sell. And the reason why it's so important is because how will you be able to see how much money products are making without Jungle Scout? Right? I've been using Jungle Scout for several years, ever since I started. And without Jungle Scout, I can assure you that I would literally have made zero money. I would have actually lost a lot of money because I would have invested into products that just, would have epically failed. So that's why Jungle Scout is so important. There's actually going to be a link down below to Jungle Scout, because I actually know the CEO well and I'm pretty big in this space, and they're an amazing software, and I only promote things that I actually use, and it's not even me promoting this. It's like you actually need a software for this. Like you need something that will tell you the numbers. Without this, you can basically say goodbye to any chances of success. It's just not going to work, right? So because of that, I reached out to the CEO, Greg, and I basically got the best possible deal for you guys. So basically you can find Jungle Scout down below. There's going to be the cheapest possible link with the best features for the product. So you can basically grab it. It's www.ecomfreedom.com/Jungle Scout. So you can click it down below, and then you'll find it here. If it says Ecom Freedom, that's my company. And then obviously you'll see my name, and then you click Get Jungle Scout, and then you'll find 1 month, 3 months, and 1 year. So you can get 1 month. Recommended is 3 months, simply because it might take you longer than a month. But there's no other link where you can actually get the Chrome extension as well as the product database together, and the supplier database, which you're going to need to use for this video here. So pause this video, get Jungle Scout, and once you have it installed, then you can come back and then you can just pull it up in your Chrome extension just like this. Okay, and so what you're going to want to do now is you're going to want to click on Load More Results 10 times. Okay, so you're going to want to do it like this. Okay, and then you're going to wait until this stops spinning. And you don't want to just click like this, continuously. You want to click on it once and then wait until it stops spinning, and then click a second time, wait until it stops spinning, click a third time, and then just basically do that 10 times. And you're going to have about minimum 200 results here, or maybe 150. And the reason we do that is because we want to extract all the next pages of the products, because obviously it doesn't show all the products right away. There's multiple pages of them. So just do this 10 times. I'm already on the third time here. I'm going to pause the video and unpause once I've done this. All right, so now I'm back. I click on this about 10 times. And so now what I want to do is I want to click on menu up here, and then we're going to filter our results. Okay, so you're going to click that. All right, so once you've got this window pulled up, what you want to do is we actually want to enter in our BSR range from our sheet. So if we go back to our sheet here, our BSR range is for beauty. That's the one that we're looking at. You want to make sure that you're getting the BSR range from the correct category that you searched in. For us, that's beauty. And then what you want to do is you want to enter 100 to 19,000. So you want to enter like basically 100 to 19,000 like this one here. You can also just do this, but I like to go a little bit wider just because, you know, we can potentially find some extra products. So for the price first, we're going to type in our criteria price, which is, like I said, the bare minimum should be $14.97. If you're searching in Europe, it should be $19.97. Okay, and the highest price we're going to enter, you can basically enter anything above 75, but just for the purpose of this video, I'm going to enter like 150. Okay, and then now you want to click on the lowest rank, and then for the lowest rank, we're going to enter in 100, which I can see right here, or sorry, right here, 100. And then for the highest rank, we're going to enter 19,000. Okay, and that's it. We're going to click apply changes. And once we've got that, now we see that our results went down from 526 to 200. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to make this window bigger just to be able to see the products. And then we're actually going to start going through Jungle Scout here, and we're going to start looking at the different products. And anything that looks interesting, like something that you could potentially launch on Amazon, what we want to do is right click and open link in new tab, just like that. And then later on, you can actually look. So in a category like beauty, there's going to be a lot of different products where basically, you know, it's already like a massive brand selling it. So Waterpik is already a really big brand. Revlon is obviously a really big brand. So anything like that, like Crest, you want to ignore. And if you want to ignore a product, you just click on the X here to remove the product from the table. So I'm just going to do that. And then you don't have to do this, but if it makes things easier, you can. All right, so let's just keep going. Let's see what's up. So Braun, huge brand. Philips, huge brand. Skull Shaver, Pitbull, Gold. That looks pretty cool. So I'm going to right click and open link in new tab. Potentially could be cool. Earwax removal endoscope. Okay. All right. Could be interesting. Colgate overnight teeth. No. Beverly Hills. Okay. So I actually find it faster to just honestly just like scroll through instead of like clicking X just because it takes a long time. I like this one. Manscaped men's grooming kit. I'm going to open that link. Patches, facial patches for forehead and eyes. Okay, we're gonna open that on a new link. Bath bombs gift set, we'll open that one. Shower steamers. You know, you'll find on Amazon, there's gonna be so many different products you never even thought of. And what's funny is that you'll find that, you know, honestly, sometimes you'll find the weirder the product, the more like successful it can be, or like the higher chance of success. It's not always true, but I mean, there are so many products. There are millions of products that you'll find that honestly just have massive, massive potential, right? Because right now we are living in this e-commerce boom. There's never been a better time to start an e-commerce business. Okay, so foot spa, bath massager, interesting, right? And also, you know, even though we're opening all these products, there's actually a way to even use these products as like basically bounce off of them and go down a rabbit hole to continue searching for them. And that will bring us to one of our next product research techniques. So there's a lot of different ways to find products, and I'm showing you the best ones here. We've got a jade roller. Okay, and then we keep going. Intimate whitening cream, very interesting. I'll open that one up. So I think we've got a few products open, and that's enough for now. What you can do is to save like your actual list of products here, you can go to menu, and then you can go and click on download CSV. That's going to download a spreadsheet of all your search results, which you know, you can also basically just search through that there. As you can see, obviously it's more clunky. You do need Microsoft Excel, or you can load it up in Google Sheets. That's a free version as well. But you don't need to do that. I like to do that just to save all the results. Just make sure that you don't click X on the top right, because if you click X, obviously it's going to reset. So just don't click X. This one looks cool. I'm going to Micro Touch Titanium hair cutting tool. I'm going to open that. So just don't click X here. Just leave that open. I'm going to start looking through the products that we got. So what we want to do now is we want to look at the product and we want to ask ourselves, okay, is this something that can be private labeled? Yes, it can. We can see here the logo on it, right? Is this something that has a good price point? Yes, it does. You know, $109.99, that's fantastic. It leaves us room for a large profit. Could be expensive to source. but could still be good. We're looking at the reviews or the ratings. So we can see here that it has 1,064 ratings. So even if a product has like 10,000, 15,000, it's no big deal. The lower it is, the closer it is to 1,000 or 500, the better. But you'll see when we're actually going to find our competing products, that's when reviews matter more. So I'm going to show you how to find competing products for this primary product. Okay. So what you're going to do, you're going to open a new tab, and you're going to think, before you do that, actually, you're going to think about the main keywords that somebody would be typing in, a customer would be typing in for this product. And those keywords have to be the most general keywords. So for this, I'm assuming it would just be a USB shaver. So we're going to go on Amazon.com. Okay. I'm going to type in USB shaver. So now we can see a bunch of different shavers, but if you look, we can see that none of the ones on here are actually similar to this one, because obviously this is like a unique design. So in this case, maybe let's type in like different keywords. So I'm guessing maybe like a rotary shaver. Let's type that, USB rotary shaver. Okay, you want to keep doing that until like most of the search results are exactly the same as as the primary product that you found. So we can see here we've got the skull shaver, which is that one. We can see here we got a few more here. So it looks like the rotary shaver, those are actually the main keywords. So in this case, this would actually be our primary product here. And then our competing products, it would not be this. This one is different. We could make this the primary product, but in that case, we'd have to look for ones that are more similar to this, right? So obviously this one is, I guess this one is a Platinum Pro. This one's a Gold Pro. This one is wet/dry forehead, or has like 4 different heads. I think this one has just 1 head. So we're gonna basically choose this one, just for the purpose of this video, and we're gonna look at the ones that just have 1 head. So what you're gonna do once you've searched up your main keywords and you've actually, you're sure that the keywords that you entered, like they're pulling up similar products to like what you're actually looking at, and you're sure that these are the most general keywords. By the way, quick note on that, some people, for this, they might think like USB men's shaver, and it's like 5 or 6 words. The less words in your search terms, the more likely those are the actual general search terms for your product. You want to make sure you get this accurate, because if it's like 5 words, it's not going to be, it's just going to screw up your product research. It's going to be like not an accurate depiction or portrayal of the competition. So what you want to do once you've found your general terms and then you see the products and they're all like similar-ish, so you want to open up Jungle Scout. Okay, and it's gonna show, you're gonna wanna wait until the list loads. Sometimes it takes a few moments, so you can just let it load. Okay, so once it's loaded, just make it bigger. And then scroll to the right, and what you wanna do is you actually want to order it by rank, okay? So just like that, you wanna make sure it's rank lowest to highest. And now we wanna start going down the list. So this would be our primary product because it has the lowest rank, meaning like it has the best sales. So you don't wanna look at the revenue, you just wanna look at the rank. Now, if you do this, and then let's say like this one, your competitor actually has a rank that's better, it's showing up higher than your selected primary product, that becomes your primary product, okay? So I'm gonna show you how to do that. So this is your primary product. What we do is we right click, copy link address. Now we wanna go to our product opportunity sheet, which I showed you. So now we're on our product opportunity sheet, and remember, these are just example products. You don't want to touch the template. You want to duplicate it. Make sure you did that already. We did that earlier in the video. Okay, so it should be here. And now what you want to do is you want to copy and paste the link, the URL of your primary product into here. So we're going to right click and just click paste, okay? Main keywords, we're going to type in the main keywords that we have, which was USB rotary shaver, okay? So I'm going to type in USB rotary shaver. And I know I'm really fast. I go through things really fast. When I'm on the computer, I just think fast. I guess I speak fast too. So I'm going to try to really be slow here just to make sure that you can see all the steps. Now we want to put in the category of the product. So the category of the product, and for that, we just basically go into our primary product on the listing, and then we scroll down. And then once you get to product details, that would be beauty and personal care. So then for the category, type in beauty and personal care. Okay, now we go back and we look at the price. So the price of this product is $199.99. So we go back and type in $199.99. Now we want to enter our BSR, our bestseller rank. And if we go look at our listing, okay, there's 2 ways of seeing this. So you can look at the listing, you can scroll down, and then the bestseller rank is 3,588. So we're going to go back here, 3,588. And by the way, you can also see this from Jungle Scout. You can see this right here. That's the rank 3588. Okay, so now we've got our primary product in here. So now we want to look at our two competing products. And to find our competing products, our first competing product would be basically the one that's closest to this one from a different brand. We can see here this is like Kibbe. And you want to make sure that it's similar enough to your primary product. If, for example, it's like a totally different design, completely different, then that's not your competing product. Something to look at is also the price. We can see here that this is $36.99, significantly cheaper than the Skull Shaver. So, that can make us ask questions like, why is it so much cheaper? Maybe it's different. So let's open the link in the new tab and let's see what's going on here. Okay, and if we compare the two, we can see that, let me just open this one again. All right, so this one, let's see. You hold it in your hand like that. It has a battery meter at the top. All right, this one also has a battery meter at the bottom. You hold it in your hand as well. Of course, the other one looks much more premium, but you know what? Even with the massive price difference, I would say this is our first competing product, simply because I don't see any other like classic looking shaver just like this one on our list here, right? Because they're all by Skull Shaver. So like Skull Shaver, right? I don't really see any other ones at that price here at all. So they're really kind of going with the premium angle here. So this would be our first competing product, this Kibbe electric shaver. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are going to go to the link here. You can also grab the link of any listing. Just make sure that you grab all the way up until right after this ASIN. What is the ASIN? So the ASIN is the unique product identifier on Amazon. Every single Amazon listing has its own ASIN or ASIN. This is it, okay? So that's just how a product is identified on Amazon as the product code. And when you copy the link, you just wanna select it, right click, copy, and then we're gonna put it into our list. Okay, product URL number 2, that's our first competing product. We're gonna right click and paste. What's the BSR of this one? The BSR of this one is 4,023. So we're gonna type that in, 4,023. And then we wanna find one more, okay? So by the way, as you're going through this, you wanna make sure that your competing product, the BSR range is within the competing product's range. So for beauty, our competing BSR range is between 150 and 19,000. So we can see here that this Kibbe is 4,023, and that's within the competing BSR range. So that's good. If this number was like, let's say, for example, 20,000 or 25,000, that's outside of our competing BSR range, which means that this product opportunity gets deleted off our list. So we're gonna just stop filling it out, and we're gonna basically go back to our magic search and continue looking for a different product. Simply because you need to make sure that for every product that you're looking at, every primary product should have 2 competing products. Like 1 is okay, but honestly you should have 2 because competition is good. It shows that there is money to be made. If there is no competition, how do you know that there is money to be made, right? So product URL number 3, we're gonna find our second competing product. We're gonna go back to our list of products here. And our second competing product would be this Orihe head shavers for bald men. So we're gonna basically copy the link address. Gonna go to our list, paste it into product URL number 3, paste it in here. I'm gonna enter the BSR of our third or second competing product, which is 5,707. Okay, 5,707. So now we want to enter the reviews of the 3 products. Okay, so the reviews for this one, you can just honestly click on it. I know I have a lot of tabs open, but that's just because of my lack of organization. So for the reviews, it's 1,065. So we'll put that in here into reviews 1, 1,065. Okay, and then reviews 2. So something you want to look at, by the way, you want to look at product reviews. So for Kibbe, it's 5,313, and then for reviews number 3, it's 2,680. Okay, and so this actually disqualifies this product from our list. Reason being is that when we look at reviews, you want to make sure that all 3 of these don't have above 1,000 reviews, no matter what marketplace you're searching on. USA, Canada, Europe, it's all the same rule. So let's say if, let's just say as an example, this one was 5,225. This one was like 1,015. This one was like 600. So this could actually be still a good product opportunity. This stays on our list because only 2 of the products have above 1,000 reviews, right? As long as you have one of your competing products that has less than 1,000, it stays on the list. If all 3 of these numbers are above 1,000, so like this, okay, then it just gets deleted. There's no point in continuing to fill it out. Now, again, criteria is just that. It's just criteria. And, when you're a beginner, it's best to kind of stick to this formula. But obviously, as you get better and better at this and you grow your business and you gain experience, you can then start making your own calls. So in my case, since I have, several years of e-commerce experience and I've obviously been doing this for so long, I can make my own call. And in this case, these are actually the original reviews from the products. In this case, I would actually say that, yes, the most expensive one, our primary product, has the least amount of reviews. And even though all three of the products have above 1,000, I would say that the first and second competing product, they're not like the same because, this one, the Skull Shaver, is a much more premium product than the other two. So, and I honestly couldn't find any other premium shavers. It looks like Skull Shaver is really kind of dominating this market here. Like there's like this fit sand, but that's just the case for the Skull Shaver. So, that's why I would say that, there could potentially be room for us to introduce our own brand of a very similar shaver, premium, old classic, old fashioned looking kind of thing. But that's something that only somebody with e-commerce experience can say because, like I said, nothing can replace experience. Obviously, you can learn everything from like videos and you can learn everything from watching this. Well, not everything, but the most that you can. But nothing replaces experience at the end of the day. And we all have to venture down our own individual journeys to success. And, we all have to get our own experience because that's what's going to allow you to start making those calls that are based on your intuition. So if we just stuck purely to the formula, this would actually be deleted off the list. But I am going to just pretend that this one is like 960 just to keep it, just to show you how to fill out the list with product opportunities. Okay. So the next section is the estimated monthly revenue. So to get that, we would just basically, we want to look at Jungle Scout for your main keywords. And you basically just want to, come up with a number that's like the average of the three. All right. So this one's 380, this one's 79, this one's 130. I would say the monthly revenue here is probably like 250. You just take like the midpoint, the average. So just say like 250. You can also just put in the monthly revenue of your primary product. You can just keep it simple, put in 380, 1665 if you want. It's really not a big deal. This is just to tell you, how much demand there is in the niche, right? So the next thing we look at is the estimated sourcing cost. And to find that, we actually want to go on Alibaba.com, which is the #1 website for finding suppliers, especially from China. So then here, what we want to do is we want to type in USB rotary shaver, the exact same keywords that we use to find the product. And what you want to do is you want to turn on trade assurance and verified supplier. And you want to look for similar ones. So like this is obviously completely different. And you want to look for kind of like an average price. So there you go. I just found the main, or not the primary, but the first competing product, literally the exact same one, selling between $6 and $12.90 a piece. This is a range. It's always a range that they give you because it depends on the amount of units that you order. So you can see Amazon hot selling, right? So you can buy it basically for like between $6 and $12 or $13. And how much is it sold for? I think it sold for like $34 on Amazon, which shows you how much money they're making, $36.99, right? So that's a very healthy profit margin. So what you want to do is you want to just take the midpoint. So the midpoint here would be like 6 and 13. So I would say the midpoint's probably like $9 and $9.50. Okay, so here we've got same. So I keep seeing the same one. I just don't see, like the old-fashioned one here. So maybe that one's probably more expensive. So here I actually typed in Skull Shaver just to maybe see, maybe we can find that one that we're looking for. This one's 5 to 15. It's not the same though, but looks kind of similar. Got to be careful, right? With the pictures, sometimes the pictures are deceiving, and when you actually see it in your hands, when you get the sample, it's totally different. So we'll just say, for simplicity's sake, we'll say the estimated sourcing cost is probably about $8. Okay. All right, the next section is the FBA fee. So the easiest way to find the FBA fee is to actually use something called the FBA revenue calculator. So you can just Google that and then click on the first link. And then once you're here, you can either sign in or continue as guest. Honestly, you can just continue as guest, it's faster. Here you're gonna wanna type in your main keywords. So here you just wanna type in USB rotary shaver, click enter. Then you're gonna wanna select your primary product, which was this one. And then you just click calculate, boom. So this is actually a tool from Amazon that will tell you your FBA fees. So what are FBA fees? Those are the fees that you pay to Amazon to sell on the platform. And it's usually split between, if you look on a fulfillment fee, right? It's just a fulfillment fee. It used to be like a pick and pack fee, and then there was like another fee, but now they made it super simple. It's just a fulfillment fee. So it looks like they're paying $5.01 off of each sale they make to Amazon for Amazon to ship out the product for them from their warehouse with Amazon Prime shipping. Okay, now also we have to pay an Amazon referral fee. We're not going to worry about that yet. So just $5.01. We're going to plug that into our sheet here. So 501. Make sure you don't enter the $sign when you're doing this because it's going to screw up the sheet. Just put in the number. Referral fee. So this is actually based off of our estimated selling price. So in this case, if we scroll to the left, we put a price of $109.99. That's just the price of the primary product. It doesn't mean that's the price we're going to sell at. And the referral fee is a fee that you pay to Amazon to basically be able to sell on the platform. It's 15% of every sale. So on top of the FBA fee, we would also pay the referral fee, which in this case is 15%. It's $16.50. That doesn't come out of our bank account. All these fees come out of our sales. So it's not like it just comes out of the bank, obviously, right? So referral fee, it's based on the price. And, if we change the price down to like $3, it's going to be significantly less. All right, so the next thing we look at is the estimated profit margin, and that is basically an estimate. So we can see here in this case, the profit margin is like $80.48, which is amazing. I doubt that it's actually going to be that high if we actually pursued this. I feel like it's going to be hard to find a same or better shaver as like this skull shaver one, but it's possible, right? But anything that's $10 or above is considered really, really good. If it's a $10 profit margin or above, really good. Now we want to put in our estimated monthly sales. So basically we go back to our Jungle Scout here of the main keywords. And then you look at the monthly sales here and you want to just take like an average of the three. So we see here 3,500, 2,000. Okay, so we'll just say 3,000 is the average. Okay, so we go here, we put in 3,000. So now it calculates our estimated monthly profit, which is a ridiculously high number. This is obviously just an estimate, but we're going to use these numbers to later on narrow down our product. Once we actually find our, once you actually fill up this list here, and this will tell us our profit margin just very roughly. So it's 73%, which is absolutely insane. Obviously, because of that super high price, I actually think they are making a bunch of money with that razor. I think they probably just found it on Alibaba and stuff. And they're just absolutely killing it, making an enormous amount of money. Literally like $1 million business from a shaver right there. As you can see, people are literally making millions of dollars. Never been a better time to get into e-com. So there you go. And then you can add a comment. So in this case, might be hard to find the a shaver that is similar, better than Skull Shaver. All right, there you go. And that is the list. The list really keeps things organized. And then for this, we don't worry about that. So that is how you fill out your list. And there we got a product opportunity on the sheet. Of course, in this case, like I said, I just modified the review numbers. So, if this was above 1,000, which it is, then we would delete it. But just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to keep it on the sheet. All right, so that was an example of finding a product opportunity and adding it to our list using the magic search technique. If we go back to our first window here, we also had other products that we looked at. So I'm just going to quickly go over, like for example, earwax removal endoscope. All right, so I guess that's pretty gross, but honestly, I think this could be a very good product. So for this one, we're going to click on all, and we're going to also figure out our main keywords, which for this would probably be earwax endoscope or like earwax camera. Let's try earwax camera. Looks like all the products are very similar. Looks like an iPhone app or something where it like looks in your ear. I hope you don't get too disgusted by this, to be honest. Probably a good product though. So when you're looking for products, you also have to make sure you're not looking for anything like gimmicky or, anything that's like really, really cheap. If you were to do this product, there's a few things to watch out for. It could be labeled as a medical device on Amazon. Amazon is such a big ecosystem of products, and you really have to have someone with experience who can tell you which products are what can possibly go wrong with each product. And so for that, something like a mentorship would be useful. Obviously, mentors are very, very important, and they will maximize your chance of success. I'm going to talk about that like later on in this video. But for now, just if we focus here, we can see, okay, so that was our primary product. Let's sort by rank, okay? So it's rank number 10. So I'm skeptical of this rank. I think that it's not showing us the rank for the top level category here. So it's showing us number 10 in, so it's actually, that was wrong. So it's number 251 in health and household. As you can see, that product was actually labeled in beauty. I guess this is a different one. So but sometimes you'll find a product and you'll find that the products are like basically split between two categories. So you got health and beauty. So just pick one, pick one and then look at the BSR range for that one. So we'll just pick health and household here because that's what it is for this, and it should be between 122,000. In this case, it's 251, which is good. All right, and so we are going to basically do the same process. You're gonna grab that link, you're gonna copy it, right click and copy, go to your sheet, I'm gonna paste it in here. Main keywords would be ear cleaning camera. I believe that's what I typed in there at the top, or it was earwax camera, as you can see. Okay, earwax camera. The category was health and household. For the price, it was $34.99. Okay, $34.99. Make sure you don't enter the $sign for the BSR. And I'm doing this fast because I already did this for the first one. BSR is 251. Make sure you put in the BSR for the top level, not for the subcategories. So 251, okay. And then we just do the same thing for the product URL, number 2 and number 3 for the second and third. So if we quickly check, if we go back to the main page here, we open up Jungle Scout. So it looks like for this specific product, we've got them split between camera and health and household. So we're just gonna basically look at health and household here, the ones that are in that. Okay, so we have this one here. That would be the first competing product, $32.99. The rank is in 2,729, which if we go to our BSR sheet, it should be between 150 and 24,000, which it fits, which is good. And then finally, the next one would be this one, 5,953. Rank is still good. And so this one would be our second competing product. So we would just add it to the list and rinse and repeat the process that I did for the skull shaver, for the USB rotary shaver. So that's it. That's basically how you use the magic search technique. And of course, you check the BSRs. If something falls out of range, delete the product. You check the reviews. If one of the reviews, or if all 3 of them have over 1,000 reviews, you delete the product opportunity because it's too competitive. So yeah, and then basically for the rest of it, self-explanatory. I showed you how to do it. If you want to follow that again, you can just go to the beginning of the magic search method where I was adding the skull shaver. All right, so the next product research technique, this one's called the magic keyword technique. And for this one, basically it's a slightly different variation of the magic search. And the only difference is instead of typing in that dash and then, the 8 random letters, the minimum 8 random letters that we type in and selecting a category, instead what we're gonna do is we're gonna select a category and then we're basically going to type in what I call a magic keyword. So this can be like any word that's relevant to the category. And what this will do is that this will actually pull up, an entire list of random products that we can also go through. And it's going to be very similar what we're going to do in terms of finding primary and competing products as we did with the magic search method. So if you haven't watched that yet, make sure you watch that. Also, this method is amazing, especially if the magic search method, you're having issues with it, or if the category is just not working, if it goes back to all, if you're having any issues at all, just do the magic keyword method. It's very similar, and you can also for sure find a very profitable product with it. So we're going to go to Amazon.com and then make sure that you're signed out. Make sure you got the zip code in for the country that you are looking at. And then we're going to select our category. So let's say we're going to select health and household. All right, health and household. Okay, and you can also find this magic keyword list. It's provided to you in the Amazon FBA starter pack, which you can get for free right down below. There's a link there. So all, and then we're going to select health and household. Amazon is always changing, by the way, so if something looks different, you can basically just continue to follow along with this video. The buttons, it might be in a different place, or the category might have a slightly different name, but as long as you follow the premise of the video, everything's the same. So it's obviously extremely difficult to keep making a video this long for every single small little change that Amazon makes. It's just unrealistic. So if you just follow along, then you should be good. So we're going to type in household, which is the magic keyword right here. And we are going to hit search, just like that. Okay, and so now, of course, we're getting a ton of various household products here. So what you want to do is you want to open Jungle Scout, and then we're going to do the same thing that we did with the magic search. We are going to wait until this loads, and we're going to click load more results 10 times. So I'm going to click load more results. Now, if you see a bunch of products that are just huge brands, then you might want to select a different magic keyword, just because, for example, if everything was Gillette, Bounty, Mr. Clean, all of them, then it might be better to just kind of look at a different magic keyword. In this case, we're still going to try. So we're going to click load more results, and I'm going to do this 10 times. I'm going to pause the video and unpause when we get there. Make sure that you wait until the circle stops spinning to do this. All right, I'm back. So now that I've loaded the results 10 times, now what you want to do is click on menu. And just like in the first product research method, we're going to click on filter results. And then here we're going to want to enter a price. So if you're searching in the US, it's $14.97 or $15. We just want to see those extra products because a lot of products are, priced at like $14.97, $98.99. Highest price we're going to put in, probably, you can put in any number above 75, but I'll just put in 125. Just the more expensive you go, the more expensive it's going to be to source. Now for the rank here, we're going to actually go to our BSR range sheet. And since we're searching in the health and household category, we are going to put in 100 all the way up to 24,000. Okay. So 100 all the way up to 24,000. You can do 22, but I just like to see a little bit more products. Click apply. Okay. So now that actually reduced our products all the way down to 76. So now what we want to do is we just want to start going down the list. So Tide Pods, obviously we're not going to do that. Okay, so any kind of disinfectants or cleaners, no way, you want to stay away from that. So this is a 3 pair of PVC household cleaning gloves. Could be interesting, looks like a commodity product though, so don't want to do that. First aid kit, 299 piece, potentially could be good, but doubt it. 8 pack of cleaning brushes. So these are like super cheap cleaning brushes. Could be an opportunity to find like a better version. Spray mop. Okay, a black mold stain remover, maybe. And for stuff like that, you want to source that from the US. Again, with Amazon, there is a pretty steep learning curve when you're starting out, and I'm really trying to do my best here in this video to shortcut that learning curve for you. But again, every single product has its own intricacies and just its own questions to ask and stuff. Burlap bags, okay, potentially, but again, commodity product looks super simple, so you always want to do what I call the grandma test. So basically, if I do a product and I ask myself, okay, how easy would it be for my 80-year-old grandmother to just copy this and do this herself, with her internet knowledge and everything? And if the answer is, well, moderately to relatively, if she, learns how to use a computer, that's a problem, right? So you really want to make sure that whatever product you're selling, that, it's not like super commodity, super gimmicky, right? This is where mentorship would come in handy, where you could actually get your product checked by someone who's really experienced, like myself. Okay, let's keep going. So that's pretty much it. So we only got a few here. I think there was like a silicone shower squeegee. That looks interesting. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to look at this one. So this is a 3 pair PVC household cleaning gloves. So honestly, this looks super cheap. So even a listing that's this bad is making $128,000 a month. And that's probably due to the world situation that's, been going on for a long time. So go to all departments. Let's just see PVC gloves. Okay, so yeah, so this is like super commodity, so we don't want to do that. We're just going to skip that. First aid kit, honestly, there's probably tons. If we go to all departments, type in 299 piece first aid kit. Not sure why 299. I guess it's just a special number. There's like a 300 case. This is the only 299 one. If we open up Jungle Scout, all right, so the 299 one is clearly selling very, very well. So potentially could be something interesting, although finding competing products for this would be difficult because, we would have to find other ones that are basically either 300 or 299 on the spot, on the dot, and I don't really see any other ones that are 299. So I guess this could be something interesting. We would just have to really create an amazing brand out of this, like a really good first aid brand, like this one, for example, like the Swiss Safe, right? That just looks amazing. So we'd have to do that. And then also we'd have to make sure that the product coming out of China, or whichever supplier we choose, that the product itself, the first aid kit materials, are actually amazing. You don't want to sell something that you personally would never use, right? You want to sell something that you're personally very impressed by. So this one, okay, $18.99, that's good. It's above $15, a little bit on the low end, but if we do like a premium first aid kit, then it could work. 35,000 reviews, an enormous amount of reviews. If we look at the first competing product as 5,000, and the second competing product for like a 300 piece here, I don't really see any other 300 piece first aid. Okay, there you go. So actually, yes, it could work because this second competing product here, that's our second one. The reason I chose this one is because it's the second competitor with 300 pieces, and that's just close enough to $299. where it's basically the same product, right? We don't want to do 100 or 250 because that's already different. The demand for these products is different. Someone who comes onto Amazon and searches for this, they might want like a 299 or 300 piece specifically, and maybe not a 100. And that's why the demand for products is different. That's why it's important to make sure that you're looking at, you're getting your primary and competing products correctly. So this looks like it could be decent. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add this to our list. So I'm just gonna open that. I clicked on middle mouse button. I'm gonna grab the link just like that. Go back to the sheet, and then I'm going to add this to this one, the third. So the keywords for this would be 299 piece first aid kit. The category for this would be health and household. The price for this would be, let's see here. So they're selling at $18.99. So we could do $18.99, but we're probably gonna, if you're gonna sell that, we're gonna do it like premium, so $19.99 at least. BSR for this one would be 2,101. Okay, so we're gonna go back. 2,101. So now for URL number 2, that would be our first competitor, or our first competing product. So for that, that would be this one right here, M2 Basics. So we're just gonna grab that. And I'm basically doing the exact same thing as I did in the first product research method, just filling out the sheet, adding the BSRs here. Okay, so, and then the bestseller rank for this one is 2,511, as you can see here, 2,511. And then we want to add our last competing product, which would be all the way down here, Express First Aid. Copy link, add that in here, and then the BSR for that one is 61,000. Okay, so right away we can see that this disqualifies our product opportunity because it's outside of our BSR range. So if you look here, we want the competing products to be between 150 and 24,000, and that's 65,000. So that disqualifies this product. So we're gonna actually keep looking. All right, so let's take a look at this spray mop here. So let's go to all departments and type in spray mop for floor cleaning. Apparently that was a 4-piece set, looked like. All right, so here we've got the mop. We can see that's the primary product. Spray mop for floor cleaning. It's like this beige gray color, I think. 2 washable pads it has that comes with it. So if I look at the other ones here, this one's 3. That's already different. This one's 2. This one's 3. I'm gonna look for the ones with 2 pads. It looks like the 3 pads are the more popular ones. They almost come with 3 pads. So this one's 2 pads as well. And then let's see. This one's also 2 pads. And if we look at the rank, so this actually leaves us just outside of the range. But honestly, I think that the difference between like 2 washable pads and 3 pads is really not that different. So this, we could say that this is our primary, and we could say that this would be like our first competing, and then this would be our second competing. Or actually, no, this looks different, completely different. So we're gonna skip that. Let's see, maybe we can find a second competing here. This one would be our second competing. And so as you can see, this one has 2,000 reviews. This one has 2,000 as well. So they all have above 1,000. So we're gonna skip this one as well. So since Amazon is showing me a bunch of search results with like big brands and stuff using this magic search term, instead I'm going to pick a different one. So let's do, maybe for example, we can do, let's do office. So we'll click on the category, we'll click office products, and then we'll type in office, hit enter, okay, and then we'll open up Jungle Scout, and then I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I'm going to load more results 10 times. I'm gonna do the filter, and then let's see what we got. All right, so now I've clicked this about 10 times. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at the recommended BSR range for office products, which is right here. Office primary is 100 to 13,000, and 100 to 14,000 is what I'm gonna put in, just because I like to put in this number for my filter here. So I'm gonna click on menu, click on filter results. So now I'm gonna put in a price, so $14.97 all the way up to probably $125. You can put in a price, minimum 75, and then after that, anything above that is fine. But at the absolute minimum 75 here, and then if you're in Europe, then you wanna make this a minimum of $19.97. So now for the rank, we're gonna put in that BSR range, so 100 to 14,000, just like that. We're gonna click apply changes. Okay, and so now we can start going through the products here, and then just right click and open link in new tab, any products that look interesting. that we could potentially start selling. So maybe this humidifier could be good, mesh desk organizer, bunch of chairs, desk mat, no. L-shaped computer office desk, okay, L-shaped desk. Office chair wheels replacement, no. Heavy duty floor computer desk, anti-skid, carpet mat, office footrest. That could be good. I actually like this one, office footrest, although it does have a lot of reviews, but maybe we could find something that's better than what's available on the market. So if we go to all products or all departments, and then we're going to type in office footrest, okay, and then we can open up Jungle Scout. Let's wait for the results to load. And now we can start going down the list here and see if there are any products that could be potential good product opportunities. So I can see this one here, this Trobing office footrest with this specific texture is making $12,000 a month. And so if we go and right click, open link in new tab, by the way, just a quick note, this opportunity score, you can ignore it. Jungle Scout has this in place to help beginners make decisions on what product opportunities are good or not. But to be honest with you, it's honestly like not super accurate for just because so much goes into finding a profitable product opportunity. So just ignore this. And if this says like, it's basically like a 1 to 10. So if this says like 3 or 4, just ignore it. Don't worry about that. Just follow what I'm saying and you will be good. So let me take a look. So this one, it looks like it's like this kind of pattern. And yeah, so let's see if there are any other ones just like that one. So it's a foot cushion, resilient foam, hypoallergenic. All right, so maybe let's see if there are any other ones just like that one. So this is a very competitive product. Like you can tell right away just because of the massive amount of reviews that they all have, but they're also making a lot of money. And there's a variety of different versions of this. So the smart thing to do here, if I added this product opportunity, would be to order several samples and just find like literally the best one that you can find from your Chinese manufacturer. And if you can find something that's better than what's available, maybe it solves some problems that you find in the reviews, then that would be potentially a good product to sell. So as you can see, we pretty much went through them. I couldn't find any other competing products to that one here. To the one that I found. So we're going to go and maybe look at something else. This product here, this product is too much of a commodity product just because it's so basic. It's literally just a clear mat. Like anybody can get this at the dollar store. So yeah, we're going to skip that one and maybe let's keep going down. So the next one we had open here was this portable mini humidifier. So let's take a look. It does have a lot of reviews, but it's probably making a lot of money. You can actually open Jungle Scout on the product page as well. Yeah, so 320,000 per month. So if we go to all departments and then we type in portable mini humidifier, then we want to type in 500 ml just to make sure that we get that specific one here. So we can see that there's several of them being sold. So if I open up Jungle Scout, let's wait until it loads and let's see if this product would fit our product opportunity criteria here. All right, so we got all the results loaded up here. So let's take a look. So we got this first one. This would clearly be our primary product. And then if we look for a competing one, I think that this would be probably our first competing one simply because, well, actually we should probably sort it by rank like that. Let's see what we got. So let's see. Yeah, this would be our primary one, this move tip. And then the competing one would be not that one. It would be this one, Smart Devil. This one, 3,000 reviews, 12,000. And then finally, we've got this one, 327. So actually, yes, this would fit our criteria. And if we look at the rank as well, so this one here has a rank of 29,000. And then this is actually in home and kitchen. So if we look at recommended BSR range, home and kitchen, so 124,000. So just outside of the competing BSR range. So in fact, we should skip this one, but just for the purpose of this video, I'm going to add it just to show you how to do it. So I am going to basically scroll the way up, back up, grab the URL. So right click, copy link address, and then go back to our product page. And then we're going to add that to the next one down here. Main keywords would be portable mini humidifier, 500 ml. Category would be home and kitchen. And I get a lot of questions like, oh, what if the products are in two different categories? Just choose a category. Just choose one of them. It really doesn't matter. You want to focus on the big stuff, not the small stuff. Don't sweat the small stuff, as they say. So for the price for this one, the price would be $17.99, so a little on the low side. Maybe I think that this would tell me that we should find a better quality version and sell it for higher, because you can see that there are people obviously buying more expensive humidifiers. So we're just going to put $17.99 here. Okay, we're going to enter the BSR of the product, which was, so the BSR was 366. So we're going to enter that here. If we look at our BSR range sheet, 366, yes, that fits in the primary range, which is good. And then go back here and let's scroll down and see the next one, which was Smart Devil. Copy that link, go back here, paste that in here, and you basically fill out the rest of the sheet just like I did it with the first product research method. So you put in the second products, or the first competing products BSR, then the second competing products link in BSR, you enter the 3 different review numbers, you enter the monthly revenue, the estimated sourcing cost, you can find that on Alibaba, just like I did in the first product research method. If you are confused how to do this, just click on the timestamp below this video on the magic search method, which is where I did that. And then that will also show you how to find the FBA fee as well as the referral fee, and the rest will automatically generate. All right, so the next product research method we're going to talk about is the Jungle Scout product database method. And so for this one, basically you will need to go to junglescout.com and log into your account. If you didn't get it yet, there's going to be a link down below, and that's the cheapest price. You'll find it online. And you can actually search in any Amazon marketplace here. So just for the purpose of this video, we're going to use United States, but you can search in Canada, Mexico, Germany, Spain, France, any of these as well. I recommend US, Canada, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, UK, and then maybe Japan, and the other ones if you're local to those countries. So now what we want to do is you want to select the categories that are on the approved categories list. Super easy. You just basically select all the categories from this BSR range sheet. There's also going to be a recommended categories list from the starter pack with the link down below that you can get. So I'm just going to select arts and crafts, baby, beauty, personal care. I'm not going to do cell phones just because, you know what, I'll do cell phones. Sometimes it just shows a lot of like smartphone cases, which are super competitive. Health and household, we'll do electronics as well, computers, home and kitchen, industrial. Sometimes I like, it depends on what I'm searching, but sometimes I leave industrial off. Today I feel like industrial, so we'll leave it on just because there's a lot of like very, very interesting things in industrial and scientific. Office products, patio, lawn and garden, pet supply, sports and outdoors, and then, tools and home improvement. And so here, for the minimum price, we are going to enter our criteria. So $14.97 all the way up to $125. You can honestly even do $150. That's just more of a high ticket product. It's going to be more expensive to source, but you don't have to worry about that yet. So now the next thing we have to put in is our minimum revenue. So instead of searching by rank, because we are searching in all of these categories from our list, we want to actually search by revenue because obviously the BSR range is different for each one. So for your revenue, we're going to want to enter basically like 6,000. And then for the max revenue, you can actually honestly go all the way up to like 300,000. But one thing to remember is that with this technique, the wider you make the filters, the more results that you're going to have to go through, and it just might be too much for your brain to process. So what I like to do is I actually like to basically keep it narrower. Like for example, instead of just doing like 6,000, like 60,000, I like to go like 6,000 to 18,000, for example, and then, hit search. And then once those results, like I've gone through them, then the next round, I'll go back up and I'll change this to 18,000 and then this to like 32,000. And that way I'm not getting overwhelmed by all the search results, right? So we'll do like 6,000 to 18,000, and then should be good. Maybe like, I'll say like 24,000. There you go. And then for the seller type, we'll select FBA, and then we'll select Amazon, product tier. That's fine. And that's pretty much it. So we're going to hit search. And then once you hit search, it's going to load all the results. So this is basically updated every single day. And the first thing is if you see the same type of product showing up over and over and over again, like for example, wedding plates or whatever this is, just basically take the keyword and then write that into the exclusions. So wedding, and then just hit search again, and now it's going to exclude all wedding type products that keep showing up nonstop. Okay, so there's still a few here, but that's fine. So let's keep going down. And you want to basically just click on this view on Amazon button for any products that look like they could be good product opportunities. Okay, so see this one, not good because it's a commodity product. It's just like a yellow envelope. Organic African black soap. Very interesting. I like that. Could be cool. We keep going down. Rosacea formula. Okay, that could be cool. Invisible bathroom shelf wall. This looks really good. So this is just a pretty simple shelf wall, bathroom shelf wall. I actually like this one. So once you have about 5 to 10 open, I'm not going to open 5 to 10, but once you have about 5 to 10 open, then what you want to do is you're going to want to start going through them and then just do the exact same thing that we did in the previous product research methods where I showed them. So what you do is you take a look at the product and then you would go to all departments. You would type in the main keywords for the product. So in this case, it would be like invisible bathroom shelf wall, I guess, or bathroom shelf wall mounted. Okay, there you go. So I think that was a 2-pack. It was 15 inches. So we should actually be pretty precise with this one. So I'll type in bathroom shelf wall mounted. I'm not sure if it was glass, so we'll just do that. And then it was 15 inches. Okay, so we'll look at that. Actually, probably should type in inch. Okay, so we have a bunch here. We're gonna open it up. We can clearly see that this is the best-selling product here. Okay, so it's making 9,000 a month. It's selling about 8 a day. So only 8 units a day and selling 9,000 a month, by the way. And it's a 2-pack. So let's look for any other 2-packs that we have. So this one is a 2-pack as well, but we don't really see. Okay, so it's making 24,000. Okay, so this would be we'd open that. We'd open this one, and then let's see if there's any other 2-packs here. 6-pack, 6-pack. And you don't have to stick to this one as your primary. If you find something that looks better, you can make that your primary product, and you can just, change your search terms and then, kind of use that as your primary. All right, like this one looks cool. I like this one, like the black one. And it's 17,031 reviews. So maybe even this one could be a great product opportunity. You just have to type in black wall mount floating shelves, right? So I don't really see any other 2-packs here that are like wall mounted glass. Just this one and this one. So this would be good. So you'd basically rinse and repeat the same process that I did for the previous product research methods. You would just right click, copy link address, and you would look at the reviews. This one's 480. As long as all 3 products, so your primary and 2 competing products, don't have over 1,000 reviews, then it's going to be it's going to fit the criteria. If all 3 of them have over 1,000 reviews, then it's not good, and you should not add it to your product opportunity list. So you basically right click, copy link address, and then you would add it to your list right here. So we just put it on the left here. We would type in the main keywords, which are bathroom shelf wall mounted 15 inch. Just hit Control C there for a fast copy. For the category, it would be in home and kitchen. All right, for the price is $25.99. And finally the BSR, and the BSR for this one is 33,451, which actually, I don't know if that fits in our category. It's tools and home and hardware. The other ones are home and kitchen. So if we look at the recommended BSR range for tools, home improvement tools right here, we can see, okay, so it's actually outside of the range. So we can see here for tools and home improvement, it's 33,000, which is outside of that range for tools, for the tools category. But for home and kitchen, it's 12,000. That's this one right here. So that tells me that this is probably not a good product opportunity, and we should probably find another one. All right, so that other one kind of piqued my interest. So I'm gonna take a look at that one. Bathroom wall mounted shelf black. We're gonna open Jungle Scout. All right, so we got the search results loaded up here so we can see. Let's take a look. We're gonna sort everything by rank. Okay, so we have this one here. We're honestly just trying to find a primary product to look at here. And honestly, at this point, I'm just going to choose one. So maybe this wooden one here. So it has 15,000 reviews, a lot of reviews. But that could be a good one here. So it's a 3-pack of wood or wooden wall shelves. So let's do that. 3-pack or set of 3 wood wall shelves. Okay, there you go. Open up Jungle Scout. So now we got the search results loaded. So I'm just going to scroll to the right, and then I sorted by the rank here. Okay, so this would be our primary product. And then for our competing, we can see it's a lot of reviews, by the way, 33,000, 15,000, but they are making a lot of money too. Now, one thing to note here is that you can see the handles are slightly different, I guess. Not the handles, but the support beams. So this one, it's more curved, and these are just a pyramid. So that's something that would tell me that these are not exactly the same, but honestly, just for simplicity's sake, it's basically the same product. So this would be the primary here, and then this would be the first competing, and then the second competing would be not this one. That's a little too different. So probably this, that's the same brand. So if we keep going down here, probably find it. Yeah, this one. So this would be the second competing product, and the reviews are good, 169. So that tells us that yes, there actually is demand for this product, and it fits the reviews. The pricing is also good. It's above our $14.99 threshold. So this would be a product that we can add to our product opportunity list. And if you go back to the product database here, there are literally, 144,000 results. So obviously that's like an enormous amount, and it's going to take you a really long time to get through it. So that's why what I recommend doing is just, keep going to the next page until you probably do like 15 or 20 pages. And then after that, you can change the filters a little bit, and then that way you can continue to fill out your product opportunity sheet. What I recommend doing is I recommend using every single product research technique that I'm showing here in this video, and basically using it to get at least 5 potentially viable product opportunities on your list that fit the review criteria, that fit the BSR ranges, and that, have a healthy profit margin and things like that. So you want to get at least 5, at the minimum 3 with each product research technique, because the goal is, before moving on to actually selecting your product, you want to have about probably 10 to 20 before moving on to narrowing down your product on your list, maybe even 25. And then at that point, you have a lot of different products to select from, and it just becomes really easy to narrow it down. Now let's move on to the next product research technique. And this one is the rabbit hole. This one is my favorite, and honestly is the technique that I've used to find the most amount of my profitable products on Amazon. So with this technique, this is something that I created, and I realized that with Amazon and product research, you really just have to get your brain going, because the more you get your brain going, the more you brainstorm, the more you're exposed to different product ideas, the easier it will be to find potentially a product that you're going to want to start a brand with that's actually going to make money. So how the rabbit hole works is essentially you can start off with another product research technique. So basically you start off with magic search, as I'm going to do here, or the magic keyword. You do regular magic search. So let's say do dash, and then we type in actually first we have to select the category, right? So we'll select for example, let's do sports and outdoors, and then we're going to hit search to make sure that we get the category. And then here we're going to type in dash B, and then just a bunch of random letters, just like that. And if it does the all, then it's just best to just, do a magic keyword string. All right, so here I've got a magic search string pulled up. So as you can see, I just typed in the magic search string, random letters, 8 of them in home and kitchen. And so you start off like this, and then what you do is you basically just go down, and you don't even have to pull up Jungle Scout for this. You just look for any products that could potentially be a viable product opportunity. So for example, this room air purifier, right? And you can just go into that. And then what you want to do is you want to obviously check if this one is good. So you can do the standard procedure, but where the rabbit hole really starts is if you scroll down, okay, you get to this section right here. You can see it's going to say products related, sponsored, or 4 stars and above. So this entire section here, this whole thing, this is where the rabbit hole begins. And so what you can do is you can basically, first you pull up Jungle Scout on this one, you check the monthly revenue. So this one is 1.8 million a month, 865 reviews. So then you would basically open up Amazon, and then you would do the standard procedure of looking for primary and competing products. So for this one, we would just type in auto air purifier, hit enter, and then we would check if the product could be a viable product opportunity or not. So I just looked through this product, and it seems that there's just too many different options here, different designs. So for that, we actually keep going down the rabbit hole, and we can keep scrolling down. Okay, so this one is this wooden design. It's this Breathe Smart air purifier with smart sensor. And it's in espresso color, I guess, which is cool. I think this one is going to be a little bit too hard to find, so that's why let's try this one here. So Muka air purifier for home 3-in-1. Okay, that's cool. So let's do all departments. 3-in-1 HEPA air purifier. Okay. So there we have the first one. And then let's see if there's any other ones here. Not that many, actually. All right, so I'll go Jungle Scout open. Just going to scroll and then sort by the BSR. Let's see here. So that's a UV sanitizer. That's just a replacement filter. So Muka was the one. I don't think that's a UV one. It's just a HEPA filter air cleaner. So let's take that as our primary. Air purifier for home. Okay, so here we got another one, 8,083 reviews. So yeah, this would be something to add to our primary and competing. So the Muka would be our primary, and then MSB3 would be our first competing. And then to get our second competing, we would just click load more results. All right. And then you'd make sure obviously to look at the BSR rank as well, just to ensure that it's in the range. And so that is the rabbit hole. I recommend, honestly, with every single product research session, spending at the minimum 2 hours in any product research session. And honestly, the best schedule for doing product research is just to spend at least 2 to 3 hours, maybe even 4 hours, 5 times a week for the next 2 weeks, right? So maybe in the evenings or in the mornings before work or something like that, just a few hours, and make sure that your phone is on flight mode, make sure you're focused, just so you don't get distracted by social media, because it's going to be, too easy to get distracted. Honestly, in a world where, like I said, standards are so low and people's discipline and focus is so low, it's not going to take that much to succeed. So remember the rabbit hole method. It works with anything. If we type in like a magic keyword here, even with the product database, all you have to do is just start off with the product. So here we can type in like makeup or something like that. There you go. Makeup brush cleaner. And then we scroll down. And here, as we keep going down the rabbit hole, inevitably you will find a viable product opportunity, or a lot of viable product opportunities to add to your list. All right, so here we've got tons and tons of different things, like the silicone makeup brush cleaning mat, right? And then obviously if we scroll down again, we can see more and more stuff. And as you're doing this, you want to make sure that you're looking at the price, the reviews, you're looking at primary and competing products, making sure that it all fits the criteria that I discussed here in this video as you're adding it to your product opportunity list. And the last product research method I want to talk about, I call this the intuition method. So with this one, basically, I find that this is a little bit, I guess, spiritual, but I truly believe that we all have our own unique paths to success. And, I can give you all the steps, I can give you all the product research techniques and formulas, but at the end of the day, you're going to succeed doing what you're meant to be doing, right? And so I really believe that every single person has a specific product out there for them that they should launch, whether that's from your own life experience, whether that's something that you've been interested in, whether that's something that, just keeps kind of popping up in your mind as you're going out through your daily life. You're in the kitchen, or you're going on a walk, or you're at the gym, you're at work, and you're just, thinking like, hey, like I would love to launch this product. This would be a great idea. So, what you want to do is you want to just take a piece of paper and honestly spend like 10, 15 minutes thinking about products that you've thought of maybe in the past few weeks or in the past few months, and just write down those products. And if you don't have any products in mind, write down your passions and interests. So write down, for example, for me, I love fitness. And in fact, I'm actually launching a food brand in the fitness niche. So I'm super excited about that. That's something that, came to me through my intuition. So I recommend you do that. Just pause the video and spend 15 minutes writing down on a piece of paper products that you either thought of or niches. And then what I recommend you do after 15 minutes go by, after you have a solid list of at least, 3 to 5 products or niches, spend a few hours on Amazon just basically typing in and searching through those niches, going down the rabbit hole in those niches. So the rabbit hole is best combined. It's best used if it's combined with other product research methods. And intuition is, the perfect way to find that product that you'll have the highest chance of success with. Now, don't worry if you try this and you honestly give it a solid try and you can't find anything. That's fine. At the end of the day, you want to just find something that will work and that will make money. Now, finally, before we move on to finding suppliers, something that's really important to mention is the products to avoid selling on Amazon. So with products to avoid, like I said, on Amazon, when you're beginning, you can follow this video and you're going to get a solid base, but obviously there's only so much I can put in here in 2.5 hours. And so, basically through my experience, through the years of experience that I've had selling on Amazon, like I have a pretty good mental list of products to avoid. Like for example, some products that you definitely don't want to sell are adult products, any kinds of like tobacco or drug related products, marijuana related products, anything to do with anything illegal. You don't want to sell any weapons, right? But the list goes on and on and on. There's so many different categories. And so honestly, this is where the value of a good mentorship comes in. I did include a basic list of products in the Amazon FBA starter pack that you can take a look at, just of products to avoid. But honestly, a lot of people, this is where they go wrong. Beginners, they don't invest in mentorship and they're just kind of going in the blind and they just launch a product and then they don't realize that, it was restricted or banned and they should have avoided it, and they end up losing their entire inventory, all the money, because you really can't get a refund. And so that's why it's so good to have somebody, like myself, for example, like a mentor, check your product, make sure that it's actually good, and give you basically like the thumbs up to actually go and sell it, knowing that there are no restrictions or anything like that. So for example, blender bottles, coffee refills, derma microneedle rollers, because they're labeled as medical devices on Amazon. Believe me, tried selling that. Actually made some money with that for a little bit. Hyaluronic acid, lemon squeezer, pet odor eliminators, right? So the list goes on, but the list is much more than this. And like I said, this is why it's so important to have somebody that's a mentor, and they're actually like someone who does significant sales on Amazon, like myself, and they basically can tell you whether your product is good to go or not, because they have the experience. They know which products are problematic or are good, like they're not problematic to sell on Amazon. All right, so now that we're finished with product research, now we're ready to start narrowing down our product opportunity sheet. So you want to have your sheet open, and ideally you'd want to have at least 10 to 20 product opportunities here that fit all the criteria that we discussed in the previous section here of the video. So right now, all of these product opportunities that you see, this is from an earlier product research session that I did several months ago before I actually found my product. And so the product that I ended up going with was the bidet, and I actually have invoices and everything with that. And today this company is a very successful company since then. And so I'm going to show you an example of kind of like my mind process, and then how we got to the bidet and how we basically narrowed down this list here. So if we look at the product opportunity sheet, if you fill this out correctly, you should be able to scroll to the right, and you should be able to see an estimated profit margin for each product. So you can see here, like this first product, this LED makeup mirror 10X has an estimated profit margin of $6.59. Ideally you want to have an estimated profit margin of at least $10 per unit, simply because it's going to be so much easier to actually make real money and a significant amount of money when your profit margin is at least $10 per unit. So the way that we look at this is you want to look at a combination of things. So the first thing is you want to look at the profit margin percentage. This is based off of the variables you put in here, but mainly this is based off of price. And the price that we put in here is a price that we think we can realistically sell the product at. Now, I know that when you're starting out, it's not the easiest to actually kind of like guesstimate a price that you can sell your product at, but if you have to be realistic with this, right? Obviously, if your competitors here, let's say this magnifying light, okay, so this one, it's selling at $22.99, right? And then this one is selling at $19.99, okay? And then the final one is selling at 26, okay, so $17.99 is actually a low price. We can actually even increase this even further. We can probably come in and sell at $24.99 simply because we can offer a more premium version of the product. I'm sure that we can find something on Alibaba. So that would change the profit margin right away. So that would bring it up to 50%, okay? So we're actually looking at the profit margin percentage. So first though, we want to make sure that the prices on here are accurate, and you want to review that first. So basically you want to guess a price that you'll be able to sell it at, and try to just go with your gut. Don't try to put like a ridiculously high price or a low price, because that's going to skew your profit margin. The easy thing to do would just be to put an average between the three, and then you can look at the percentage here. So you want this profit margin percent to be at the very least 25%, and the closer it is to 50 or above, the better. If it's below 25%, the product opportunity gets deleted. So what you can do is you can just select it just by clicking on the row here. I'm in Google Sheets right now. You can also use Microsoft Excel, and then you can just click on that. And so that's going to erase the product opportunity right there. So the profit margin is the first thing we look at. Now, the next thing you want to look at is the sourcing cost. So the estimated sourcing cost would be right here. So this is how much we would be paying per unit to our supplier. And this is without even contacting suppliers, just an estimate, but it's a pretty accurate estimate if you took the mid-range of the product you saw on Alibaba. So we can see here, like this final one, $19.50 to source. I mean, that's going to be very expensive because, if we have, let's say, $2,000 to start, okay, so $2,000, and then we divide by, let's just say like $20, right? That's only going to allow us to order 100 units, right? As opposed to if we took that $2,000 and we invested into a product that costs $5 with all costs in, including unit cost and shipping, now we can order 400 units, which is a much better minimum order quantity. So in terms of a first order quantity, a lot of people ask me, what should my first order quantity be? So honestly, it can be any one of the following. It can be 250 units, 500 units, 750 units, or 1,000 units. Although I recommend sticking to 600 units or below for your first order, and definitely above 200 units when you're first starting out, simply because like that range, 200 and 600 units, that will allow you to get some traction on Amazon, start getting organic sales, and then you will run out of stock for sure. That's just inevitable. It's going to happen, but you're not going to be out of stock for as long as if you only had like 100 units and your product started selling like hotcakes, right? So between 200 and 600 is something that you want to kind of pay attention to. But on this sheet, you really have to look at this analytically. So you look at the margin percent. So that's the first check. Anything below 25, erase it. The next thing you look at is the sourcing costs. So for example, this one, $19.50, right? So if we look here, we want to see the estimated monthly sales. So this is the basically the estimated monthly sales that we can capture once our product's on the first page. So $19.50, I mean, 500 sales a month or units a month. If we open the calculator again, okay, so 500 times 20, that means that we're literally going to have to come up with $10,000 a month. Obviously not at the very beginning, but this is going to be our estimated inventory cost. Meanwhile, for like a product like this $3.80 one, so 380 times 600, okay, that's only going to be about 2.2K a month in terms of inventory cash flow commitment, right? So that's going to be a lot easier to source. So you want to look at this and you want to kind of ask these different kinds of questions. And honestly, the best way of looking at this is to look at also it's a combination of the profit margin, the sourcing cost, the estimated monthly sales. So the units, basically this shows us how many units we will likely be able to sell, like the top of the market, right? So the units that we like, the potential for the product on the first page. So obviously 5,000, the more the better. Also, you want to look at the monthly profit and the revenue. So in this case, we can clearly see this one, the 63% one is definitely the best one out of all of them, the bidet. And it's funny enough, it's the one that I ended up going with when I was filling out this sheet at the time. But I'm going to walk you through this as basically me looking at this for the first time now, right? So what you want to do is you want to start adding comments on the right side. So for example, for the first product here, this one, the LED makeup mirror, right? So for this one, you want to add some comments. So like I said in the sheet already, I filled it out just because I previously filled this out, but pretty generic product. Let me see, what else did I write here? Pretty generic, not too high profit, very low price. Actually, the profit margin did improve a bit ever since the price increased, I guess, since I actually filled out the sheet. So these two things are fine, but pretty generic product. We'll have to find a better version to sell at higher price. Okay, so you want to do that for all the product opportunities that remain on your sheet after, I'm talking about the ones that you clearly didn't cross out. So just add some comments, right? And you also want to look at, for example, the FBA fee. We can see here for this third product opportunity, which is the porcelain ramen bowls. So these are just very fragile porcelain bowls. What did I write here? I wrote that super fragile because it's porcelain, so that means that it can potentially break. That's not always the biggest problem. Usually suppliers, all you have to do is just get them to use extra packing material, extra foam and things like that to make sure that doesn't break. But very high FBA fee apparently, which, let me see, yes, $8.08, that's true. It is a high FBA fee, high fulfillment fee. Must find similar, better designs, but how do we know it's better? So these are just some of the comments that I left here. So that's what you want to do. So just pause the video right now, go through your sheet, cross out the ones that are clearly no-goes, and then add some comments for the remaining ones. After you've done that, the next thing you want to think about is potential other products that you can launch if you were to start that brand. So if you were to look at this bidet here, this is the top seller of the bidets, the Tushy. If we look at their product line that's available, so this is actually the best and easiest way to start getting ideas for products, to expand later on, to add onto your product line. So we can see here they're selling a premium toilet stool. They're selling premium bamboo toilet paper. So they're actually mostly only selling the bidet, the toilet seat attachment. But there's a lot of things that we can sell here. We can sell probably a portable bidet. I think Dude does that, Dude products. We can probably sell also a toilet stool, right? So you want to just start brainstorming and having some various ideas in your head for any of the more interesting product opportunities that you have on your list. And the reason you want to do that is because it's much better to start a brand that you have products to add on to later on. And it's going to be relatively easy to do that, as opposed to putting in all this work to brand a new product that you'll only basically be able to sell one product with, and then basically leaving you having to always launch random products, which we said goes against our entire e-commerce brand strategy. So now we're ready to start contacting suppliers. So there's actually two different ways of finding suppliers for your product. So the first way is to find suppliers in China or in Asia or overseas, and the second way is to find suppliers domestically. And there are pros and cons to to each approach. For 90% of you watching this video, likely you are going to be going with a supplier in China, simply because China is and still remains and will still be the absolute best source of suppliers and manufacturers for most products out there. So for example, in China, in terms of like the bidet, our supplier for the bidet ended up being from China, and that, has been an incredible relationship. Since then, we've actually grown the bidet brand. It's called Brodet. We've grown that up to 50K a month in sales, up to 6K a day. We're now actually out of stock, so we're waiting for the next inventory to come in, but that's all from a supplier in China. But if we look at another example of products, for example, skincare products, I would never source skincare products from China, simply because, there might be more issues when shipping it. And also in terms of like now, anything that goes in your skin or in your body, it's just better to source domestically. If you're selling in the US, then it's better to source that product to find a supplier in the US. For example, for a new food e-commerce brand that I'm starting here in the fitness industry, I am going with a manufacturer in the United States. Because it just makes more sense in this case. It's a food product that has to be high quality. It's not something that's just a simple plastic product or something simple, right? Now, if you're selling in Europe and it's like a skincare product or a food product or something that goes on your skin or inside of your body, and quality in these cases is very, very important. It's always important, but especially with things that go in your body or on your skin, and you're selling in Europe, then I would go with a supplier in Europe. So I'm going to show you how to find suppliers in China as well as outside of China, in the United States and in Europe, and basically anywhere in the world. So let's get started with finding a supplier for some of our product opportunities here. All right, so now I'm going to show you how to find suppliers from China using Alibaba.com. Alibaba is the #1 website to find suppliers in China, as well as a few other countries like Vietnam, and there's a few other good ones in there as well, like Pakistan. So mostly it's going to be from China, from 90% of you, because China just has the most meta suppliers. So let's go ahead and begin. So we're going to go ahead and use the example of this cold brew coffee maker. Okay, and so we've got this one, and then if we open this one up, we have this one as well, and then we have this one. So the reason why we want to contact suppliers is because we want to start getting invoices from them, and we want to start negotiating with them the prices and really see how much it's actually going to cost us per unit, how much it's actually going to cost us to ship it to the Amazon warehouse, to ship it to the US or to Europe or wherever you're going to sell. And once we have those numbers, we can then use something called the profit calculator. It's a completely free tool, the Ecom Freedom Profit Calculator. I'm going to show you how to use it. Once we have an invoice from a supplier, we can actually put in real numbers in there, and we can see our actual profit margin, and then we can make a decision on which product opportunities we're going to go with. Now, what I think is best before you actually contact suppliers is to pick 3 final product opportunities from your list. So if you have like 20, and let's say you've crossed out like a few of them, I would suggest just pick 3. So for example, we can pick like these 3, for example. Let's say that these are the ones that I thought were the best after my analysis. So for that, we're just gonna mark them like that. And then that way, what you want to do is you want to contact suppliers for the 3 of them, run them through the Ecom Freedom Profit Calculator, and then after that, you can really get a good picture of how much money you can make and how much it's going to cost you, how much your first order will cost you, your profit, and all that kind of stuff. So the point of this is once you get all that information, then you can really narrow it down to one final one. And if you can't narrow it down to one final one, that's fine. You can just unmark them, and you can pick another set of 3 products from your list, and then you can just rinse and repeat the process until you really find and narrow down one product that you're really, you have a good overall gut feeling about. The numbers make sense, everything fits the criteria and things like that. So let's begin. So cold brew coffee maker. So we're just going to go here, and we're going to type in cold brew coffee maker. Now, to actually contact suppliers and to use Alibaba, you will need to make an account. What I recommend you do is I recommend you go to Gmail and create a separate business email. Gmail is completely free, so you can just make a different email address. And the reason why you want to do that, and this is a little known, pro tip here, if you sign up with like your actual email that you use for everything else in your life, you're going to start getting spam from all these suppliers. They're going to start sending you like hot deals and promotions and things like that. You don't want to do that. So just create a different email address, and then you can even create one with your LinkedIn. That's fine as well. I like to just create a separate Gmail and use that to sign up for Alibaba. Don't have to do that right now, but you will to actually be able to contact suppliers. So once you type in the main keywords, you want to start looking at what we have available. And the first thing that I always do is I enable trade assurance and verified supplier. And the reason I do this is because it gives you that added level of protection when you are searching for suppliers. Trade assurance is Alibaba's special program that basically gives you added protection when you are paying suppliers in China. Of course, when it's your first time doing it, it's a little bit intimidating and you don't know if they can just run away with your money. So believe me, working with suppliers on here is trustworthy. And especially if you're following this video, you're using trade assurance and verified supplier, you will have absolutely no problems, okay? Because if anything happens, Alibaba will side with you as long as you did the deal in the Alibaba chat, which is really clunky. I'm gonna explain that later, how to do that. But as long as you did all that, it's gonna be good. And verified supplier is Alibaba's own inspection system, certification process. So you just wanna make sure those two are enabled. And now we can start going down the list. So ideally, I'd wanna find something just like this one. I really like let me see here. Tequila. So this was our primary product, but in fact, I actually like a different one better. I think it was called Coffee Gator Cold Brew. Yeah, so this one. I really like this one. So let's try to find this one. So the pictures on Alibaba, they're a little bit, this one looks similar. Let's see. So it's silver at the top. It's best to like really zoom into the picture and look at the details because the pictures are, they can be deceptive on Alibaba. This looks almost the same, but as you can see, it's not. If you compare the two things, the thing in the middle, which holds the coffee, the cold brew, you can see that it's like a lighter color, and here it's a darker color, right? So you'll find that sometimes the product looks exactly the same as the one that you want, but when you actually get a sample, which is what we're gonna do from our suppliers to make sure that the product is good, when you get a sample, you'll see that it's actually completely different or just different enough that it ruins the product. So that's something to be aware of. Okay, so this one looks like it's good. So, okay, let's see here. All right, so I like this one a lot. It's already much better. And one thing to note is that when you're looking for suppliers, they're not just offering this specific product. So if you actually click on them, right, you can see the supplier details on the right side here. So the factory name is called Sino Glass Housewares. And if you actually contact them through the contact supplier, you're actually going to be able to tell them hey, what I usually do is I send them a picture of the one that I want on Amazon. I'm like, hey, do you have any products just like this one? And then they'll usually say yes, because they're not just selling that one version, right? And when you're looking at suppliers, one thing also, I always click on the supplier page. And before I do that here, look at this, right? So it's China, that's where it's from. 10 years of experience, that's good. So that's also a great sign. There's no minimum, but if it's like 1 year or 2 years, that's obviously going to be worse than a supplier with like 6 or 10 years of experience. They got a 5-star rating on Alibaba. You got your response time. And then you can see how many transactions they had on Alibaba. The delivery rate, that's not really that important. It's mostly the years of experience. And I'm going to show you what other stuff to look at. So I'm on their page now. You can access that by clicking on their supplier page. And you'll find, as you can see, you got all the staff of the manufacturer. They're chilling here, really happy with their products and stuff. So you can browse their product catalog. So if we go to all categories, and we'll find coffee maker. All right, so there you go. They have a lot of different coffee makers. So that's also, like I said, I'm sure that if we actually tried, we'd be able to find the exact one as Coffee Gator, and maybe even better. You can also make improvements with the supplier, right? So of course, that's a whole other level of knowledge here that's just going to surpass the scope of this video. But just know that you can do that. You can ask them for improvements. So one thing I always look at is I go to the company overview and I scroll down. Okay, you can see the supplier has been verified on site by world-leading inspection company TÜV Rheinland. So, it's verified. If we go down here, we can see it says manufacturer and trading company. There are two types of suppliers on Alibaba. There are manufacturers and trading companies. What a manufacturer is just that. It's the manufacturer, so they're the ones that actually create the product and sell it. A trading company, that's basically like a company that is in China. They buy from suppliers, hold it in their warehouse, and then resell it for a profit. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, it's best to just go straight to the manufacturer. And yes, that's true, but not always, because, I've worked with trading companies in the past, and yes, even though they obviously sell you at an upcharge compared to the manufacturer, sometimes for some products you just won't even find manufacturers for them because they're so deep in China that the only way that you can basically access them is through trading companies. So there is no hard rule on working with manufacturers or trading companies, but this is something to look at. So we can see here they're both year established 2005. Total annual revenue, so I'm going to look at as well. So if it's anywhere in the millions, that's great. And then they got a bunch of certifications. So this looks like a great supplier. So what we want to do is we're going to want to contact the supplier. So you click that button, and now you're going to want to log into your Alibaba account. Like I said, if you haven't made one, just make a separate Gmail and then use that email address, not your personal email, because you're going to get spam. Now this is where our supplier contact template comes in handy. So you can actually get this for free. There's going to be a link down below for the Ecom Freedom Amazon FBA starter pack. So you can grab it down there. And here you'll get the best supplier templates to actually get responses. So everything's written for you. All you have to do is copy and paste. And you can rewrite this if you want in your own words, just to maybe differentiate from everybody else. But honestly, you don't have to complicate things. So this is available for free below. Literally information from courses that cost thousands, and honestly the best out there. So okay, so what you're gonna do is you are going to copy and paste this document right here. So you want to highlight everything, and then you want to right click, copy. And then you want to paste everything in here, okay? And before you send it, don't just send it, because look, it's just a big blob of text. You want to make sure that you space it out, okay? So, hello, my name is, then you put in your name, so put in Dan Bass. Anything with brackets, you want to make sure that you obviously fill it in. Dan Bass, I am the owner and CEO of. So since you don't have a brand name yet for your product, you can just put just a general name for your sourcing company. So we can put like Essential Ventures Inc. It really doesn't matter. Like, don't overthink this. Just focus on what's important, which is getting to the supplier. Eventually you can tell them your brand name once we come up with it, which we're going to do later in this video. We specialize in selling, you want to make yourself look established. Chinese suppliers don't really want to work with people who are brand new, because obviously that's not how they make their money. Chinese suppliers make their money, and any supplier, they make their money from long-term business relationships. So if you demonstrate that you're more experienced and you know what you're doing, and this is not your first, this is not your first like rodeo, I guess, like you'll be a lot better off than just a beginner who's like, yo, what's the price for this and what's the MOQ, right? So we specialize in selling premium coffee products and then you want to put the country you're going to sell in, so in the United States. Okay, we are looking for a high quality supplier to expand our product line and are interested in one of the items you manufacture, the cold brew iced coffee maker. Okay, and then here you have the opportunity to put a link to the product that you want to basically have them find for you. So it would be this one, copy and paste it in here. And then we want to establish a long-term mutually beneficial relationship with a high-quality supplier that could become our nationwide manufacturer for this product. Could you please provide answers? Make sure you're spacing everything out. And now we have these numbered. So the reason why we have these numbered is because in China, it's a cultural, I guess it's just part of their culture where, if you number questions, they're more likely to answer them. If you don't number the questions, they just won't answer your questions. Like a lot of the times in earlier supplier templates, I've sent them and they literally answer like one question, or they just reply with 2 letters, okay, that's it. And it's like, okay, what? So that's why with the numbers, they're actually going to be more likely to answer your questions. And all these questions are super relevant. Like, are you able to provide a custom logo, custom packaging? What color logo options do you offer? All these things we need answers to be able to make an educated, analytical decision for which product we are going to sell. Are you able to send a custom sample to, and then you put your country where you are, not where you're selling, because you want to get that sample. You want to feel the product in your hands before you sell it, okay? And so once you fill this all out, you want to make sure before you send it that you select everything, okay? So select everything like that, right-click, copy, and then you can save it in like a document because this is the same template that you're going to be sending to any other suppliers for the same product you're looking for. And then you're going to click send inquiry now. You can click agree to share business card, but that shares your email and phone number. So, if you want to basically have a higher chance of response, you can do that. But if you don't do that, then it's just going to keep your responses that you get from them in your Alibaba account, which is totally fine. So send inquiry now, do that. And then basically what you want to do is you want to reach out to 3 to 5 suppliers for each of those 3 product opportunities that you have selected on your sheet. So in this case, be cold brew coffee maker, bidet, and privacy screen filter. This is like a filter that basically blocks your screen if you're like on the train or on the bus, and so other people can't like creep and see what you're doing. So that's what you want to do. So pause the video and then unpause once you've done that and you've contacted 3 to 5 suppliers for every single one of your 3 product opportunities. So now I'm going to quickly talk about how to find suppliers domestically or in another country other than China, so the US or, for example, Japan. So I had an example product here, which was matcha powder. So for example, for matcha powder actually, and I didn't know, the best country to source matcha powder for in terms of quality is Japan. And you can find that out, typing in best country to source matcha powder from, and it's going to say Japan, right away, Japan. I guess because they're just the best at that. So for that, what you want to do is, and this is the same applies for finding suppliers for domestic things in the US, what you want to do is type in private label matcha powder, and then you can hit enter. And you can even add like Japan after that, right? So you can put Japan. Okay, so if we open this, right, we can see here right away, Sugimoto Tea Company can help you launch your very own private label tea. So they offer like wholesale, bulk supply, private label. So there you go. Essentially, the same thing as finding a supplier on Alibaba, except we are sourcing from a country which it just makes more sense to source matcha from. Now, if you're seeing a lot of Alibaba links, sometimes you'll do this. You'll type in private label and then the product in the country. If you're seeing a lot of Alibaba links, all you have to do is type in -alibaba.com. And what that's going to do is it's going to erase all the Alibaba links so you don't see them. And when you're contacting them, the best way to contact them is to click on the contact button here. I recommend filling out their contact us form as well as sending them an email from your business email and using the same exact template that I just showed for the that I showed in the supplier template. You can use the exact same one, and that's going to work great. I've sourced amazing products like this, and the process is super simple. It's actually a little bit easier to work with suppliers outside of China just because of there's usually less of a language barrier, and the process works the same for Europe. You can just do private label, for example, private label skin cream Europe. If you're looking for something like that, let's say fish oil, just as an example, right? Fish oil, it's well known that the best fish oil is from Norway. So you type in private label fish oil Norway, hit enter, okay, and then boom, products for healthcare, omega3care.com. So it looks like they offer Norwegian private label fish oil. So now once you've contacted at least 3 to 5 suppliers for each of your 3 product opportunities, what you want to do is you want to get them onto either WhatsApp or Skype as fast as possible. And the reason why is because it's just so much easier to communicate with them through those apps instead of going through Alibaba's super clunky messaging interface. Now it's time to actually negotiate with them. So you want to get in direct contact with them. And now you'll realize that, if you're speaking to a Chinese supplier and you're in the States, well, you're going to have to stay up, for example, in the evenings a little bit later to talk to them because obviously they're sleeping. And a good thing to do to figure out what time it is in China right now is just to go on Google and type in time in Beijing, which is the capital. And then obviously now it's 2:34, so they're going to be sleeping. So you can expect an answer from your suppliers within like 1 or 2 days, and then except over the weekends. The weekends they're not working, or any other Chinese holidays, which you can also figure out by typing in Chinese holidays and then the year. All right, so once you've contacted your supplier and you've gotten them on WhatsApp or Skype, by the way, to add them on WhatsApp, you need to add them as a contact on your phone, and you need to make sure that the area code for China is in there in the front. It's usually like a plus, and then there's going to be a few numbers there. And on Skype, you just add their username or their email. And once you have them on Skype and WhatsApp, now you want to go back and forth, and you basically want to negotiate a price down. So you're going to ask them for the price for a certain quantity, and they should answer you that in Alibaba. So you should already have an idea. And what you want to do is you basically want to negotiate with the different suppliers, and you want to see which one can get you the lowest price. So first of all, I always offer a pretty low ball price, and then they will usually never take it. They will probably just give you something in between. And eventually you want to bargain it down to a price that's a win-win for both of you, where, it's still good and it's reasonable for them. Because at the end of the day, you want to establish a win-win relationship. That's the secret with working with suppliers from all over the world. You don't want to screw them. You basically want to make sure that, there's enough profit to be made on both sides so that they're happy to work with you. Because, if you squeeze them out of their profit too much, they're just going to send you bad quality product, and then you're going to pay for that later in the form of bad customer reviews, and your business is basically going to get hurt in the long run. So that's what you want to do. And the golden rule here of negotiation is to always assume that everything is negotiable, everything, okay? But at the same time, you want to be professional, you want to be nice to them, you don't want to corner them because they are an equal. You have to treat them as an equal. So just to make the process easier for you, here's an invoice from our first order on Amazon for the bidet. So this is what a product invoice looks like. Now, once you've negotiated a price down with your different suppliers, you want to ask for a PDF invoice to your business email. And once you get the PDF invoice, it's going to look a little bit different because this is actually the Alibaba invoice because you're going to get two invoices. Like you're going to get a Performa invoice, which is just like a tentative invoice. It's a PI. That's what it stands for, Performa invoice. And it's basically like subject to change, and then you're going to get the final contractual invoice on Alibaba eventually once you actually make the payment. So this is the Alibaba invoice, but as you can see, it's going to look like this. It's going to show the manufacturer's name, which I've blurred out, of course, because that's sensitive information, for our product. And then it's going to show like the buyer, which is us, and then it's going to show the product as well as the unit price. So, it's going to be so much easier to select a supplier and really make a decision on a product once you have all the different invoices with you, and you can, start to compare everything. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go and plug this all into our Ecom Freedom Profit Calculator, which is a free tool. You'll find the link down below, as well as a link in the Amazon FBA starter pack, which there's also a link down below for that. It's free. Now, one thing I will say is that you do want to get a shipping price. So for shipping, you can either do air or sea. Now, for over 90% of you, unless your product is oversized, you're going to want to do air shipping, and you're going to want to ask for a price for air shipping for your product. And you're going to want to ask for DDP shipping, which stands for delivered duties paid. Sometimes they're going to be skeptical, or they're going to be maybe a little bit apprehensive about giving you like a DDP price, simply because DDP means that the supplier is responsible for paying the duties. So in that case, you can just tell them, hey, just get us a DDP price, and don't worry, just bill us the customs duties and we will pay you right away. And you can also tell them the following three magic words: reduce customs value. Okay, so if you tell them that, then they should be able to have no problem to give you DDP. So what that essentially is that on the customs value sheet, they are going to reduce the value. And so that's it's a little bit of a gray area, and it's up to you if you want to do it. But it is a technique that I've seen in the industry a lot, and it's very, very commonplace. So once you have that invoice, you have the unit price as well as the shipping cost. Now we're ready to plug it into the Ecom Freedom Profit Calculator. So to access that, it's www.ecomfreedom.com/profit calculator. And this is actually our tool here that we created, our team has created. So once you're on here, just click on register and then just create a quick account. It's going to say, ask for your like basic info, name, last name, email. Don't worry, we're not going to spam you. I barely send out any emails. I only send out pure value, things that will actually change your life, and valuable things that will help you along your own journey to success and to financial freedom and wealth. All right, so once you're logged in, you're going to see it's going to look like this. And it's a super simple tool, but it's very, very good because I just wanted to basically make the process as simple as possible for all my subscribers, just because I've noticed that a lot of people, they get their profit calculation wrong. Like the amount of beginners that invest in products without ever doing this is astounding, and I don't want that to be you. So what you do is you click on add product over here, product name, we're going to type in bidet, selling country, we're going to select the United States. And now for the ASIN, you want to basically put in the competitor's ASIN. So that's going to pull up the information from that product. So if you have any questions about any of the boxes, what to fill in, you can always click on the I, and then there's an explanation there. So I'm going to go on Amazon and I'm going to type in bidet, and I'm just going to grab one of our competitors. So probably Tushy for the bidet, right? And if we scroll down right here, I'm going to grab the ASIN, which is at the top here. It's the letter B followed by the letters and numbers. So you just copy that, make sure you get the whole thing, go back, paste it in here, boom. So there you go, that pulled up the product. You should see the pictures. For the selling price, you're going to want to put in a price that you're planning on selling your product at. And that should come from your product opportunity sheet. So for us, we put $69.99, but actually we ended up selling it at $49.99. So we'll just put $49.99. Okay, and then here we put enter ASINs of top 3 competitors. So we'll just do that as well. Okay, so let's put Tushy. Then there was also Dude Bidet. There you go, Dude Wiper 1000. So we'll just copy just the ASIN, paste it in here. And you don't have to put all 3, but if you want. So then we'll just grab this one, for example, here. You can also grab the ASIN. If you scroll down to the product information, you can find it right here as well. I'm going to paste that in here. Boom, continue. All right, sourcing costs. So for the estimated cost per unit, you grab that from the invoice. So in this case, we have the invoice right here. So for our unit price, it's $8.80 is what we got after negotiating. Make sure that you only put the price after negotiating. Please negotiate. I will say this again, negotiate, negotiate, negotiate. All right, $8.80. Shipping cost per unit. So for us, the shipping was about $4 per unit. So we're just going to put that in there. And there's also an explanation here of how to get the shipping cost per unit as well. So now for the FBA fee, we're going to go and grab the FBA fee, which according to our sheet here, if we scroll to the right, the FBA fee is $6.18. So we're going to put that in here. The referral fee is automatically calculated. And for our first order, we're going to select probably, let's say like 500 or maybe like, let's say 400. Click continue. And you can just put like a number in there. You can always change that later. And now you enter all the variable costs. So like the cost to add a logo. So for us, it was all actually included with the label as well. So $8.80, including the logo and label. Sometimes you might pay like a little bit extra for the logo, like 10 or 20 cents, max 50 cents per unit. So yeah, $8.80, $4, that's it. So for the first order, it's gonna look like it's gonna cost us, if we go to show results here, all right, we can see all the results, and it looks like it's going to cost us $10,592, but that's not how much we're gonna pay. We're actually gonna pay $5,000 because if you do 8.8 plus 4 times 400, all right, if we do a quick calculation, 8.8 plus 4 times 400, all right, that's 5,000. So this actually adds on FBA fees as well, but FBA fees don't come out of our pocket at the beginning, right? And you can always change your initial order. So if we go down to 200, that's only 2.5K, right? And our MOQ was actually like 200 for this. So we could have ordered that little, but I decided because I have a higher starting budget, obviously, like I decided to just order more. And then if you scroll up, you'll be able to see your profit margin, your return on investment, your cost of goods, and you'll be able to see like a little results ticker here. So profit margin, anything that's above 40% is great. Anything that's between 30 and 50 is good. Return on investment, anything above 100 is great. And in terms of a cost of goods sold, this one is actually incorrect. So we're gonna have to fix that. But otherwise, the profit calculator is an essential tool because it will show you all these different things. It will also show you your break-even price. So how much you have to basically sell your product at to break even. So $26.48 are absolute minimum price on Amazon to not lose any money on our sales, but also not make any money. But if we sell it at $49.99, that means we're gonna make a profit of $4,702 on our first order. Now, if we look at our profit margin, 47%, if we compare it to what we have on the sheet here, 63% was the margin that we got, but that's also before changing the cost. So $49.99. So, and that brings us down to 55. So, pretty close. So this is a pretty good estimate, but obviously the profit calculator gives you a much more accurate number. All right, so the next thing we have to do is check for patents. And this is very important because there are lots of patents out there. And of course, this is something that, especially when I was a beginner, I had no idea what this was. So what a patent is it's basically an exclusive license that allows a company or a person to sell a specific version of a product. There are two types of patents, design patents and utility patents. Now, most patents are design patents, and then you've got some that are utility. You don't have to worry about that right now, but essentially what you're trying to do here is you're trying to search up your product and you're trying to see if there are any patents that are basically preventing you from selling the version of the product you want to sell. So if I type in bidet toilet attachment and I press enter here, right? So it's going to give us all these different patents, 4,700 results, and this is for the United States, as you can see. And so what you're actually trying to do is you're going to go through the patents and you're trying to read and primarily look at the ones with a picture. So like, for example, here we see that's like a rotating stool for a toilet. So it's totally different, right? So if you find something that looks like what you are trying to sell, that means that it's a patent and, like you should not sell it, because what's going to happen is suppliers have no idea about anything like patent wise. Chinese suppliers, they don't really care. They violate patents and they sell it because US patents don't really apply there. So that's why it's your responsibility to make sure there are no patents. A good way of figuring out if your product is patented is to hire someone to do a patent check for you. You can either hire a lawyer to do it, or you can hire like someone on the cheap on Fiverr.com or Upwork. That's going to cost you like max $50 or $60. A lawyer is going to cost you a few hundred. And that's up to you which path you want to take. If you want to do it through a lawyer, because the lawyer is the only one that's actually legally qualified to do this, then you can actually go to www.ecomtrademarks.com. His name is Jeff Stoller. He's my personal lawyer, and he's done a lot of legal work for me in terms of patents and things like that. And he's the best e-commerce lawyer that I've found. Or if you want to do it on the cheap, you can just go on Fiverr and type in patent search. But these are not legally registered lawyers. They're just people that kind of do this and they have some experience doing this. And as you can see, you can do it for like $15, $35. Or another option is just to look at it yourself. So if your product is free of any patents, then you're good to go. If it has a patent, then you should erase it from the list because you don't want to run into any issues, because you're going to launch the product and you're going to get like a cease and desist letter from a lawyer. And then obviously that's going to prevent you from being able to sell the product. So now you've contacted your suppliers, you've run all the numbers through your profit calculator, and now you can clearly see, the profit margins for each product. So if you have any product opportunities out of the 3 that are clearly a no-go, erase them. If all 3 are still good, now is the time where you want to order samples. So to order samples, you basically just ask your supplier, hey, I want to order a sample. Please ship it to me via air DHL or air mail. And a sample is going to cost you between $50 and $100. It will be expensive. You don't want to negotiate the sample price simply because it's just 1 unit. And, that's just how much it is. It's expensive to ship 1 unit, obviously more expensive than shipping, hundreds or thousands. So the reason why we get a sample is because we want to see and feel and touch the product and pretend that we're the customer and imagine ourselves getting the sample, opening it up and really like seeing it for ourselves. And you really want to put the samples to the test. Like you really want to use them the way they were intended to be used. And you almost want to abuse them because obviously you want to make sure that the samples hold up to the test of your target market. And so once you get your samples, once they arrive, it might take you about a week, 2 weeks max. Once you get the samples, if you're not happy with, for example, you want to go with the product, but you're not happy with the sample, then you can just ask them to send you a better quality one, maybe make a change or something like that. Now you don't need to have the logo on the sample. You can ask if they can put the logo on the sample. That would be great, but it's not necessary. Obviously you don't have a logo yet. So for that, you can skip to the branding section if you'd like. But once you get the samples in your hands, now you can make a clear decision on which product you want to do. All right. So at this point, you've contacted suppliers, you've gotten the invoices, and you've also seen the profit margin for your 3 product opportunities. So at this point, you should be able to make a great decision on a final product out of the 3 that you should go with. And my best advice for you is honestly to look at the numbers and then just close your eyes, in silence, think about it, give it like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, just think about like nothing. Think about nothing. And just think about emptiness, contemplate emptiness. And after 30 seconds go by, ask yourself the following question. Which one of these 3 product opportunities will be my first successful product on Amazon? Which one should I do? And the answer should just pop up right away. And if the answer isn't really clear, and it should be really clear, if it's clear, select that one. And obviously, put away the other 2. If the answer isn't immediately clear, then ask yourself, why isn't the answer clear? Maybe there are certain issues with the product. Maybe your intuition is telling you things that, maybe your logical mind is ignoring, right? You can always just select 3 other product opportunities from your sheet and then rinse and repeat everything that I said about finding suppliers and running it through the profit calculator. So now you should be able to make a decision. For me, it's going to be clear. I'm going to do the bidet here, and that is going to be the product we're going to run with. So now the next step is to actually create our product listing. And before we move on to that, we need to purchase barcodes. So now let's talk about getting barcodes. So what is a barcode? This is also called a UPC. So I'm going to make this as simple as possible for you to really be able to process this. So to sell anything on Amazon, you need to have a UPC. It's a unique product identifier or unique product code. So now it's time to purchase a barcode. Now, to be able to sell any product on Amazon, you do need a UPC. There's a few ways of getting a UPC. There's a cheap way and then an expensive way, and I'll show both ways. So basically, to be able to make a listing on Amazon, you need this, and it's super easy to get this. And basically, it's like a universal code for your product, which identifies your product in the physical product space. So there are 2 ways of getting this. You can do it the expensive way or the cheap way. The expensive way is the legit way, and the cheap way is not entirely legit, but it still works. And it's entirely up to you which one you want to do. So here is the official website that issues the barcodes. It's called GS1. You'll find a link down below, gs1us.org for US, and then also they've got a European website as well, and for other parts of the world. So for GS1, if you want to get a barcode like officially, and if you try to make a listing on Amazon, you'll get a message saying that the barcode should be GS1 or else you might have problems down the road. One big disclaimer is that, and I will say that I've successfully sold products both the GS1 and non-GS1 using a barcode reseller, and I've had 0 issues. I've heard of people having issues. That's why I'm not responsible for anything that happens from the information in this video that you hear, but it's up to you. And like I said, for me, nothing happened. I've never heard of anyone really having any issues with a barcode reseller. And I think this is an expensive cost when you are starting out with selling on Amazon. That's why it might be best to go with the reseller. So for GS1, you have to pay an initial fee of $250, and then you pay basically a $50 annual renewal fee. For $250, you can get 10 barcodes. And the pricing, changes sometimes. So by the time you're watching this video, the pricing might be a little changed. So the point is that going through GS1 is the official way, and you're going to get, an official barcode and everything like that. But it's also the expensive way. So if this is something that you just want to make sure that it's all good and legit, you can just go with GS1 using the official barcode issuing agency, which is this, or you can use a barcode reseller. Now, there are tons of them out there, but my favorite one is nationwidebarcode.com. Make sure it's barcode, not barcodes, because that leads you to a different website. There's also another one called like Barcodes Mania, which I've used in the past as well. So here, what this is basically they resell old barcodes that were issued by GS1. So they're still GS1 barcodes. They still are official barcodes, but they were just used previously. As you can see, they've got a great rating on the Better Business Bureau, and it's super cheap to get a barcode. So if you want to get one, it's just $12. If you want to get 5, it's $7.50 per barcode. Much cheaper, obviously, than GS1. And if you buy a barcode from Nationwide, you're basically going to end up paying a lot less money, and it's still going to be an official barcode, and it will most likely work. And even though Amazon will tell you, the barcode should be GS1, there's no way for Amazon at this time to actually detect and see which barcodes are sold by resellers or not, simply because they're all GS1 issued barcodes in the first place. It's just that this website resells old ones, right? So if you buy a barcode from Nationwide, that's what I would recommend. I recommend buying one from Nationwide to start with, and then plugging it into your listing when you're going to start a listing. We're going to do that soon here in this video. And then if it doesn't work, then you can just buy a GS1, or you can buy another one from Nationwide, and eventually it's going to work. It's going to let you make the listing. You should have no issues whatsoever. Again, this is your choice. This is the cheap way, and then this is the expensive but like actual official way of doing it. And I want to remind you that I've barely heard of anybody ever having issues with Nationwide barcode. Nothing like accounts getting banned, nothing like that at all. So there's nothing to be worried about. But again, disclaimer, this is entirely up to you. I'm just presenting to you all the options just so you can choose. So now it's time to create our e-commerce brand. So this is where we're going to get our logo, we're going to get our packaging, and we're really going to think about what kind of brand we're making here and what our brand is going to stand for in terms of its mission and vision. And as I've said previously in this video, the best way to secure freedom for yourself and your family long term, the best way to ensure a consistent source of passive income for yourself and to build a business that will actually stand the test of time is to build a real business and a successful long-term brand that sells a high-quality product to a particular target market. So if we look at our bidet product, we're going to sell a bidet toilet seat attachment. And in terms of the brand, so what we actually decided to do with bidet, and my friend got this idea, who's my business partner in this brand, he actually got the idea to brand it to men because, basically men have problems with underwear skid marks, just like anybody actually. And, he just thought that it would be a great idea to brand it to men. And if you look at bidets on Amazon, they're selling a lot, making tons of money, and it's super competitive. So because of that, we really had to think of a unique way to brand it. So there are two different ways you can differentiate yourself in a competitive market. Number one, you can either create a strong brand that's unique and caters to a unique section of the market. And the second way is you can actually improve the product. And you do that through reading negative reviews and things like that, and then telling the supplier, asking them if they can make certain improvements to the product that would actually make it better. So I'm just going to show you what we did here for the branding for our Broday brand. So as you can see, we have the logo at the top, which I'm going to show you how to create. We have the product photography, as well as unique product packaging and things like that. Obviously, it all starts with a brand name. And the best way to come up with a brand name is if something, maybe something's already obvious and you already have a name kind of standing out in your head, well, then you can just do that. But most of the time, like for me, it usually takes a little bit of time to come up with a brand name. What I do is I write down a bunch of ideas on a piece of paper, and then I kind of just stop thinking about it. And as I go throughout my day the next few days, usually a brand name pops up in my head, and that's what I usually go with. You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to overthink it. We actually started Broday as Buttjet, and then eventually we found Broday, which is a much better name than Buttjet. So, that worked out for us. That's usually how it goes. So you definitely need a brand name before moving on to the logo. So now it's time to think of a brand name. So pause the video and fill out a sheet of paper with a brand name. Okay, once you have a brand name, you need to check for a trademark. And what a trademark is basically, for example, we have a trademark on Broday, meaning that nobody else can sell bidets under the Broday name, like at all, in the entire bidet class. So a trademark is super powerful. It's something that can defend your e-commerce brand. To check that, you just go on USPTO, you type that, United States Patent and Trademark Office, or you can go to the country that you're selling. If you're selling in Australia, then obviously check the Australian Patent Office. Once we're on the US Patent and Trademark Office site, TESS is the one we want to click on, basic word mart search. And here you want to type in the name you're thinking of doing. So for us, let's say, we want to do Broday. Well, then if we click on Broday and then click on the name, we can see here, okay, Broday, it's already registered by a company here, and it's live, meaning that there's an active trademark for bidets, meaning that if, let's say, I wanted to start a new Broday, I didn't actually own Broday, then I would not be able to do it because it's already a registered trademark. And then that's the same as a patent. If you sell a product under a trademark name and you're infringing on someone else's trademark, they can just take you down. They can send you a cease and desist. You don't want to do that. So that's the next check you got to do. There's a lot of loops and there's a lot of steps to this whole entire thing. That's why I'm trying to do my best to explain it. But honestly, mentorship is so valuable. It's so valuable. I'm obviously doing my best in this video, but I'm going to talk about mentorship at the end and how you can access it because I do a lot of that as well myself. It's something that is so crucial when you're starting out, or else you can very easily lose thousands of dollars. All right, so how to get a logo. There's actually two ways of getting a logo. You can either hire someone to create a logo for you, or you can go and try to create a logo yourself on Canva. Canva is like an easy to use Photoshop. It's totally free. Go on canva.com, you can sign up. We also have a special link down below, so you can use that as well. In case you ever want to upgrade to the paid plan, we've got a discounted link there, so you can use that. But on Canva, I recommend just honestly trying to create a logo yourself. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to create an account, and then once you create an account, just basically create a new document or like a new design, and then there you can just basically create a simple logo. Canva is perfect for logos like this, for minimalistic logos. If you want something that's more let's say more professional, I recommend hiring someone. And the best way to hire someone is to use a service like Upwork to find a talented graphic designer for you. So now I'm going to show you how to do that. So on Upwork.com, that's the link. There's also one called Fiverr, and there's also FreeUp, but Upwork is the one that is the best, honestly, is the one that I have the most experience with. And I've hired many freelancers on this website successfully, have spent probably hundreds of thousands of dollars on freelancers on this website, maybe even millions, honestly. But on here, you click search, and then you type in logo design, and then you press enter, or you just click hire professionals and agencies. Okay, so it's very important to filter the freelancers because you don't want to just hire anybody, right? So you don't need to do US only because for this, there are tons of extremely talented graphic designers in all countries around the world. And typically, you'll be able to hire someone who's really good without having to pay a premium rate for someone from the States, from a Western country. There are tons that are great from like the Philippines, from Eastern Europe, like the Ukraine, Bulgaria, even Kenya, Jamaica, right? So that's a great part about the internet, is that we're all globally connected and you can find a great freelancer. So what you do is you go freelancers, hourly rate, just do $10 and below. Honestly, if you want someone higher quality, you can do 10 to 30. You can hire someone in the States as well. Honestly, that's what I would do. I would just hire someone, between $10 and $60, even up to $60, depending on their portfolio. If it's something that I really like, because, if it's someone good, they're only going to need maybe like 5 to 10 hours to create a logo for you. And that's going to be a few hundred, right? So you really don't want to cheap out on this. That's why you can either go on the cheap, or you can go like 10 to 30, 30 to 60. We'll try 10 to 30, 90% and up job success, very important. Amount earned, 10K plus. We want someone experienced, 1,000 hours billed. And then that's basically it. Okay, so now you can start going through different designers here. So, okay, we're getting a lot of UI, UX designers. So maybe we should put like logo design, e-commerce. Okay, so no, that's still giving us a bunch of like web stuff. So let's do logo design or graphic design. So here we got like Sarah, right? So you can click on the freelancers page. You can see their portfolio. You can see exactly what they've worked on in the past. And you can do the exact same thing on Fiverr. Okay, so if you click on Maria here from Macedonia, right, you can see the different logos that she's made there. So Fiverr is also another website, fiverr.com. And if you go on Fiverr, you also type in logo design, e-commerce. And typically, once you find a good designer for your logo, you can also hire them to do your product packaging. So like a box, if there's a box that comes with your product, if you want to have it in a box, right? So logo design, e-commerce. And then you can basically just start going through here, and you want to make sure that, I think paying $10 is going to be very difficult to get a good logo from my experience. So you probably are looking to pay probably at least $50 for a logo, and for product packaging, probably at least $200. You might get away with something cheaper, but it's going to be definitely harder. At Ecom Freedom, we have our own logo designers and package designers like ready for our members. All right, so once you have a logo and a package design, now you can send it off to your supplier, and then obviously they need that to be able to print your logo on the product. And you need to absolutely have a logo on your product. Do not be that person who sells their product without a logo, because then it's just going to look like it came straight from China, from the dollar store. It's not going to look good, okay? So just make sure you get a logo. Make sure that you get product packaging as well. So as you can see, this is our product listing. We even have a video. This is something that you're going to be able to get once you have a trademark and brand registry. So we have a video showing how to install it. It's my friend in the video here, my business partner. For our product packaging, we honestly just have a box, and it says skid marks end here, and it says just like Brode on it. Maybe you can find a picture for you. You can show it here, but it doesn't have to be complicated. That's why I recommend just working with a graphic designer, or you can do it yourself in Canva. To get packaging design done, even by yourself or by someone, you're going to need to get what's called the box template or the packaging design template from your supplier. It's going to be a file that you can open up in Photoshop or Canva to actually add text and stuff onto it. Now, there's a whole lot more that goes into creating a powerful brand, but I've covered the foundation, like the basics of it. So once you have the logo, you've got the product packaging, you also have a few products in the back of your mind that you can launch later on to add onto your brand. Now you're in a pretty good spot. A few other things are like coming up with a brand mission and vision, creating a brand presence. So like your website, your Facebook page, social media. So I'm going to cover some of that later on, but of course, there's just so much to cover in this video that I can do. And so that's why, I'm just going to cover the foundation here, just the most important things you need. And later on for your brand, you will also get a patent and a trademark, and that's something that will come as you actually are successful once you're making like 10,000 plus a month. All right, so now it's time to create your product insert. So what is a product insert? This is basically a piece of paper that's going to come with your product, and it's going to arrive, your customer is going to open the product and they're going to see it inside. And the whole entire point of this is so that you can basically communicate with your customers when they buy the product, and you can offer them something in return for getting a review. Now, one thing to note about Amazon is that Amazon is super sensitive about sharing anything about your customer with you. Even though you are selling them products, Amazon makes it very clear that they're Amazon's customer and not your customer. So the one way to actually get around that and to really help you start getting 5-star reviews automatically is to get your supplier to print product inserts and include them with your product with every single unit. And so here I've got a sample product insert that we just created for a fictional brand. And what basically you want to do here is you want to have a QR code, and what you want to put on the barcode is your company logo, and you want to obviously make it look nice. You can get your graphic designer to do it, the one that you hired for the logo and the product packaging. You can also create it yourself on Canva. That's also an option. But the most important part here is you want to include your QR code. And I'm going to show you how to get this code right now. And what you want to do is you want to give them an offer that, basically is a no-brainer offer, an offer that they can't refuse. So for example, when you're just beginning, what you can do is you can offer them a second free unit of your product. Again, that's like, it's going to cut into your costs a lot when you're starting out, but it will skyrocket the amount of reviews that you're going to get. If you want, you can also do, for example, get 25% off your second, unit, share with your friends and family, get 25% off. So that's something that is also very common and also works very well to get reviews. And for them to be able to get that code, what they do is they just take their iPhone or their smartphone. Any modern smartphone nowadays has a built-in QR code scanner in the camera. All you do is just open your phone's camera, you point it at this, and then right away it opens the website wherever we want them to go to. And so where we're going to take them is we're actually going to take them to ManyChat. And I'll show you what ManyChat is here in a second. Basically, it's like a Facebook Messenger bot. And this is the best way we found to actually communicate with our Amazon customers because it respects all of Amazon's rules. And that way we can also build our own ManyChat list from it that we can then communicate with later on with like new product promotions, things like that. So to get a QR code, you want to go to qr-code-generator.com. This is the best website for doing that. And then you want to click on sign up. And once you click on sign up, make an account. And once you're logged into your account, you're going to be able to get to your QR code dashboard. So you're going to want to click on create QR code. As you can see, this is our Brode QR code. And we actually never even included our product insert with our product. It's just something that we missed, honestly, like if I'm being honest, I'm teaching the formula and I'm breaking everything down into every single step. And this is a formula that anybody can follow with all the techniques to ensure success. But honestly, like everybody's success journey is going to be different. With us for Bro Day, we actually did things a little bit differently. We didn't even just include the product insert because we didn't want to give away a second free Bro Day. And so right now, actually, I'm getting with my business partner, we're gonna start including our product insert, offering 25% or 20% off the second unit if they share it with their friends and family, taking them to ManyChat, which is what I'm going to show you here. But I have done this before successfully. I know that it will work great for you, and I think you absolutely should do it. I've just got like a million things going, a lot of different businesses, and so that's why. All right, so there you want to click on create QR code, and then you want to click on website, and then click next. So here you're going to want to enter in your website. Now later on, we're actually going to change, you can change where your QR code will point to at any time, which is great because you can basically send them anywhere you want. So for now, we're just going to put our website, which is www.broday.co. And later on in this video, once you actually have created your ManyChat flow for getting reviews, you can actually replace this URL with that. So I'm just going to put like test code, but you can put like, your product name. Then click next. So once you have that, you can actually go in here and you can customize your code. I like to keep it simple. So for the text, you can just not have anything, and you can also just even delete the frame just like that. And you can also make it like this, right? So that's what I like to do. A great thing about QR code generator is that you can also upload your own logo. So it's going to be like a customized QR code. And yeah, that's pretty much it here. As you can see, there's different options for the QR code. This one's probably the most aesthetic looking one. And so once you're happy with how it looks, you can click on download. And then now you can actually send this over to your graphic designer, or you can import it into Canva when you are creating your product insert, which should look like this, by the way. So QR code in the middle, logo at the top, and then the offer, like I said, either get a second free product, or you can do like get 25% off. At the beginning, it's always best to really make sure that every single person at least scans it, or the most amount of people possible scan it. And that way, that's why you really want to give them a no-brainer offer. If it makes no sense to give them a second product for free, then don't do it. Just do what makes sense and do something that is a no-brainer offer that people will actually want to redeem. They'll actually want to spend the time taking out their phone and scanning it. And once you're done that, you want to let your supplier know that you also want to print product inserts. And this is actually very cheap. They'll likely say that there's like an MOQ, minimum order quantity, of like, let's say 500 or like 1,000 for the product inserts. But that's fine, because if you have like, let's say a starting order of 400 and they say 1,000 is the MOQ for the inserts, that's okay, because the inserts are likely going to be like 5 or 10 cents a piece or 20 cents a piece, which won't be too expensive. And they'll just keep the rest of the inserts in their warehouse for the next time when you actually place your second order. And I've done that many times successfully. All right, so now let's talk about creating a fully optimized, beautiful Amazon FBA listing for your product. So for this, of course, you need to have an Amazon Seller Central account. Once you're in the account, click on Manage Inventory. And then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to click on Add a Product on the top right here. So I'm going to open this listing right here. This is a listing that I'm going to basically recreate. This is a listing that I made several months ago. And like I said, we hit 50K a month with this on Amazon. We're just out of stock right now, just waiting on some more units of stock. And we're really, this brand is already $1 million plus brand in the span of several months. So like for me, this is easy. Like I have experience, you're definitely watching the right person to learn all this stuff from on YouTube. So yeah, so let's go ahead and click on Add a Product. Okay. And so here you're going to want to click on, where is it? So Amazon is always changing their buttons, and if it doesn't look exactly the same, this is like, believe me, this tutorial is not going to go out of date for a long time, for several years, because most of the information stays exactly the same, like almost all of it. I would say 90% of it year to year stays the same, because at the end of the day, you're starting a business, you're creating a brand where you're selling a high quality product. There's not much more to it. You're just learning the buttons on Amazon and things like that. So you're going to want to find a button that says, I'm adding a new product, or I'm adding a product not sold on Amazon. Here you're going to want to select the category. So what I like to do is I like to go to the top competitors page. This is obviously our listing, but you can just go to the top competitor, which in our case would be Tushy. Okay, so if we go to Tushy, click that, and we scroll down, and then we look at the category here, we can see that it's in tools and home improvement. I think that's where we put ours as well, in tools and home improvement. Yeah, so then you can just type in like bidet, right? Okay, maybe tools and home. All right, so probably just bidet attachment. That's the subcategory. You want to type in the subcategory here. Okay, I can't find it, so we'll go manually tools and home improvement. Let's see what else they did. Bidet attachments. If you click there, we can see like all the steps. So tools and home improvement, then it's kitchen and bath fixtures. Then it's bathroom fixtures. I'm looking on the left here. And then it's bidet and bidet parts. It's not too important, if your competitors are in different categories, just choose one of them. It's focused on the important stuff. Bidet attachments, boom. So we'll select that. Okay, product ID. So this is where you're gonna wanna put in your UPC code. So once you purchase your barcode, you can just go into your email and then click into the link to download it. And then you should see order confirmation. You should scroll down if it's from Nationwide. You can also buy from GS1. I actually just saw that they're offering them for $30 as well per piece. So you can just grab them from there. Honestly, it's almost the same. Of course, GS1 is the official one. So you want to download the barcode graphics. There's two, the UPC and the EAN. So the EAN is the one you want for Europe. UPC is the one you want for the rest of the world. Once you grab that, you're gonna double click on that. It's gonna be a zip file. And then you're gonna want to drag and drop this onto your desktop into a folder. I'm just gonna drag it back in here. So I dragged it back into the downloads folder. And as you can see, now I've got the barcode. So basically I'm gonna enter this number at the bottom into my product listing area. So I'm just gonna do that now. All right, so there you go. I got my product ID in there. I'm gonna select UPC. Okay, and then if you put in EAN, then EAN, that's only for Europe. You're gonna wanna use an EAN. Okay, so for the product name, what I did here is I did Brodet Bidet Toilet Seat Attachment. I'm just gonna copy this because this is what I wrote earlier. And we're gonna go over it here. So you wanna start off with your brand name. And the reason why, and I know this is like debated a lot online, but I've sold millions of e-commerce products. I can tell you it's always best to start off with a brand name simply because you are selling a branded product. You are not just selling a random gizmo or gadget. You know what I mean? Like you're not selling some random dollar store product. So that's why it's just so much better to include your brand name right from the beginning. Then you want to type in your product, which is bidet toilet seat attachment. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to basically to make sure that it's fully optimized. I mean, your listing, you want to enter in as many of the most powerful keywords as possible. By powerful, I mean the most general keywords. So what are the most general keywords for this product? Well, it's bidet toilet seat attachment, right? Simply because that's probably what people are typing in when they're searching for the product on Amazon, right? So it's very important to make sure that you include those keywords in your title, in your bullet points, in your product description, as you can see here. But something else to also take note of is you do not want to keyword stuff. You don't want to stuff your listing with a bunch of keywords back to back, and it just sounds like, Brodet Bidet Best Toilet Seat Attachment, Clean Spray Water Attachment. You don't want to do that. You want it to make sense, right? Because you are basically writing an ad for your product. So Brodet Bidet Toilet Seat Attachment, Fresh Clean Water Sprayer, Modern Sleek Design. I like separating it with dashes. And then self-cleaning non-electric nozzle, and then at the end fits all toilets, easy to install. So I like it where it's like brand name, what the product is, the most powerful keywords, what it is, and then just like the benefits. I call these the benefits, and then the final benefit fits all toilets, easy to install. So this here you want to basically, any big point of skepticism for your product. So for this, we found out that a lot of people, when they're buying this, they're wondering how hard it is to install. So we just put fits all toilets, easy to install, which is true. Now for the brand name, you want to put in Brodet. Now you might have an issue where it's like, oh, well, if you want to, sell under your brand name, you have to provide them with pictures of your product and things like that. You can provide those pictures to Amazon. You might get an email, or if you get an error code, you can just put in generic here, and then it's fine. There's no big deal. It's going to work. Amazon just has a glitch right now, but it might be fixed by the time you're watching this. Manufacturer, we put Brodet as well. So just put in your brand name. So now you want to click on advanced view, and that's going to open several other boxes here. So we're going to click on variations. Since there are no variations for this product, we're not going to fill this out. Variations are basically when you are selling multiple different versions of the same product. So like clothing items, if you're selling like a red color, blue color, black color, then you would create a variation theme by color, right? And then you would type in the color and basically create three sub listings for you. All right, the next thing we do is we go to offer, and now we put in our price. And so for our price, it's $49.99. For the seller SKU, we can leave that blank. For the sell price, we can leave that blank as well. Condition, you always want to put new. We're not selling used things. For the quantity, you want to put 1. That's basically how many of them come with each purchase of the product. So if you're selling like a 2-pack, you want to put 2 in there. One very important note on this is that Amazon will not repack anything for you, meaning that if you're selling a 2-pack, that means that you absolutely should include 2 in every single one of your units. So like every single unit of your product should come in as like a pack of 2. All right, or a pack of 4 if you're selling a pack of 4. Manufacturer suggests the retail price, so you can leave that empty. Most of the stuff you can leave empty. Make sure that you select offering can be gift messaged. Yes. Is gift card available? Yes. Reason being is that Amazon will actually gift wrap your product for customers. They offer this service for anybody who wants gift wrapping. And the best part about this is that you actually pocket that extra profit that they make from the gift wrapping. They actually give all of that to sellers, which is fantastic. Fulfillment channel, we want to select Amazon will ship and provide customer service. Remember the setting for next time. Now let's keep going to the right. So compliance. So here we can honestly leave all of this like empty. There's no batteries, nothing like that, because it's not electric. Okay, if your product is something to do with like a battery, one note on lithium batteries are difficult to import and also have restrictions when it comes to air shipping. So anything with lithium battery, just remember, what I said about that. So now let's talk about product images. So your product images on your listing are super important, especially your first picture, because that's what people see when they type in your product keywords on Amazon, right? And your product photography, super important that it looks amazing. You can either hire a professional photographer or you can try doing this yourself. Or maybe if you have a friend who is great with a camera, you can get them to do it. What I recommend is having 2 photos on a white background as your first 2, and then 2 like lifestyle photos, and then 2 photos, final photos showing the product and the packaging. We totally violated that rule. Like we did not obviously like even respect that what I just said, but that's like the typical. I've done that format many times. Right now, obviously, we have different ones. You're actually technically not allowed to have a photo with a not white background. So if you do that, like what we're doing, then Amazon might tell you to change, or they might not. So yeah, but for a product photography, I recommend just basically going on Upwork and then also just typing in photographer on Upwork and then basically doing the same thing. I recommend paying anywhere between $10 and $50 an hour, simply because it shouldn't take them a lot of hours, right? And what you're gonna do is you're just gonna get your supplier to ship a sample of your product, of course, in its packaging and with the logo, to your photographer, and then just tell the photographer that you need some pictures on a white background, some lifestyle photos, meaning like showing the product in use, something like that. And then finally, some photos of the product and showing like what it comes with, the packaging and the box and things like that. So that's going to take you some time, of course, but then you can upload that here. You need to make sure that your product images are super high quality. Make sure that they're high resolution HD pictures, so that you can actually zoom in on the product just like this. When you hover over the photo with your mouse, it's going to zoom in. Okay, so now let's move on to the next section, which is a description. So the first thing is the key product features. So this is actually your bullet points. So Amazon, sometimes they call it the key product features, sometimes they call it bullet points. They're always split testing their interface, but essentially it's just this stuff here. And so the way that I like to write this is, and I actually wrote this myself, this entire listing, the way I like to write these bullet points is I always like to basically make the customer think as if they have the product, as if they're using it, and as if they're experiencing all the benefits and all the amazing emotions of using the product. I've studied advertising and I've studied selling, I've read so many books on this, and I've sold so many products, and I've been doing this for a long time. And the number one thing that I've learned with selling is that the number one best way to sell any product is through emotion. And then the second best way is through logic. So emotion will always trump logic. It's just how we work as humans. And so that's why, using words like enjoy a fresh, clean butt in seconds, upgrade your lifestyle, poop like a king, it triggers an emotional response in them. Enjoy an amazingly refreshing, clean spray that will leave your butt sparkling clean after every use. A life-changing experience. You'll be asking, where have you been all my life after your first use? Experience pure bliss as your butt is clean like royalty every single day. Like, that's not logical selling. That's emotional selling. Right? Save money, never use toilet paper again. Of course, you still have to use toilet paper, to wipe after this a little bit. But yeah, so that's how I like to write my bullet points. So to do this, you can just basically start off, right? I can just copy and paste it to show you, but essentially it's going to look like this. So enjoy a fresh, clean butt in seconds, upgrade your lifestyle, poop like a king with Bro Day, right? You can see, the listing's up. You can go and check it out. And we're growing this into a multi-million-dollar business. It's going to be worth millions and even hundreds of millions. So I'm super excited about that. But it's e-commerce right now is the golden age, sharing this all with you. It's something you can do as well. Don't recommend competing with us and selling bidets though, because you will go against the king of e-commerce himself. And that's not a good idea. It's always best to follow your own path to success. Believe me, there are millions of products out there. And we have a trademark and patents and things like that. So that's just a little side note. I get people that they try doing products just like products that I talk about in my videos. It's the stupidest thing you can do, simply because if you just put in some effort and you did your own product research, you will find a great product. Okay, so there's nothing to worry about. No scarcity mentality. Make sure you got an abundance mentality always. So for your product description, and I'm actually going to show the product description that I wrote for Broday for the listing before we got brand registry, just obviously because that's what we started with. We didn't start right away with brand registry, and you're not going to either. So here it is. I'm just going to paste it. This is what it was. Obviously, it's not formatted at all. So that's why we're going to use an HTML preview tool. So just type that on Google, HTML preview tool, and then click on this one. And this one is fantastic. Okay, so what this lets you do is this lets you basically write anything, and then you can like make it bold, right? You can make it italic, you can make it, you know, a lot of different things like different headings, stuff like that. And so you can actually copy this code here, paste it into the product description on Amazon, and it's going to show that way on Amazon. So for this description, basically this is completely out of format here because I just copy and pasted it from a document that we had before. So here, Meet Broday, a life-changing device for men who poop. I'm going to format this and then I'm going to unpause the video. All right, so I got the entire description formatted here, and this is exactly how it was when I launched Broday. So we're just going to go here step by step. I know that this seems like a lot. There's a ton of different code here. What is going on? So the first thing we got is Meet Broday, a life-changing device for men who poop. And basically what I did here is I just wrapped it in bold. So to wrap something in bold, to make it bold, essentially what you do is you just open the bracket like that, or I don't know what that's called, but like that thing, and then B, and then close bracket. You type whatever you want, and you have to close it. And to close it, you open the bracket and then /B, and then that's it. Okay, so as you can see, it only makes that bold. So that's how you bold something. Now BR, that's not bold. That's basically like hitting enter on your keyboard. So every time you do BR, you don't have to close it. So BR, as you can see, that just skips a line. Okay, so that's all. Honestly, all you need to use is just B and BR, and that's it. That's how I did it. And basically this is the code. So this is what it looks like. So headline, so Meet Broday, a life-changing device for men who poop. Time is today's most valuable currency. You're a man, you're always on the move. The last thing you want to do is spend time wiping your butt. It's only a few minutes per poop, but it starts to really add up over weeks, months, and years. One thing I will say is that I am a bit of a copywriting genius. This is copywriting, that's what this is called. And it just comes to me naturally, but I've also, been doing this for so long. So that's why I guess I'm just fantastic at it. If it's a little bit more challenging for you, seriously, don't worry about it. Just as long as it's good enough. Look, it doesn't have to be perfect. Remember, perfection is the enemy of success. You don't have to be perfect as long as it's good enough, okay? Have you ever wondered if there was an easier way, a cleaner way, a method that not only leaves your butt sparking clean in seconds, but also requires using whole rolls of toilet paper? I'm reading this fast, I know. But obviously I'm not gonna read the whole thing. Say hello to Broday, you'll never be able to poop without it ever again. So basically just a headline and then like a description. A headline, a description, a headline, description. Basically, we're rehashing the bullet points. It's almost the same as the bullet points. And then finally at the bottom, we're adding the step-by-step instructions. So you can only add that, you should only add that if it's applicable to your product. So for us, we actually have 2 steps for the product. Number 1, install onto the toilet using provided instructions. Number 2, twist the knob, it should be knob. The knob on the right after a good poop and enjoy. And by the way, I use this product and it's fantastic. I seriously can't live without it. So yes, I use my own product. But yeah, so once you have a good description, and obviously I recommend pausing this video, spending a good probably 30 minutes to an hour doing this, probably 30 minutes, that should be enough. You can right click, copy, and then paste it over here into your product description. And then that should look just like what you have here in the preview on your actual listing, okay? We're almost done here. Let's get to the keywords. So for the keywords here, the only box that we want to fill out is the search terms here. And now I'm going to show you how to find the best keywords for your products. This is actually your back-end search terms. Essentially, it's like the tags. If you ever uploaded a YouTube video, it's like the tags. So these are just words that will help the Amazon algorithm rank your product and show your product to the most relevant customers. And for this, Jungle Scout luckily actually has a tool called Keyword Scout, which lets us find the absolute best keywords for our product. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. All right, so to find the best keywords for your listing, what you want to do is you want to go to junglescout.com and log into your account. And then once you're in your account, you're going to want to click on Keyword Scout on the left here. And that's going to take you here. I already did a sample search here, so you're not going to see all the results. So what you want to do is you actually want to put in your primary product ASIN as well as your 2 competing products here. So just put in your top 3 competitors ASINs here. So I'm going to do that now. So here's our top competitor. So I'm going to grab their ASIN from the top here, right click and copy, paste that in here, boom. And then you want to also grab 2 of your other competitors. So we'll just grab, for example, If I type in bidet, we'll grab like this Lux bidet one. Okay, so we'll do that. Paste in here. And you want to make sure you put in 3. That's the optimal number for finding the best keywords. And make sure that the competitors that you're putting in the ASIN for, it's actually almost the same product as yours. It can't be like very different, right? So then dude bidet, that was the third one here. Dude wiper 1000. Sick name, not gonna lie. Okay, now once you've done that, you're gonna hit search. And so now that's going to pull up those ASINs. And then you will now start to see all of your keywords. So what you want to do is you actually want to sort everything by exact search volume. So make sure that you sort it top to bottom. So I'm just going to make sure that it's showing me the keywords top to bottom. And so now what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to start going down this list, and you're going to want to basically check mark every single keyword that is relevant to your product. So bidet, 200,000 search volume. That means that there are 200,000 people or potential customers searching for this keyword every month, which is a lot, right? Imagine if we only get 1% of those or 2% of those, right? Like, let me show you the calculator here. Okay, like we get, let's say 1% of those, 203,435. Okay, that's 2,000 orders. 2,000 orders times $49.99. That's literally $100,000. So you can see the power. It's really crazy. So bidet toilet seat. Now look, we reached this keyword here, this toilet. So if you're unsure if this keyword is relevant to your product or not, then what you want to do is you want to click on this A on search on Amazon, and then see if the products that show up are the same as yours. So in this case, this is actually not relevant to our product because it's just toilets, right? And you only want to put in keywords that depict your product, that actually explain your product. So in this case, yes, it is the thing for a toilet, but it's not an actual toilet. So what about this one? Bidet toilet seat. Okay. So no, ours is actually not even a bidet toilet seat. Ours is a bidet toilet seat attachment. So we're going to get rid of that one. We're going to leave this one on. Dude wipes for men. What about this one? Right? Probably not. No, it's wet wipes. So no, not good. We're going to skip that. Bidet for toilet. Yes. Dude wipes. No. Portable bidet. We can also click on Amazon to see if this is relevant. No, it's not. It's literally a portable like spray that goes up your butt. Bidet sprayer for toilet. Gadgets for home. No, that's not relevant. That's too general. You really only want to include the most relevant keywords. And the reason why I want to include only the most relevant ones is because Amazon only allows us 250 characters in the search terms, right? So we really have limited real estate here for keywords. So Tushy bidet. Now, a lot of people ask me about like competitors and stuff. I recommend not including competitors' keywords. It's up to you, but I'm pretty sure it's against Amazon's TOS to include competitors' keywords, so it's best to just leave that out. Bidet warm water. No, ours is not warm water. Ours is just like basically cold water. We will work on a warm water one later, but ours is not warm water. Bathroom gadgets, no. Clear rear. Okay, what about this one? So that's also a brand name, so we're not going to include that, right? And so basically how it's going to work is that eventually you're going to have a list of all the most relevant keywords. And when you're actually going to put it into your listing, every single word will only appear once. And you'll see that it's not going to be like bidet toilet seat attachment, bidet for toilet. Every word is only going to appear once. So as long as you hit every relevant word, you're good, right? So basically what you want to do is you want to keep going down the list until you hit about like 500 in search volume. Okay, it's going to take you a little bit of time, probably 15, 30 minutes. But all the way until 500 in search volume, and check mark all the ones that are relevant to your product, and make sure that you leave the ones that are not relevant unchecked. And once you do that, then what you want to do is you actually want to click add keyword to list, and then you're going to want to create a new list, and you're going to want to call it your product or your brand name master list, just like I did here. You saw we already had one in there, and then click create and add. So once you've done that, you're going to go to the left here and click on keyword lists, and then your list will pop open right here. And as you can see, we've got our master list here that I created from before when I was launching this product. So once you've got your master list in here, you made sure that all the keywords are relevant. What you're gonna do is you're gonna click on download CSV on the top right. This will download a spreadsheet with your keywords. You're gonna open it in Microsoft Excel or in Google Sheets or in Numbers if you're on Mac. And then you're gonna see this, okay? So it's gonna be a little bit like difficult to read here. But what you want to do is you actually want to click on the first keyword you see. You want to hold Command Shift and then the down arrow if you're on Mac, or Control Shift down if you're on Windows. Okay, and that's going to do this. It's going to select all the keywords. What you're going to do is you're going to right click, you're going to copy, and then you're going to go on Google and you're going to type in remove duplicate keywords. And the website that's best for this is the Trace My IP website. That's just so happens to have this amazing tool. And then once you're on this, you're going to see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just delete all this and then right click and paste everything in here. Then click original order. Boom. Now you've got all of the most relevant keywords as well as the misspellings. See here, we got like some misspellings like bidet, badea, vide, right? People don't really know how to spell bidet, I guess, but that's a lot of potential sales there, right? We probably got a lot of sales from those people. Budget, I guess, that's another one. So now you're going to copy this to clipboard, okay? And you can make sure to copy it. Then go on Google and type in letter count. And once you're on letter count, it's lettercount.com, you're going to paste that in here, count characters. Okay, so 262 characters. So it needs to be under 250 to actually be able to fit into the search terms here. So what we want to do is we want to erase one of these words and we're fine. As long as it's under 250, we're good. So Neo, that's a competitor, so we're going to release or erase that. Let's see what else. Lux, that's a competitor. We're going to erase that. Okay, so 253. Just need to erase one more here. So probably like this Vide. I think that's just not, like who writes Vide? Like probably like one person. Probably like honestly like 100 or something. But all right, so now you want to copy that and paste that into your search terms in your listing. Boom. That's good. And you want to ignore platinum keywords, subject matter, and all this other stuff. You really don't have to do it. Like other people, some will tell you that you need to fill this out. You really don't. I go by this rule. It's called the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule. I make sure to focus on the 80% of the stuff that matters. And then I don't worry about the 20% that doesn't matter. Because if you get the 80% right, the other 20% will take care of itself. All right, so boom, got the search terms. Now click on more details. It's asking all of these different like scientific questions. You don't have to answer any of this. So we can just keep going. Manufacturer part number, put 1. Very important to write that. For launch date, just put today's date. And then we are good. Package quantity, put 1 or more if it's a pack. So once you're done your listing, you can click save and finish. And then basically you'll be able to see your fully updated listing in about 10 to 15 minutes. That's how long it takes to actually update on Amazon. And then you can see your beautiful, new, and fully optimized product listing. All right, so we've just created our listing. Now we're ready to place our first inventory order. This is honestly an incredibly exciting time because I remember when I was placing my first inventory order, I had this mix of excitement as well as honestly a little bit of stress just because, it was the first time that I was going to be paying thousands of dollars to this random company online. Obviously not random. It's a supplier that, we verified, we've gone through all the checks. And up until this point, if you followed along with this video and if you've basically, watched everything, you've taken notes and you've taken action, then you should have absolutely no reason to stress. So I'm going to walk you through some important steps in how to place your first inventory orders, as well as a few important things and just general things to watch out for. So your listing should have been on Amazon for at least a few days. I would even say about 5 or 6 days. And the reason why you want to have your listing on Amazon for at least 3 days, recommended 5 to 6 days, is because for some products on Amazon, they turn out to be restricted. And basically when you create a listing, sometimes that will trip the Amazon algorithm and Amazon will go ahead and restrict your listing after a few days. And so that's why it's best to wait a few days to actually see if your listing is not restricted or anything like that, because you're going to get an email if it is. And then that way you just saved yourself a potential, $1,000 or a few $1,000s on your inventory if your product ends up being restricted or it has some special certification that Amazon requires. Now, even for restricted products, you can also get their certifications. Usually your supplier will have it, and this really depends. Sometimes the supplier certification is enough, sometimes it's not. So it's really case dependent on each product. Again, this is why it's so useful to have somebody check over your product for you, somebody who is actually really experienced with Amazon, for example, like myself. But if we keep moving along here, so at this point, you should have your invoice, you should have your profit margin. Your profit margin should be like good. It should be between at the very least, I would say 25%, preferably 30 to 50% or above. You should have a product that meets all the criteria we talked about. The price, you can sell it at least $15 and at least 20 euros in Europe, or British pounds if you're selling in the UK. You should have your PDF invoice, your Performa invoice in front of you, your PI. If you don't have that yet, you should ask your supplier for it. And it should say clearly how much they want you to pay. and also it should give you an exact shipping cost. Now, a little note on shipping here, air versus sea shipping. So a lot of people ask me, which one should I do? And for most of you watching this video, if the product is like, I would say smaller than a table, smaller than anything like a piece of furniture, then you should absolutely ship it by air simply because of speed. If you sea ship, it's going to take you 30 to 45 days for it to actually get to Amazon, and you also need to use a freight forwarder, which makes the process more complicated. If you're using air shipping, it makes the process so much easier, especially for a beginner when you're starting out, because you can just use DHL or FedEx or one of those big carriers. The big three are DHL, FedEx, and UPS. The fastest one and the best one is always DHL and FedEx. Those are the fastest ones, and then UPS is a close second. So I recommend those. UPS will always be a little bit cheaper. Shipping costs fluctuate month to month, and so basically you need to get a DDP shipping cost from your supplier, and sometimes they might say, oh, well, it's EXW or FOB. Make sure you're getting a DDP shipping cost, and I already covered earlier in this video how to get them to agree to do DDP shipping. So you can check out the timestamp below if you need some help with that. So, okay, you're ready to place your product inventory order. One more thing as well, you should not be spending, I would say, more than 5 to 10 grand on your first order at the absolute max. There really is no need for that. And, honestly, the thing is that even though, yes, you have all this amazing information in this video, you just don't have the experience, right? And that's why, like for my first product, I started with $1,800 and I was able to turn that into a $32K a month income in sales, of course. And then I had a very high profit margin as well, like between 40 and 50%. So pretty much half of what I was making was profit, which allowed me to start traveling and obviously live much better. But I still think that a few thousand is more than enough for your first order. And if you're skeptical about if you just have a bad feeling about how much you're about to spend, don't do it. Follow your gut, follow your intuition. Your intuition should feel good about the product that you're about to get into and the amount of money you're about to spend. Now, how your first product inventory order works, basically you have a few options. First option is you pay the entire amount, which I don't recommend. Obviously, the supplier will always want to do that, but that's not something that you should do. Instead, what's standard in the industry is to pay 30% upfront, and then 70% after they finish manufacturing. And the time between the upfront, when you pay, and then the time when they finish manufacturing, that's called the lead time. If you ask them what the lead time is for your product, they will say, okay, lead time is 15 days for, let's say, 250 units. That means it's going to take 15 days for your product to actually get manufactured. And then after 15 days, the product will basically be ready, standing at the front door of the warehouse, ready to get picked up by the shipping carrier. And so that's why we want to pay 30% upfront, 70% at the end. So you're paying 70% when the product is finished manufacturing. So you'll pay 30%, and then after that, you wait until they finish. And then when they say, okay, we're done, and to ship it out, please pay the rest. So then you can pay 70%. Now, some suppliers, they might want like 50-50, or they might not agree to these terms. So then you can offer 50-50, but definitely do not pay the entire amount simply because, it prevents any unnecessary risk, right? It's just more of a safety thing for you, right? Just to make sure that obviously they won't take your money and run away with it. That doesn't really happen, especially if you've, you followed this video with choosing suppliers. So that's all good. Now, how do you pay your suppliers? So the best way, honestly, if you're paying a Chinese supplier or a supplier in Alibaba, you can just use the Alibaba Trade Assurance. Now, here's something extremely, extremely important. To actually be covered and protected by Alibaba Trade Assurance, Alibaba wants to see that you've communicated with your supplier through the platform. Now, since we've communicated with the supplier through WhatsApp or Skype, obviously, there is no record of anything between your supplier and you on the Alibaba platform. So that's why what you want to tell your supplier, and this is a very, very big pro tip, you tell them, hey, please re-say everything, the terms of the contract on Alibaba in chat to me. Just tell them, please re-say everything, and they'll understand. They know that to be protected, that's what they have to do. So essentially, you want them to be like, basically giving you an entire summary on Alibaba of the entire deal in their words, and you verbally agree through the chat and say, yes, I agree. Yes, sounds good. Please send me the contract, and then after that you can pay them. And then you can actually pay on Alibaba Trade Assurance. The cheapest way to pay is with a wire transfer to the Alibaba account, which then goes into escrow in their account. So it's all protected. The second best way to pay is PayPal. PayPal always sides with the customer, not with the supplier. So it's a great way of protecting yourself. However, the fees are much, much higher, especially for the supplier. And so that's why if you pay via PayPal, your supplier will say, oh, well, you're going to have to front the fee, and it's going to be about 4.6%. So you can say, oh, it's okay, we can split the fee in two, right? And then you can offer them that. And then also make sure that you're always paying as goods and service. If your supplier says, no, please pay us as friends and family, red flag. because paying with goods and service, it involves a higher fee for the supplier and for both of you, since you'll be sharing the fee. However, if anything happens, if you get, if something happens with the product, something like that, bad quality, you're not going to be protected if you pay via friends and family. There's no protection. Goods and service, when you pay it that way on PayPal using pay as goods and service, then you're actually protected by PayPal's insurance. But I always pay with Alibaba Trade Assurance. It's the best way to go. So just go ahead and pay the 30% up front, and then you should be good. And then when the product is done, and they'll tell you, you pay the rest of the 70%. Now, a quick note, I will talk about inspection. So you do want to get an inspection done for every single order. And how it works is it's not an inspection of all your units. It's going to be a randomized inspection, usually of like 80 units out of everything. So there are tons of inspection companies out there. I'm also going to put an inspection company link down below. This is something that I highly recommend because for a few $100s, it's definitely worth the peace of mind knowing that the product is inspected and you're not going to have any quality control issues. All right, so now we're ready to send our units into Amazon. So if you've already paid your remaining balance for your units, you've paid the rest of the 70% or the 50%, whichever you agreed on with your supplier, now we actually have to get them into the Amazon warehouse. And so there's a few ways of doing this. There's the old way, which is like the classic way, and I'm going to show you the classic way simply because it's just what I'm used to. It's what I do. There's also a new way, which I'm going to show you, that you can use as well. It's the same thing. I just find that it's best to learn the classic way and show that because that always works, because as of now, the new way is in beta. So what you do is you go to your Seller Central, then click on Manage Inventory, which will bring you here. And then you want to click on the check mark to the left of your listing. Okay, you should only see one listing. Don't worry that it shows two here. It's just because we're out of stock right now. So you want to click on the drop down on the top left, then click Send and Replenish Inventory. So once you've done that, that's going to bring you to this window. And then here we can basically follow the steps to send in our inventory. So the new way is up here. It's sent to Amazon. As you can see, it's new. So you can do that as well, but I'm just going to show you the classic way just because, like I said, this way is not in beta. The other one's in beta, and you never know what Amazon's going to do, remove or not remove something. And if the interface looks different, if something looks different, just follow along with the video and try to find the buttons because the information is exactly the same. This video is fully updated, and it will remain so for several years. The information doesn't change that much. So the first thing you want to do is you want to click on Create a New Shipping Plan, and then for the Ship From address, you click on Ship From Another Address. And then you want to enter in the address of your Chinese supplier or your supplier, from anywhere else, wherever it's coming from. If it's a Chinese supplier, then you click on Country and then click on China. And then here you want to enter in the name of the supplier, the address, the province, city, district, the zip and postal code. Now, for myself, for example, I had a hard time before trying to decipher what the province, city, and district was of the supplier. You can just ask your supplier to send you their address, and then you can just put that in here. And then if you're confused as to what's the province, what's the city, what's the district, you can ask them that as well, and they'll tell you. So make sure to fill that in here. I'm going to select an address that I already have saved here of our supplier. So now that we've got the supplier's address here, we want to click on individual products for the packing type and then click continue to shipping plan. Okay, once we did that, now what we want to do is we want to enter in the number of units we're going to be sending. So just as an example, let's say we're going to send in 200 units, then click continue. So now as you can see, it's going to say who preps. And here we want to select merchant, okay, because our merchant will be prepping this. And then what we want to do is it's asking us choose a product category that best suits your SKU. So here we have to click on choose category. And then here we're just going to put no prep needed. And then we'll click choose and then click continue. Okay, and here it's going to say who labels, so you want to select merchant. We're going to have our supplier apply all of Amazon's label to the product. So now would be a great time to talk about the Amazon label. So the Amazon label looks different to the UPC barcode, and a lot of people get this confused. So what's the difference? So with the UPC barcode, you only need that to actually make your listing. So you need a UPC for that, and which you've already made, you've already used the code there. Now on your actual product, you're going to need to print an Amazon label, not the UPC label. And so to get that, all you have to do is choose merchant and then click on print labels for this page. That's going to download this file here, which is going to have all the labels, as you can see. And then what you want to do is you want to save this. So you download it, you save it to your desktop, to your computer, and then you can basically send this over to your supplier and you explain to them, hey, can you please stick this label on the top of the product or wherever it's best so the Amazon employees can scan it for every single unit, on every single unit of the product. Okay, So now we're going to click on continue. So as you can see, it's asking us to split the shipment to a few different Amazon warehouses. So sometimes Amazon might tell you to ship everything to one warehouse. Sometimes it might tell us to ship to different warehouses. In this case, it's telling us 84 units to Jefferson, 44 to Baltimore, and 72 to Livonia. I'm guessing that's Michigan. Or like Detroit. And so that's totally fine. It's a marginal difference in cost for shipping. So if this is the case, all you have to do is just click approve and continue. You can actually name these. So what I like to do, for example, I'll do 200 units, and then you can put like the month, right? So you just put the month and like month and then year, and then you put shipment number 1, okay? And then here we would put the same, shipment number 2, and then shipment number 3. Obviously replace the month and the year with the current month and year, and then click approve and continue. So once you've done that, it's going to bring you to this window right here. And so now we're going to click on work on shipment. And we're going to do that for every single one of these shipments. Okay, so now we're going to start going through all of the steps here. So here we want to click on small parcel delivery, SPD. LTL is for larger shipments, and that's only if we're shipping a lot. So now it's asking us for carrier, so we're going to select air. And then you can select the carrier, or you can select other. It's really not that important. Unless you are shipping from yourself in the US, then you can select UPS, and Amazon has a special partnership with UPS where you can basically pay directly to Amazon, and then it's going to be like they have a discount with UPS. So yeah, it's going to make it a lot easier. Here we select multiple boxes, and now it's going to ask us for the configuration of the box. So here it's asking us how many units go in each box, how many boxes are there. It's asking us for the box weight and the box dimensions. So this box is not the box that your product comes in. This is the box, like the carton with all of your units in it. So let's say we have 200 units. What you want to do is you want to ask your supplier, can you please tell us how many cartons you will ship the product in, how many units per carton, and then also the carton weight and the carton dimensions. Okay, and so they'll tell us that. And then once they tell you that, you can just fill this in. And if there's different box configurations, let's say there's one carton with like 10 units, one with 14, then you can add that. Also, really, really important, make sure that you do the conversion, because if you're selling in America, obviously it's the pound and inches system, so it's the imperial system. Your Chinese supplier will likely give you your measurements in the metric system, so in kilos and in centimeters. So make sure you're aware of that. If it says kg and cm, you can go and convert the kilograms to pounds. You can just go on Google and do like 50 kg, in pounds, just as an example. Okay, 110. That's obviously pretty heavy. And the same for the centimeters. You would basically go on Google and you would type in every single number. So 32 centimeters in inches. Okay, and then every single one after that 3 times, and you'd fill that in here. Okay, so I'm actually gonna get the carton dimensions and weight from one of my previous shipments for this product. So as you can see, I have it here. So I'm gonna enter 2138. I'm gonna go in here, put it in. So it was 2138. And you want to round up, by the way, if the numbers are like, if you need to round the numbers, just always round up. Now for the dimensions, 18.3, 18.7, 18.7, and then 15.7. Number of boxes, here it's asking us to ship 84 here. So that means that we would need 8 boxes with 10, right? And then 1 more with 4. And you have to tell your supplier that, by the way. You have to really let them know and tell them, hey, this is how you need to do it. 84 units need to go to this place, and I'll show you how to do that. And we would also need to get the weight of that units per box if it's like a different configuration, and the dimensions. So in this case, if it's 4, we'll just use an example number. We'll just say 5 pounds, and we'll just say 10 by 10 by 10. Should be fine. Click confirm. Okay. This is just, by the way, I just put random numbers for the second one here. Make sure you're getting this information from your supplier. So now once you've done that, you want to select plain paper. And then for the ship date, you want to select today's date, and then you want to click print box labels. Okay, so this is the second most important piece here. These are your different labels for your box. So you want to download this, and you want to send this to your supplier via Skype or via WhatsApp or whichever platform you're using, and then tell them, please, put this on every single box. Your suppliers, they've shipped lots of times to Amazon, so they should be familiar with this process. They have to do this for every single Amazon shipment. So once you've done that, you want to click on complete shipment. Okay, and now it's asking us for tracking numbers. So you actually don't even have to put in the tracking numbers. If you want to, you can, and then it's going to show, the tracking number and all the tracking information once that becomes available. But I usually don't even do this. Now the next part is to click on mark as shipped up here, and once it says shipped, we're all good to go. Work on another shipment, and then obviously you want to do the same thing for the other two as well. All right, so now your product is on its way to Amazon. So what's the next step? The next step is to set up your email sequence. And what the email sequence is basically when your customers will order from you on Amazon, you can actually set up an automatic email that gets sent to them that asks them for a review. And so this is something extra that's really good that I found really helps with getting reviews. The process for this has changed over the years. You used to be able to send a lot more emails. And so now basically the best thing to do is just to send one email. So this template for the email sequence, the absolute best one for actually getting reviews, I wrote this and I use this and it's great. You can actually download this below in the Amazon FBA starter pack. And then I'm going to show you how to actually turn this on and have it automatically sent out to your customers. So what you want to do is you want to go to Jungle Scout. And the great thing about Jungle Scout is that with your Jungle Scout subscription, you also get access to the email campaign tool. So we want to click on marketing and then email campaigns on the left. And then here we want to click on create custom template on the top right. So now it's telling us Amazon's terms of service have changed. So we just want to click I agree and then proceed at my own risk. Campaign name, you want to type in your brand and then email sequence, save title. And so now we want to select our product. So we're going to click check mark here and then click next. And so now we want to click on new trigger and then we want to click on purchased. Add step, click on days, click on 5 days. And then that's good. You can also do 4. I have 4 in the sequence, but honestly 5 is a little better now that I think of it. You can do 4 or 5, it's fine. So just 5 days. And then we're going to click into add step again and then email. Okay, and then here's where you're actually going to enter the email. So Broday, email number 1. And since we're only sending one email, there's only going to be one. Now go back to the template here, which is right here. You can find this in the Amazon FBA starter pack below. I'm just going to paste the subject line about your Amazon.com order. That's a great one because it looks like it comes from Amazon and people obviously want to make sure they're getting their orders correctly. If you're having any issues with the subject line, by the way, because things might change and they do change over time, just change this to something else, something that makes sense, like thank you for purchasing, please leave us a review, or hey, would you be kind to leave us a review? Can you take 30 seconds to leave us a review? Something like that. That'll be fine if you're having any issues, but you shouldn't have any issues at all. So now we're going to copy this whole thing and now we're going to erase everything. I just like to erase that whole thing and then paste it in here. You can just paste it in the box as well if you like that better. And now you want to edit out every single bracket here. So this is, and then you want to put in your name. You can put your real name or you can put a name that makes sense for your target market. So if you're selling like beauty products, you can put like, this is Rachel and I'm writing you this quick email because you purchased a, if we just take the Broday example, I'm just going to say this is Dan. I'm writing you this quick email because you purchased a Broday from us here at, we don't have to do brand names since the Broday is the product. Should have received it by now. I just wanted to follow up and kindly ask you to leave a product review for your order with your honest opinion and thoughts. We're a small U.S. family-owned business, and our entire business runs on the quality of our reviews on Amazon. So I found in all my years of Amazon selling, I found that basically, really showing that you're a U.S.-owned business, or if you're selling in Canada, Canadian-owned business, or in Europe, European, or anywhere else in the world, like a local business, people have more respect for that, and they're going to be more likely to take 30 seconds out of their day to share their review and their honest experience. So that's why this will work great. Also, Amazon will periodically ask people to leave reviews anyway. So, it's not just dependent on this email. You're going to get reviews anyway. There's also like a request review button that you can click on in your orders. So that's all good there. And then we're just going to replace with our name, Dan from Broday. And then once you're done, you're going to click on activate this email and then click save. And then that's it. As you can see, Amazon's saying you can't put these keywords into your subject line, which we're not doing, so we're totally fine. And now you should be getting reviews automatically. All right, so let's begin with the first step in our product launch. So I'm going to show you how to turn on the early reviewer program, which is going to allow you to start getting those initial reviews for your product. And as I mentioned, this is not going to be like a miracle. It's not going to just automatically get you reviews because all this is doing is that you're just paying some money. I believe it's like $50 or $70, which is taken out of your product sales. And basically what happens is that Amazon will just incentivize people. So the first few people that are purchasing from your product from your product page, they're just going to send them like a few dollars off their next purchase, like gift cards and stuff like that, in exchange for leaving a review. So it's just a little bit extra, but it's something that you absolutely should do, and it's really worth it because those reviews at the beginning are so important. So after I set this up, then I'm going to show you how to launch your first PPC campaigns to help your product launch, which is going to be very, very important, and it's going to allow you to start getting your product in front of people's eyes so that you can start getting sales. And then the more sales you get, the more it's going to push you to page 1. And the closer you are to page 1, as soon as you get to page 1, that's when you're going to start really making a lot of organic sales, and you're going to start making thousands of dollars in sales every single month at minimum if you followed everything in this video. And then finally, we're going to get to ManyChat. All right, so for the early reviewer program, it's super easy to turn on. What you're going to do is you're going to go to sellercentral.amazon.com, and when you're here, you're going to click on advertising and then early reviewer program. That's what it should say under advertising. All right, and now once you get to this window, it's going to allow you to basically enroll your product into the early reviewer program. So as you can see, for us, we already enrolled it. We already got our 6 reviews from the early reviewer program, and as you can see, works great. This one was a 4-star, I guess. So unfortunately, it can't be like a guaranteed 5-star. But obviously, if your product is good, it's going to be 5 stars. So all the rest of them are actually 5 stars. Yeah, as you can see, real reviews, real people. Gets your bum clean, works, 5 out of 5. Right? And so basically, what you're going to do is you are going to it's going to ask you for your SKU. And so how you get that is you go to your manage inventory, and then you can grab your SKU from here. For some reason, it asks your SKU and not your ASIN. You just paste that in here, check eligibility. And then boom, it says that we've already enrolled into early reviewer program. So yeah, but that's how you do it. You just enroll it and then you click on submit, yes, and then that's the first step of the launch done. All right, so the next step is to launch our launch PPC campaigns. And to do that, we first have to actually figure out which keywords we're going to target with our PPC campaigns. So I'm going to show you here how to actually access Amazon PPC. So to get here, first you start off with Amazon Seller Central. So just in the regular Amazon Seller Central dashboard. And then to get to the PPC campaign manager, you just go to advertising, and then here you click on campaign manager. And then once you click into there, you're going to be taken to the PPC campaign section here. So the first order of business here with the launch PPC campaigns is to figure out our target keywords. And to do that, we're going to go and log into Jungle Scout. And then we're going to pull up our master keywords list that we created before. So if you go to keywords list, you'll see our master keywords list. And what we're going to do here is we're going to select 5 different keywords here to target for our launch PPC campaigns. Now, the best thing to do is to target keywords that have a high enough search volume, but that also aren't incredibly competitive. And you can see how competitive they are to rank each keyword by looking at the ease to rank section on the right side here of Jungle Scout. So as you can see, bidet is very difficult. Bidet toilet seat is somewhat difficult. Toilet seat attachment is somewhat difficult, right? So the best strategy to use here is to choose keywords that aren't too difficult and too competitive to actually target, but also have a high enough search volume. So you don't want to choose keywords that are like at the bottom of the list. You want to select keywords, 5 from like, I would say the first 10 or 15 for sure. And then I would definitely include your top keyword in it. And so when I launched Brodet on Amazon, the keywords that I chose, I'm going to select them here. They were bidet, which is actually the most competitive keyword and has the highest amount of searches per month. And as you can see here, the ease to rank is very difficult. But the reason why I still selected bidet is because I still think it's important to target your top keyword. If you do have a higher starting budget, like in my case, we had a higher starting budget. Obviously, if I was starting out with only a few thousand, I would not target bidet, and I was trying to launch this, I would honestly target like the ones down here. So the 5 that I chose were bidet, bidet toilet seat, bidet for toilet, bidet toilet seat attachment, which is up here, and then bidet sprayer for toilet. Okay, and as you can see, bidet for toilet's easy, the other are somewhat difficult, and this is just an estimate anyway. Basically what the difference is going to be is that with PPC, the harder it is to rank, the more expensive it will be for PPC, meaning that the higher the average cost per click. That's how it works. So, the average cost per click, let's say, is $1. And so for like bidet for toilet, we might be paying like $1 per click, but for bidet, we might have to pay like $3 per click. And so obviously, the more expensive each click, obviously the more expensive it will be to launch. Now, I get a common question, which is how much will PPC cost me to launch? And this is honestly a variable cost. There is no like, okay, it's going to cost you like $200 to launch PPC. There is no exact figure. It's going to be different for everybody. And the part about launch PPC that's super important to understand is that which other way will you basically get like people on your listing. You need to find a way that reliably brings people to your listing, and there is no better way than using Amazon's PPC, even though yes, you do have to pay, but you'll see that with Launch PPC, the goal is to break even on your Launch PPC. You might lose a little bit of money, but if you do this correctly, follow the steps in this video, then you'll break even. And then in the long term, the objective with PPC is actually not to just break even, but after you're launched, after you're on page 1, you can actually run what's called ongoing PPC, which I'm going to show as well in this video, which that is actually where all the real profit is made. Now PPC is a money maker at that point, but at the beginning for Launch PPC, you're just looking to break even because you just want to basically artificially bring up your product to page 1, and you're just trying to bring people onto your listing so that you can start getting some sales, and the more sales you get, the higher rank you get, the closer you get to page 1. Now this brings us to an important question, which is, okay, so it's time to launch, but what price should we launch our product at? Now remember how we had that figure, we had $49.99 for the Bro Day, and that was an effective launch price. Well, actually we were thinking of starting off at $69.99, and we decided to bring it down to $49.99 just for the launch. But we actually realized that $49.99 was a fantastic price overall, and we realized that that was the most optimal price for selling our product at, and so we kept it there because we actually sold more units that way, and it just made more sense. But for your launch price, you should make it a little bit cheaper than your competitors if you're selling something similar to your competitors. If you're selling a product that's actually better than your competitors, then you can obviously make it more expensive, but don't make it really expensive because you're going to basically be hurting yourself in your own launch, and your PPC and everything that you're doing won't result in as many sales as you hoped for because it's too expensive. The lower the price, the more sales. It's basic business and basic economics. And so for this, we're just going to choose a launch price of $49.99 for the bidet. All right, so now we've chosen our words, so you just want to keep them checkmarked here. Go to your Amazon Seller Central, and then in here, click Create Campaign. So I'm just going to run you through the list of launch campaigns that we're going to create here. So the first one is the Bro Day Launch Auto Campaign, which is going to be at $10 a day. This is going to have our lowest bid. The second campaign is going to be our Bro Day Launch Broad Match campaign, also $10 a day. The third campaign is going to be our Bro Day Launch Phrase Match campaign, which is going to be $10 to $20 a day. The fourth campaign is going to be Bro Day Launch Exact Match from $10 to $30 a day. This one's going to have the highest bid. And then the last campaign is going to be our Bro Day Launch Product Display campaign, which is a different type of PPC campaign. I'm going to show you what that is. And the budget here is going to be between $10 and $20 a day. So what the difference is between auto, broad, phrase, exact, and product display, it's just different types of campaigns. So we're first going to start off with the automatic campaign, and I'll show you what that is. So go to Create New Campaign and then click on Sponsored Products on the left. Okay, for the campaign name, you want to put your brand, so Bro Day, and then Launch Auto Campaign. Okay, so replace this with your brand name, note portfolio, and then start date today, end date, no end date. For the daily budget, you want to put $10 a day, okay? And then, by the way, these budget figures are like, they're recommendations. You can go lower if you're on a really tight starting budget, but I don't recommend it because it's going to be very difficult to get any results from your PPC launch campaigns. Here we're going to select automatic targeting. So what automatic targeting is, what an auto campaign is, Amazon will automatically choose keywords based on its AI and all of its advanced data. They're going to automatically choose keywords to target that it thinks that are going to be good for your campaign or for your product. So that's what auto targeting is. Manual targeting allows us to manually put in our 5 target keywords that we selected on Jungle Scout here. And so that's what we're going to do for manual, broad, phrase, and exact match campaigns. So for now, the first one is automatic. Okay, here we're going to select dynamic bids down only. In all of my testing, in all my years running PPC, dynamic bids down only is always better than the other ones. So just do that one. You don't have to really focus on that too much. That's all you need to do, just down only. For the ad group name, I am going to copy the campaign name. I always just put in the same ad group name just to keep things simple. Once you get more advanced, you can start creating separate ad groups and things like that. But for now, you don't need to worry about that. Scroll down and then select your product. So I'm going to select the Bro Day here. Boom. And now for the bid, I'm going to select $1. Now, if your suggested bid is above $2, you want to put the default bid as $1. If your suggested bid is below $2, then you want to set your default bid to 50 cents. Okay, you should see your suggested bid here. And so your auto campaign should have your lowest bid out of all your campaigns. Okay, so don't worry if that's a little bit confusing to you right now. Just follow along and you'll be fine. You'll be good. So default bid, we'll put $1. Okay. And then for negative keyword targeting, we're just going to keep that blank. We don't have to do anything else. Just click Launch Campaign. And so now your campaign is going to be launched. So only do this once you actually have units in your, in stock for your product. Now click on Go to Campaign Manager. So now you should have an auto campaign running for your product. All right, so now we have our launch auto campaign running. As you can see here, ignore the Brode keywords. That's just an existing campaign that we have going on, that we have an absolutely crazy ROAS. As you can see, like $144 of spend, and we made $1,500. So that's something that you can get once you actually become more experienced with PPC. So auto campaign is launched. The next one we want to do is we want to launch the broad match campaign. So let's create campaign again. Here we're going to click on sponsored products. And then we're going to type in Brode launch broad match. All right. And then here we are going to select today at the start date, same thing, $10 a day. And this time we're going to select manual targeting, dynamic bids down only. Ad group name, we are going to copy this and paste it in the ad group. Scroll down and select your product. Scroll down again, click on keyword targeting, click on enter list. For the bid, actually we'll just leave that there for now. For the match type, select broad. And now you actually want to type in your 5 target keywords into your into the box there. So I'm just going to copy and paste every single keyword in here. You can save it in a notepad file or in a note file just to make it easier for you so you don't have to do this every time. So that's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna put it in there, boom. Now for the bid, we wanna use Amazon suggested bid. We want to click on add keywords. It says 4 or 5 keywords don't have a suggested bid. So in this case, just do 25 cents above what you put in the auto. So we put $1, so we'll do $1.25. If you put 50 cents, just do 75 cents. That's it. And then for the negative keyword targeting, this is very important. We're going to actually put in the exact same keywords, our keywords. I'm going to right click, copy them and paste them in here, but we are going to negative phrase match them. And so this prevents bid overlap. Now, it's a little bit of an advanced topic, but essentially, if you are running more than one PPC campaign, you don't want your keywords to overlap in the bids because then you're going to be competing with yourself. And so by following this video, as I'm showing you here, you're going to prevent wasted ad spend and you're not going to have any kind of bid overlap. So there you go. Now we're going to click on launch campaign. So now you're going to want to go back to the campaign view and just wait for it to show up. All right, so now the campaign has shown up. So we're going to click into the Brode launch broad match campaign we just created here. And once you've clicked in the campaign, click on placements on the left. And then here we want to type in 50 for the bid adjustment for top of search. This is just going to give us that little boost there that we need to get our product up on page 1. So now go back to your campaign view and we're going to rinse and repeat. We're going to go and click on create campaign. And then now we're going to click on we're going to create our phrase match campaign. So click create, Brode, launch phrase match. And the daily budget for this one, we're going to also put $10. We're going to select manual targeting, dynamic bids down only. Then scroll down to the ad group name and we are going to copy the campaign name, put that in here. Select the product, go down, keyword targeting, enter list. And then now we want to deselect broad and exact, and we are going to copy and paste the same target keywords in here. Click add keywords. And if it says that the keywords don't have a suggested bid, we just want to make it just a bit higher than what we put for the previous campaign, which was, if I remember correctly, $1.25. So we'll put $1.50, just do 25 cents higher than what you put. Okay. And then for the negative keyword targeting, now very important, we're going to put the same keywords in here, and we are going to click on negative exact, not negative phrase this time, negative exact. And now we're going to scroll back up and then click on adjust bids by placement. And for top of search, we're going to make this 50 as well, instead of having to go into it after the campaign. And then scroll down and click launch campaign. So now our phrase match campaign is launched. The next step is to create our exact match campaign. Click on create campaign. And then we're going to click into sponsored products. And then here we're going to call it Brode launch exact match. Daily budget. We're going to do 10. So you want to call it this. It looks like we already have one like that. So I'm just going to put like new, and then manual targeting, dynamic bids down only, ad group name, we're gonna call it exact match, just like that. You want to add the product, and then keyword targeting, enter list, deselect phrase and broad, paste the same keywords, make sure it's exact match, suggested bid, click on add keywords. Now it's going to say they don't have a suggested bid. So this, you want to make it more expensive again than the previous one. So $1.75, that's good. And now for this campaign, we're not going to add any negative keywords. We're just going to scroll back up and then go to adjust bids by placement and then do 50 for this one, 50%. Scroll back down, click launch campaign. All right, so there you go. We're moving on. And then we have one more campaign to launch. Click on create campaign. And this one is going to be the product display campaign. So here we're going to select sponsored products, click continue, and then we're going to select, we're going to type in Brode launch product display. We're going to also do $10, manual targeting, dynamic bids down only. I'm going to copy and paste the campaign name into the ad group name, just like that. Add the product. And now instead of keyword targeting, we're going to select product targeting. And now for the bid, I would put $1. Just put $1. Now you select individual products, then select enter list. And so now what you want to do is you want to go on Amazon.com and you want to type in your target keywords, starting with the top one. So we're going to put in bidet. And what we're doing here is we're trying to find products that are similar to ours, competitors, but that we can really, I guess, like that we have a better version of or that we can really compete with. So we're looking for products where we have a better price or we have better images or we just have an overall better listing. So for example, our product is better than this Luxe bidet. So we're going to go and right click, copy the ASIN, go back into the PPC campaign manager, paste the ASIN, and then you want to do the same thing with 5 products. So find 5 products that your product has a better listing over, or the pictures are better. Basically, that looks better than your competitor, has a higher perceived value, and then paste the ASINs in here. I'm just going to paste 1 here. And then once you've got 5 products in here, you want to click on apply all for the suggested bid. So you should have 5 here, not just 1, 5. And then you should apply all, make sure that it's the suggested bid. And then once you've done that, you're going to click on launch campaign. So now you're going to go back to campaign manager and you're going to be able to see all of your campaigns. Our product display hasn't shown up yet, but once you refresh, it's going to take a few minutes. It will show up. So you should have 5 in here. Ignore this bottom one. That's not a launch campaign. So there you go. That is how you set up your PPC launch campaigns. So now once you've started your launch PPC campaigns, what you are aiming to do is you're going to let them run for a few days. After about 2 to 3 days, you're going to go back in your campaign manager and you're going to click into the campaign. I'm just going to click into this Bro Day Keywords campaign just to show you. So you're going to click into the ad group, click into targeting, and you're going to see your keywords here. And then what you want to do is you want to click on search terms on the left here, which is going to bring you to this view, and you're going to be able to see all these different metrics. And what you're looking for is the ACoS column here. That's advertising cost of sales. So what this is essentially, it's the percentage of your sales that you spend on advertising. And so with your launch PPC campaigns, you want to look for a 100% or less ACoS. Okay, that means that if let's say we're bidding on Bro Day and let's say this was 100%, that would mean that basically, whatever money we spent on PPC, let's say we spent $20, that means that we broke even and we made back the same amount of money with PPC. So with your launch PPC, you want to go for a 100% ACoS and just basically turn off any search terms. So what you would do is any of the search terms that have above a 100% ACoS, you just go to actions and then click on add as negative exact. Okay, and then you would just add it as a negative exact match to the campaign or the ad group. And you want to do that for every single keyword that has above a 100% ACoS. Now, there's a whole lot to PPC. This is just, I guess, a brief enough run through where, it's still in depth and still going to help you launch and start making sales. Like, obviously, you're going to make sales from this. But, there's just so much more than I can put in this video. So I'm going to talk more about that towards the end of the video. But that's what you want to do for your launch PPC campaigns. Later on with PPC, when you switch to ongoing PPC campaigns, once you've actually successfully launched, at that point, you want to optimize your PPC keywords, not for 100% ACoS, but for your break-even ACoS, which I'll show you how to calculate later on in this video. All right, and finally, the last step of our launch is ManyChat. So we've already turned on our early viewer program. We've also launched our launch PPC campaigns. So now at this point, you have the option of launching ManyChat. Now, the thing about ManyChat is that I would say this is more of an advanced launch method. And really, I've launched products without ManyChat, just with the other 2 steps, and it works great. Again, everybody's journey to success will be different, but to put ManyChat in this video is going to be just unreasonable because literally it's going to probably add 8 hours to this video, maybe even 10 hours to this video, because it is super, super complicated and it does have a steep learning curve. And so it's just something that's better left out of this video. And what I would recommend you do is just to launch your product without it. And if you really want to launch with ManyChat and you want to learn how to do it, then you can stay until the end of the video. And towards the end, I'm going to talk more about that. But to get ManyChat, if you want to actually get it and you want to start with that, then I recommend using the link down below. It's basically the cheapest link that you'll find for ManyChat. It's gonna be like $10 a month, the cheapest that you'll find anywhere else online. Because to use ManyChat for your launch or for your brand, you will need to get ManyChat Pro, which will have a monthly plan. So that's why the link below has the cheapest monthly plan available. All right, so now that we've launched our launch PPC campaigns, now let's talk about ongoing PPC campaigns. So what are ongoing PPC campaigns? Essentially, these are just campaigns that you're going to be running for the lifetime of your product when you are out of the launch period. So when your product is already ranked on page 1, at this point of watching the video, your product should be ranked on page 1 and you should already be getting organic sales. And so at this point, you should be transitioning to ongoing PPC. If your product is not getting organic sales yet, then you should stay and keep it on launch PPC. And if you are following everything in the video and you're still not moving to page 1, then I recommend probably trying out ManyChat, which I'm going to talk about towards the end of this video, as well as other very, very important tips for success, critical tips that will help you start getting sales. So with ongoing PPC, that's when we switch the focus of our PPC campaigns from visibility to profit. So if we looked at our launch PPC campaigns, the entire objective with those was just to get visibility for our product. But once our product is launched, now our focus is to actually make our PPC profitable. And so let's say if we're getting 10 organic sales a day, just as an example on our product, we're selling 10 a day, running PPC campaigns, why not get an extra 3, 4, 5, maybe even 10 sales on top of that from our PPC? And I'm totally fine with paying money for each sale, as long as obviously, let's say if I pay $1 for a keyword, and then that keyword makes me money, that $1 made me a sale. Well, obviously on the sale, I'm probably making above $10 in profit per unit. So that only shaves off a little bit of profit off the top line. So that's the entire point of PPC. PPC is not just a launch tool. It's basically something that you'll want to use for the life cycle of your product, basically forever, as long as your product is up and selling. So once your product is launched, the main difference is that now, instead of optimizing your PPC campaigns for 100% ACoS, which I showed you how by going into the campaign, for example, this Bro Day Keywords campaign, going into the ad group, and then going into search terms. Obviously, you have to wait at least a few days for this to show up. But at this point, basically the main difference is instead of optimizing for 100% ACoS, instead of taking out all the bad keywords that are that have above a 100% ACoS and adding them as a negative exact match keyword, which is what we do for those keywords above 100% ACoS. Instead, with ongoing PPC campaigns, what you want to do is you want to optimize for your break-even ACoS. And what is your break-even ACoS? Well, essentially, it's actually the same as your profit margin. So you've already calculated your profit margin with the Freedom Amazon FBA profit calculator. If you haven't, then you should go and calculate it. It's I showed how to do it earlier in the video, so you can just check the timestamp in the description below. And so for this Bro Day, for our product, the profit margin is roughly about, I think it's about like 47%. So that means that if I'm seeing a keyword, let's say here, it's 21.96%. That means that my profit with these sales here, you can see here that I got 2 orders and it was $164.97 in sales, meaning that they probably bought 2 of each because the product costs roughly $49.99. So that means that the profit after these PPC sales is 47% minus 21.96%. So I can do that really quick just to show you here. So 47% minus 21.96. That means that my profit is 25% of $49.99. 25% of $49.99, well, that's just roughly $12.50. So that is the difference with ongoing. And so what you want to do when you transition to your ongoing PPC campaigns after you've launched, the best way to transition once you've actually launched, the best way to launch your ongoing PPC campaigns is to actually click here and then click on reports. Okay. And then what you want to do is you want to click create report, sponsor product, report type, search term, unit type, time unit, you want to put summary. For the report period, you can put last 30 days if you've launched your product recently in the past month. If not, if it was longer, then just do longer than that. And then you want to do now for the scheduled time, leave the other stuff blank, and then run report. And now you're going to wait until this says completed. Actually, you have to press refresh. There you go. And then click download on the right, open up in Microsoft Excel, and there you go. So basically what this is a search term report. Now, it does look a little bit complicated, and there is a certain way of reading this, of looking at every single column, but I'm just going to show you the main thing. So the best way of creating your ongoing PPC campaigns is to use the exact same format that I showed in the launch. So basically create the ongoing auto campaign, ongoing exact match, ongoing phrase match, ongoing broad match, and then the ongoing product display. And then you just put in the keywords that are below your break-even ACoS. So in this case, our profit margin is 47%, meaning that our break-even ACoS is also 47%. That means I would put in this, like these keywords right here, see, because it's below 47. I'm not putting in the ones that don't have anything there. So the ones that are below 47, what I'm doing is I'm scrolling to the left, and then I'm selecting those customer search terms, and then going all the way down here, then right clicking and then copying those words, and then now creating new campaigns in the same format that I showed with the Bro Day launch campaigns. Instead, they're called Bro Day ongoing campaigns, also $10 a day. But now we're only putting in those profitable keywords. And so now what you do is you let that run, and then you basically check periodically every 3 to 4 days. You pull the search term report and you do the exact same thing. You keep adding keywords that are good to all the campaigns. And then for all the bad keywords, let's say if like, one of these keywords was above 47%, like 50 or 55, then what I would do is I would take that keyword, just that one, let's say it was Bro Day, for example. Then I would go into broad match, I'd go to negative keywords here, add negative keyword, negative exact, and then boom, I'd add it, save it, and then done. All right, that's what you want to do to all the campaigns. You would add that to all the campaigns. So that is how you do ongoing PPC. Now, there is one big secret to running profitable PPC campaigns, and nobody really talks about this, but I figured out that the biggest secret to running profitable PPC campaigns is to focus on all the other stuff outside of PPC, meaning that you want to focus on your product being the best out there, the best that it can be. You want to make sure your listing is the best that it can be. You want to make sure that your photos, your description, your bullet points, your title, your reviews are great, because if you can get all that stuff right, then literally you can go into PPC and you can literally turn on campaigns like a 2-year-old, and it's going to be profitable. That's just how online advertising works, because it's a 2-step process. It's your product and your offer combined with your advertising. And so if your product or offer, which means like your listing and how you present it, I call that the offer, if it sucks, well then also, your PPC is going to really, really suck. So that's why, the best thing you can do is just make sure that your product is good, make sure your listing is the best that it can be, and really, put in the effort into all of that. And then your PPC will take care of itself. Of course, you still need to know the techniques, but I've covered, a good amount here in this video. All right, so now we've covered product launch, PPC, we've covered all the most important steps involving that. Now let's talk about customer service. So in this section of the video, I'm going to cover how to offer best-in-class customer service, why it's so important, and it's really important that you watch this because a lot of people neglect this, but the truth is that the world's greatest brands have all gotten there because they became obsessed with making their customers happy. Courtesy, respect, and caring for your customers' needs is the #1 way to improve the perception of your brand in your buyer's eyes. And that's something that's really important to remember, because you're not just a product on Amazon. You are a brand, and you will grow a loyal fan base of loyal customers who will love what you do. They'll love your product, and it's almost like a tribe. You're growing a tribe that will continue to spread the word. And there's one really big truth about customer service that's so important to understand as a new e-commerce brand owner, as a new entrepreneur who is doing this, who is selling physical products online, and that is that one negative experience is enough to counteract almost like 100 positive experiences. Because think about it. Let's say you have a customer and they purchased and they're happy with the product, right? Well, they might go and leave a review, or because they just expect everything to go right, they're not going to leave anything and they're just going to be happy. So let's say out of every 10 positive experiences, maybe you get, 2 to 3 people that actually go out of their way to leave you a review. But if you compare that to 10 negative experiences, that number jumps up to like 8 or 9. You'll have 8 or 9 of those people leaving you bad reviews, which will cause a massive destruction of potential sales. It's going to really, hurt your business and brand in the short term and in the long term. And so that's why it's so important to take care of your customer. It's so important to message them and answer them promptly. And there are a lot of ways to do this. There are a lot of ways to speak to your customers. And so the first way, of course, is through your Amazon account. If they reply, if they ask any inquiries, make sure that you're responding promptly. You're going to get an email. Other ways will be through your social media. So like your Facebook page or Instagram, which we didn't really talk about in this video just because it's already so long. But obviously every successful brand needs to be on social media. So on there, you want to make sure you're communicating with your customers. You're listening to their concerns, and anybody who's having any problems at all, just offer them a refund. It's not worth being cheap. It's not worth just cheaping out on like units and stuff. Just remember that the customer is most likely, in most cases, always right. It's just better to think that way, even when they're not, because, basically pissing someone off is going to really hurt your business, and it's going to hurt your rank, and it's just going to be difficult to bounce back. One thing to also remember with customer service is that nobody likes talking to customer support. Just think about it, right? Do you enjoy calling a brand and waiting on hold and speaking to their support? No, because if you're doing that, that means you're already having an issue. You're having an issue with the product, and that means that there's already something that has gone wrong. And so that's why, even though they're not calling you, because obviously that's not something you're going to be doing, maybe later on once you've grown big enough, but not something you have to do at the beginning, if they're talking to you and if they're voicing their concerns, they're already not in the best of places. And so that's why the key to success is to always place yourself in the customer's shoes and think about how they're feeling and what the best possible solution is when dealing with their issues. And you're going to most likely get customers facing problems or issues, and they'll let you know via email reply to your, for example, email sequence on Amazon, or your ManyChat flow if you set that up, or your social media. And they might say they haven't received the product, maybe it was defective, maybe it broke after some use or their first use. So in that case, just send them a new product via fulfillment order on Amazon. Just make it easy. The key is to always understand the situation from your customer's point of view. Another question I get is how to deal with bad reviews. Look, every single seller, successful seller, is going to inevitably get a bad review. You will get your first one, and just don't take it personally. What you can do is you can actually reply to that bad review from your Amazon buying account. So remember, there's two types of accounts, a selling account and a buying account. So with your Amazon buying account, you can actually change the name of your Amazon buying account to your brand name. So we actually changed it to Bro Day Support. And then you can actually reply to the review from your buying account, directing them to ask you a question on your seller account. And so you can do that. Just be like, hey, we're so sorry you experienced this. Please contact us by clicking ask a question on the storefront. That's what you can say. And then in that case there, that leaves you the opportunity, gives you the chance to actually help them out with their problem and make them happy. Because a happy customer will continue to spread your business like wildfire. They're going to be happy. They're going to be loyal for a long, long time, maybe for the rest of their life. Make sure you're checking your customer service and support email address regularly. This is something that I recommend you do for the first few months of your business. And then once you've hit a significant amount of sales, I would say at least a few thousand a month, then you can think about hiring somebody to do this for you, like a virtual assistant or someone similar. So you made it to the end of the video. Wow, you were able to listen to my voice for several hours. I don't even know how long this was, but I'm super happy that you did, because you are part of the few people that actually committed to changing their life. And they've committed to starting an online business in today's time of opportunity and abundance. And you are one of those people, and you were able to actually focus and take notes. You probably have like an entire notebook of notes at this point, which, the amount of knowledge that I dropped here is just absolutely insane. And I want to leave you with some critically important steps for success, like super important. Don't go anywhere. This is crucial to making sure that you succeed on Amazon. Make sure this works for you, and just ensuring your success. All right. The number one first tip is to take action. Take action, take action, take action, take action, take action. If you're one of those people who actually watched this video, you're part of the few who reach the end and they're serious and they're actually committed to changing their life. The amount of people that are going to go on and build $1 million Amazon businesses from this, that are going to change their lives, they're going to achieve financial freedom, they're going to achieve location independence, they're going to really transform their life on such a massive scale. It's just crazy. I'm not even talking about the people that are going to go on and they're going to just build 5-figure businesses, 6-figure businesses, right? Because there's going to be so many people that will do this from this video, and I want that to be you. But the only way for that to be you is to take action. Take action. As the famous saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. And honestly, that approach to business is so crucial to have, because it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Whenever you are feeling a lack of motivation, whenever you are feeling, you're experiencing a roadblock or an obstacle, just think about where you would have been if you started 1 year ago today, what your life would have been like today, what you would have been doing, where you would have been living, what kind of experiences you would have been able to have in your life. Okay, just think about that, because that is what pushed me in the hardest of hard times when I was starting this business, when I got into e-commerce. And since then, e-commerce has been the number one best thing I've ever done in my life. Getting into entrepreneurship has been the absolute greatest adventure that I've ever pursued in my life. And I am so happy that I'm able to share this with you here and go along on this journey with you. The next tip, and this is so important, is to not overthink things. Remember the main goal. Keep the main thing the main thing. You are building a successful Amazon FBA business. You set a goal, whether that's $10,000 a month or 15 or 20, probably is 10, which is the goal that I set for myself. Just focus on the goal. And as you're going through the next few days, as you're going through the next few weeks and months, just remember that goal and ask yourself, what are the things I should be doing today that will take me to that goal? And whenever you're just going about daily life, ask yourself, when you're doing certain things, is this bringing me towards my goal of financial freedom and success? Don't give up. A lot of people, they get super excited after watching videos like this, especially this video, because it's just life-changing knowledge here, right? And you might be excited, you might be motivated, but remember that motivation will always wear off. And so that's when it's so crucially important to remember your why. Remember at the beginning of the video, we set the why. Why are you doing all this? Why are you going through all this, all this effort and all this time? I put in blood, sweat, and tears to build this. And I can tell you that the reward that I have had in my life has just been absolutely like, I can't put it into words how good it will be for you if you actually pursue this with all your heart and with all your soul, and you put in the effort and you commit to this and you just see it through until the end. One of my all-time favorite quotes is that you can never fail if you don't quit. So just remember that every single day moving forward. You can never fail if you don't quit. I'm rooting for you. I want you to be one of those people that messages me, sends me a message, comes back to this video, leaves a comment in 6 months, in 8 months, in a year, and says, wow, this video was the beginning of this massive change for the rest of my life, where I got into entrepreneurship and I achieved financial freedom and I achieved success and I built greatness for myself and my family. Unfortunately, most people that watch this, they're never going to go on to do anything because they're going to give up. But don't be that person. Don't be that person. I'm rooting for you. I covered a lot of things in this video. So if you don't understand some part, like for example, the product research or making your listing or PPC, just rewind to that part. It's better to just rewatch it. The timestamp is all below for you there. I neatly arranged it so that you can just, go and watch it, and it's easily accessible for you there. Now, even though this video was super long and it was super in depth, there were a lot of parts that I just couldn't cover in this video simply because it's just too much for this YouTube format, right? Even though this is by far the absolute best Amazon FBA video on YouTube, there's still so much more to this. Amazon FBA and success with Amazon, just like in anything, it requires patience, it requires courage, it requires belief in yourself, and most of all, it requires the right steps. And that is where mentorship comes in. I've been mentoring students since 2017 in the first course that I ever released, which was the Amazon Freedom course. Since then, that course has turned into the world's #1 Amazon FBA course and program. We've had thousands of people achieve success, transform their lives, and myself, along with my team of $1 million sellers, people who have successful Shopify brands, people who are in the trenches and doing e-commerce every single day, living and breathing it like I am. We're all mentoring students in the Ecom Freedom Amazon FBA course. The #1 best thing that you can do is get mentorship along this journey. The #1 best thing you can do is get advice in those times when you're feeling confused and overwhelmed, and just being able to have someone hold your hand, $1 million seller, someone who has been selling on Amazon for several years, and someone who has been through the entire journey from zero to success. That is absolutely invaluable and the absolute best thing you can have along this journey. Right now, we actually have a 7-day free trial of the Ecom Freedom Amazon FBA course where you can learn every single step you need to build a successful Amazon FBA business. Now, if you thought that this video was in depth, wait until you see the free trial of the Amazon FBA program. The link is down below to join. You'll also get access to unlimited one-on-one mentorship where you're able to ask questions personally via private Facebook, and then you're also able to join our mentorship calls, and you can come on and speak with me and get help with your Amazon business. We literally only get like 10 or 20 people that show up to those calls. So if you want to speak to me, it's the best way of doing that, as opposed to a lot of other courses out there who they release the course and they disappear. The mentors aren't there anymore. I've actually been mentoring students on the calls in Ecom Freedom. I still do it since the very beginning for several years. So the link is down below. There's a 7-day free trial. You can join. The price of the course will be going up to over $2,000. The reason why is we want to attract a higher quality student. So at the time of you seeing this, if the price hasn't gone up already yet, I highly recommend you take advantage. Link is down below. 7-day free trial. You can join the course and see for yourself for free without paying a penny. And then only when you're happy, that's when the payment will be taken out. There's also payment plans. So it really made it accessible for all students. Since we founded the course, we've had thousands of success stories in the Ecom Freedom Amazon FBA program. I just posted a few interviews on my YouTube channel, so you can always check those out. There's always student success interviews, so you can get inspired and you can hear our student stories for themselves, because they're no different than you. If you want to build a successful Amazon FBA business that will allow you to achieve freedom for life, this is the absolute best investment that you can make. Recently, I also just opened up the Ecom Freedom VC, which is the first venture capital firm in the world just for e-commerce brands. We exclusively invest in e-commerce brands. Right now, as we speak, we're investing in our students' brands, those thousands of dollars, anywhere from 1K, 2K, 5K, 10K. So if starting capital is a problem for you, then you can actually apply to the Ecom Freedom VC as a student of the course, and then you can actually get funding from us, and then in exchange, you will partner up as a brand of the Ecom Freedom VC. You will gain unlimited access with our entire team of successful sellers, on Amazon or on Shopify, and your chances of success are basically going to just skyrocket because you will literally have the help of the best e-commerce talent in the world available today. I want to leave you with a few incredibly inspirational quotes. It's impossible to live without failing at something unless you live so cautiously that you might as well have not lived at all, in which case you have failed by default. J.K. Rowling. You can have anything you want if you want it badly enough. You can be anything you want to be, do anything you set out to accomplish if you hold to that desire with singleness of purpose. Abraham Lincoln. Do the thing and you'll have the power. And that was Albert Einstein. Thank you so much for watching this video. Subscribe to the channel for the absolute best e-commerce and entrepreneurship content. Also got my podcast down below, which I am releasing episodes every single week, 3 to 4 times a week, on money, achieving success, freedom, and abundance. Everything to do with success and achieving freedom for yourself, for your family, and for life. You can subscribe to the podcast down below. Thank you so much. Add me on Instagram at DanVass. That's the best way to reach me. I'm always answering people there. You can follow me there. I'm so happy that you've been through this entire video with me here today, and I'll see you next time. Have a great day.